Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, man. Shout out to the people, man. You already know what it is. It's the boy Suave Bows. We are in the building. Y'all should already know what it is. Appreciate everybody's presence. Jeez. Hit that like button, man. Let me put this link out there. 1 second. Thank you, Jasmine. Bless you too. Thank you. The sneezes. I think that's it. All right, there you go. We are in the building. Hit that like button, man. Let me pin that to the top real quick. Oh crap, that's 2 cash apps. My bad. It's supposed to be a stream, y'all. Hold on. Copy. Man, it's my first debate this early, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, I thought I had the lead. I had looked at my fucking calendar wrong. Okay, there you go. There you go. And make sure you get a wrench. How did you not got a wrench? I thought I took care of that already. Hit that like button, man. Y'all already know what it is. It's the S.V.D.L, boys, and we on that biz. Damn, fam. Damn, Gina. Man, fiat currency will be the future currency also, man. Ain't no replacing fiat currency, man, with no crypto shit. Nobody gonna have no cryptocurrency. They're always gonna be a currency backed by the establishment. You want your government to print money. Children of the internet got this. Matter of fact, nail right there. I don't got no nail right there. Oh, Strap is in the building. Look at him.
Yo, I quit, bro. That's some bullshit, nigga. I quit, nigga. I quit, nigga.
Oh my life.
Hey, congrats, man. Congrats, bro. Congrats.
Congrats to you, man. I mean, that's what I wanted to do it for. You know what I'm saying? Because I know how the debates be, but yeah, you did what you had to do. That was jiggy, man.
Hey, glad. No, I appreciate it, man. Having that conversation. Yeah, you did your thing. You what you got? 140?
141, I think.
141. That's what's up, man. Congrats on your win. Respect to you. But yeah, like I said, man, I appreciate you, having that debate, having that conversation. You did a good job, man. I gotta give you your credit. You did a good job. So you deserve to win.
That's all right.
I'm gonna make my changes and get back in there. But shout out to you. You slick.
Yeah, what did you score? You won behind there.
Mine was like 130, something, 135, 136, something like that. Out of 150.
On the fresh one with the dust still on them and everything. Come on, man.
Yeah, and some of them rules, I guess I gotta go back to the rule book, like when you can share your screen, when you all that type of stuff. But it's all fixable stuff. But shout out to you, man. You did your thing on that one. And you made a good point with the people not having the internet.
Yeah.
That's a tough point to get around. Like it ain't really no way around that. Like, people who getting in crypto, if you don't got access to internet, you can't get in on it. But
So we'll get you in there at some point in time.
right.
We'll get you in there. Don't worry. Yeah, man. That link is out there. Domo want that smoke, man. Hit that link, Domo. He said I deal heavily in the kidnapping and ransom note game, so I have to cash on hand. That's fucked up. They ain't accepted no crypto for no ransom. That's fucked up. Hey,
Yeah.
Jasmine. Nah, that's hard though. But yeah, I saw Domo and them going. They like this debate, man. That was fire.
Yeah, I like pushing the envelope, getting us out there talking about different topics and whatnot. So, well, I try to be focused. What was he saying in the chat? I didn't see.
I mean, it was just that I could have done better. I'm going. He wanted to replace me. He,
Oh,
like on the spot, he was like, "Oh, I didn't know I wanted this smoke," but now
right.
he was threatening blue and pro black. Like, come on, fam, stand on y'all
Oh yeah,
10.
they have me in crypto. We about to start a new crypto group up or something, man. Look, I might have to get with them.
That's
Sharpen my
hard.
sword, whatnot.
That's hard. That's hard. Yeah, nah, we need to get into it. Like I said, do you think that window is closed though?
For
Like
what?
there'll never be another Bitcoin. Like that whole Bitcoin thing now, it'll never be another one of them.
Yeah, I don't think it would be another Bitcoin because it is decentralized. It's really the only crypto that is fully decentralized. All the other crypto have
Mm.
teams behind them. So Ethereum, Cardano, all
No,
the
I'm
other
saying, do
Binance.
you ever think it'll be another crypto that we could take advantage of, like Bitcoin, like how
Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah,
came
yeah,
from a penny to what's the name? That's
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
be
yeah.
the. You think
100%.
that'll happen again? Damn.
But let's put it this way. Let's say that you buying one that's 2 cents and it go to $2.
Hmm.
I mean, that's a come up for you. Like, and again, to your point of, let's say it's not a lot of people in this space. Like less than 1% of people on earth even use crypto in general. So these are the prices that it's at with 1% of people in it. Let's say we
Hmm.
get to 2% of people. Let's say we get to 10% of people, like then what happens to the prices? So where it's at now, I think that's just a seed. I don't think we seen the end of it. I think you're gonna see a $1 million Bitcoin one day in our lifetime. You might see a
Yeah,
$2
yeah,
million
no,
Bitcoin.
yeah, I agree with that. It was just that coming from a penny to 43,000. Like, I don't think that'll ever happen again. Will it be amazing flips? Can you become a millionaire off of it? Yeah, but
But
that
what
was
about
like,
Ethereum? Ethereum is that it got up to like 5K. It was worth a penny at one point in time. You don't think Ethereum could get to 40,000 one day?
nah, I think that only has that one spot of the leader, and Bitcoin was that leader where it happened. It's like, why people say Michael Jordan will never be the greatest because of some old ass basketball player when there was no 3-point line. Like,
Yeah.
he can't replace them standards. Those standards aren't even there no more. You
Well,
know.
you think Bitcoin is at its top? Like you don't think it's ever going higher than it was
No,
at one point?
Bitcoin can definitely go higher. I think Bitcoin could go higher. Definitely. I just don't never think we'll get that big of a within 10 years coming from a penny to 43,000. I don't think that'll ever happen again. I think that was purposely done by the people who wanted to get the crypto jumping. I think it'd come from a penny to $5, a penny to even $20. But from a penny to $43,000 in
Yeah,
10
I'll
years.
say that's gonna happen a lot.
Damn, that's crazy. And I
Yeah.
think that's what people hoping on. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Domo. I tell you what, I buy $5 or I buy $1 of each crypto.
And what you
You
got to
know?
lose? You know what I'm saying? What you got
Yeah.
to lose?
About $1,000.
No, I'm not
Because it's
saying
a
like you
thousand
specifically, but I'm
crypto.
saying like let's say you got 5 projects that are a penny right now. You throw $1 in, look back in 10 years. I mean, you'll definitely make a come
Yeah.
up.
Nah,
Better than just leaving that dollar under the mattress or something.
you got to throw that dollar on every penny because you don't want to miss the one. You know what I'm saying? You don't
Right.
want to miss that one. Political plugs in the building. Shout out to Domo coming out of a slight retirement. Don't get it fucked up, twisted. Still don't fuck with us like that. What's good, big bro?
I
What's going
don't. I
on?
don't fuck with you niggas like that at all. But yeah, man. I feel like they did show Suave a little bit of love on this one. You know what I mean? Because you know, the no internet argument. It's cool. It's cool. But I mean, if that's a question of accessibility, shit. Let's talk about the accessibility of fiat currency. You know what I'm saying? Like the accessibility of fiat currency is why we have rampant poverty in this fucking country. So yeah, I mean, it's ways that could have been dealt with. But I just feel like it was like, yeah, I really like listening to y'all niggas, bro. Like listening to crypto niggas. It's really making me develop a lot of understanding on why it's bad. Like why,
and what
like
makes you
why,
say that?
why? Well, because actually, it is the funny thing about it is this is a conversation that you and I had before, Strap, and that's because of neoliberalism. Like there's this, like, first off, we can't escape the fact that cryptocurrency is currently valued based off of the currency in the area that it's being traded off of. So you know what I mean, like what these tech nerds got niggas believing is that because it's decentralized, that it even you was talking about this question of sovereignty, but even in that, like even within the conversation of sovereign, you're only sovereign in context to the shit around you. So even with the crypto being sovereign, until it's a way that its value isn't directly tied to fiat currency. You know what I mean? It's like, because like even
I get your point. Here's what I'll say to that. That it is priced in fiat because that's what we are familiar with. That's what we know. But Bitcoin goes out to like 9 decimal places. It's highly divisible. You could measure it in Satoshi. You could price things in Satoshi once it's adopted to the point where people would understand what the value of one Satoshi is. But you can price things to the 9th decimal point denomination within Bitcoin. Now it's not popular. It's not familiar to people. Fiat is. U.S. currency is. That's why. But it does lend itself to be. It's highly divisible, so you can price things in Satoshis, which are fractions of a Bitcoin.
Right. No, and I get that, right? But in terms of
who needs 1/10 of a penny?
But that's only if you trade in a penny. Like one.
That's what. If you need, like, nobody's. The thing is, once the Bitcoin as a whole gets so rich, a Satoshi will be $5 or a whole penny or a dime. Yeah. So that's what that was pre-calculated for. But right now, the Satoshi is useless. It's like
that's not true.
1/100th of a penny.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that it's useless though.
How do you invest 1/100th of a penny?
Well, they're saying once it becomes $1 million asset, the Satoshi will be worth the equivalent of a penny.
Once it becomes,
yeah,
that's my point.
And I think that will happen.
Yeah, it will. Oh fuck yeah, it will.
Yeah.
So, but just saying that it's divisible.
So this is one thing I definitely have to get off. This one thing I definitely have to get off. Strap, would you say that any currency that lasted 100 years is a failure?
What is it doing during that time that it's lasting?
Supporting the economy, growing worldwide.
Right, like it's being used for trade.
Well, from what I'm looking at, the current where the U.S. dollar is, and it's losing its value within that 100 years, I don't consider that to be a good thing. You're losing your spending power throughout the 100 years, but is it still a medium of exchange within 100 years? Yeah, that's a good thing. The U.S. dollar is great at being a medium of exchange. I'll give you that. It is. People will trade their life. People will trade human beings for this stuff. So yeah, it's a good medium of exchange.
But not even a quick, like, because I get, right, like even like not all nations, not all kingdoms, nothing lasts forever, right? But if we're saying that it's an average, the average lifespan of a currency is 27 years, and then your currency get to 100 years, I just don't think you can call that a failure.
A failure, and then still it's not.
Well, its longevity isn't what I'm saying gives it. Its longevity isn't what makes it a failure. The longevity has nothing to do with it. The thing that I'm saying makes it a failure is the increase of the money supply itself, hyperinflation, adding into the circulating supply. That's what makes it a failure, not the fact that it's,
But that makes that specific. Right. That makes that specific fiat currency. That's a credit to the US dollar, but you're still going into another fiat currency. It's any fiat. If the US dollar collapse and we adopted the yen, the euro, the Federal Reserve note, all of these are still fiat currency. So you're not leaving the fiat system, meaning the fiat currency,
which I say is an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think
why you switch between Bitcoin and Ethereum, you don't call that an issue when you take your money out of Bitcoin because it's dropping and put it in Ethereum.
Right, but one of them is decentralized and one of them is not. So like one of them, in this on a deeper level, I don't think that people should be using Bitcoin to exchange for things because it's no price that'll make it worth it if you know its value. The Bitcoin pizza example, somebody traded 10,000 Bitcoin for 2 pizzas in 2009, and he thought that was a good deal at that time. Were those 2 pizzas worth it? That's what I'm saying. If you know the value of what you hold and you wouldn't trade it for shoes or groceries, you wouldn't do that. So I don't think you should be using it to exchange it anyway. It's digital gold. Now, to the question of could you use your day-to-day? There are better crypto assets to use day to day.
I mean, but I think that's a great point. That transitions to the next thing that stood out to me in this conversation, and that was the fact that crypto really isn't currency. It's not necessarily currency.
I wouldn't have a problem with that argument.
Right, but that's why comparing it to fiat currency isn't necessarily it's not apples to apples. Because
let me nail it down then. When you saying cryptocurrency, which project are you talking about specifically? Because I think some of them are currency.
Nah,
stable coins are a great currency. Stable coins are.
No, and I know what you mean by that, right? But what I'm saying in terms of stable coins not being a currency, like crypto is really like what are you talking about? Crypto, NFTs, all of this shit. All of it is its own stock market on blockchain. The whole like at the beyond all of the names and the dollar amounts and all of that shit, the value behind crypto is blockchain, right?
Kinda, but I kind of disagree with that. But I agree with I get the basis of what you're saying. I disagree with that. But
like, what is the value depending on what makes?
Well, I would say that a stock
like what? Yeah,
I'll say this: a stock being as though it's a security, you're relying on the work of somebody else. And you have a vested interest. You have somewhat of a partnership with that company by owning a piece of that company. Now, the difference of crypto, they're not securities. Even though the SEC is trying to sue some of the product, they're not securities. So that if the company behind it, like Cardano, like Ripple, because they have a native token, that doesn't mean that you're entitled to the benefits of that company. So it's not like a security. It's the exact opposite. That you can own the native token.
I know that's the main difference though. Like really that's another point though. Like the fact that you're right, it is a security. There's certain things.
No, I don't think it is. I said
I'm not talking about crypto. I'm talking about when we talk about fiat currency, we're talking about exchanging on the stock market, that type of shit. When I'm comparing the stock market to crypto and the NFTs, I'm talking about the way in which its value is accumulated, the way that we understand its worth. Right, there are certain factors that go into what makes a cryptocurrency become valuable and what makes cryptocurrency lose value. Right, even specifically because I'm just having this conversation with my wife about NFTs. Like NFTs, is it like the way that NFTs become value is cultural currency. It's popularity. It's the demand in it, bro. Come on, bro. Like
I think it's scarcity because to me NFTs are digital art. So the thing that gives the Mona Lisa,
why do we care if it's scarce?
Because it's non-fungible. That's what it means, that you can't replicate. But here's why: because digital art. I'm gonna answer you. The Mona Lisa has value because it's only one. It's said to be unique. Now, if we made 10,000 Mona Lisas and everybody had it, the value would drop.
No, the Mona Lisa is not valuable because it's only one. The Mona Lisa is valuable because of who painted it and their cultural significance in terms of what that painting represented. That's why it's valuable. So that's what I'm explaining in terms of crypto and NFTs. The people that create the value are literally it's the tech culture, like it's the neoliberal tech culture. Like when we come on, bro.
It's okay. So maybe not go to the Mona Lisa example. Let me give you like an NFT, which the most common ones are like sports cards and trading cards. sports cards and trading cards have value because of their scarcity, because it's a limited supply of them.
No, they
That's
have
what's given the
value because
NFTs
of the
value.
connection to the bro. Sports, that's the same thing. Sports cards have value because of people's relationship with the athletes.
So
The
just so I have
cultural
you,
sports, but like the culture of sports gives that card its value. Like
Let
a
me-
Michael Jordan rookie card and some random nigga that ain't nobody ever heard of rookie card. They probably ain't made a lot of that nigga's cards. It's probably some scarcity for that nigga's cards. He was only in the league for like a year or so. So he ain't got a lot.
Just so I'm understanding what you're saying, are you saying that it solely relies on just the cultural relevance that those people have? Or actually, let me just take a step back and hear your point, listen to you. I think that it does imply that the cultural currency of what we say and culturally what value this art has, because it's art. So yeah, of course, like who made it? Yeah, so yes, that's part of what art is. But I'm saying also the fact of ownership, true ownership, which they have verified on the blockchain, and the fact that you're not supposed to replicate it, like non-fungibility. Like that's what the name is, NFT, non-fungible token. So you can't replicate.
We only don't want it replicated after it becomes valuable. It's not valuable because it's not replicated. It's valuable. Okay, people want it, make it scarce. Like Suave got the PS5 in the back. The reason why niggas can sell PS5s for $1,000 is because a lot of people are like they want a PS5 already. There's already a relationship to the, you know what I'm saying, to the system, to the game. So now if since it's scarce, I can sell mine for a rack, you know what I mean, and not blink an eye. You know what I mean? But before we start talking about scarcity, we have to understand why it's valuable in the first place. And so when it comes to crypto, like the value is, I mean, and I'm not saying it to undermine it, because this is like all like this statement would apply to most things, but the value is artificial, right? So like the same way Elon Musk can tweet and fuck up a stock, you know what I mean? He could tweet and fuck up crypto, like, you know what I'm saying, crypto, or do the opposite.
At its basis level, and this is what I say, is that it's a belief system. All money is money at its core is a belief system. So yeah, if people stop believing in it, yeah, that same thing happened with the US dollar, the digital yen. Yes, it is relying on a belief system. So if people stop believing, or that can happen, yeah. At its core with all money though, I think.
Right, but that's what I'm saying though. Like the crypto isn't necessarily money. Crypto is a asset.
Be more specific than
that can be exchanged for money.
Here's where let's drill down, because I like what you're saying. Crypto is the big umbrella. You're saying crypto is not money. Parts of that I do agree with, because I would consider Bitcoin more like digital gold, like a digital asset. I call them all digital assets when I'm really in the weeds of having this conversation. So
hold on, Shab. I gotta say this real quick. Every crypto nigga says that, and I ain't talking about you because we having a conversation. Every crypto nigga says that people who disagree with crypto just don't understand what it is. I listen. I challenge one of you niggas to hop on here and explain, where does crypto gain its value? Why is it worth X amount of dollars? I guarantee you that what a nigga gonna come up here is gonna use a lot of jargon explaining blockchain technology.
I'll tell you two things.
Go ahead.
Scarcity gives it its value, and that is in the technology itself gives it its value.
Right. I just say it there, right?
Yeah. So you said that
blockchain technology. Answers. Right. But again, though, that technology existed for a long time.
That's not true. No, it has not. No, it has not. That is not true.
My nigga, we used to buy, bro. I'm telling you, I know about like the technology of crypto initially. That shit was just black market shit.
Nigga, that's not true. No, it's not. Damo, the technology of Bitcoin that solves a problem is the proof of work algorithm. It solves the Byzantine
problem. But again,
that has not existed forever. Hold on, Damo.
Bro, I didn't say it existed forever. I did not say it existed forever. What
it didn't exist on the black market. It didn't exist on the black market. Bitcoin solved the problem.
Listen, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say nothing incriminating. Listen.
Incriminating. We're just having a conversation.
I'm talking about for me, because you like the statement you just made. I have guaranteed personal experience with Bitcoin, and
But what but here's what I'm saying. What you're saying is false. Here's what I'm saying.
I'll leave it at that. I'm
not saying. Hold on.
My personal experience say that it ain't false.
I'm not saying that you can't interact with this negatively. My point that I challenged you on, you said that the technology has been around. No, it has not. Bitcoin.
How long has blockchain technology been around?
Bitcoin since 2009. Since Bitcoin.
Since 2009. We are in 2022, bro.
That's not forever, nigga. And Bitcoin is the one that
nobody said forever. Nobody said forever. I said it's been around for a while.
And because of Bitcoin, it's the one that is.
Oh my God! I said blockchain technology has been around for a while.
That's because of Bitcoin. It is
regardless of what it's regardless of what you're saying. It's been around for. I'm saying this state. I'm making the statement that it's been around.
Yeah, I don't agree. What I'm saying, I disagree with your part of you saying that the thing that I said the technology and the scarcity gives it its value. You said the technology has been around forever. I said no, it has not.
No, I said the technology has been around for a while. That's what I said.
Bitcoin is the technology that you're saying has been around. It is the technology.
Yeah. Like, what are you?
What you arguing
back and forth? You saying? If I say the technology, you say the technology's been around since 2009.
Because Bitcoin is the technology. So I'm saying
I don't understand with that statement, like why you like what that adds to the conversation. Like we're both saying that the technology has existed since 2000.
No. I'm saying the technology gave it its value, and that's what the technology is.
No, but that's my point. No, it wasn't the technology that.
Then who was using block? Who was using?
There was an injection of money. That's what gave it its value.
No,
there was an injection of. Bro,
we can look at the blockchain. There was no injection of money. People were trading it. There was no injection of money in its inception.
There was an investment in blockchain technology, bro.
Bitcoin is the blockchain technology. Hold on, let's strip it back.
Hold on.
Let's strip it back.
Okay, let's
define where we disagree.
How did Bitcoin? Okay, in what range did Bitcoin go from what could be considered its lowest value to where it started to get to where it is now?
At one point in time, it was less than a penny.
What was that? It was
in 2009 during its inception.
In 2009, it was less than a penny.
Right.
When did it become $1?
Probably 2010, 2011 sometime.
2010, 2011. Okay. When did it get up to $20?
2012, 2013.
2012, 2013. When did it get up to 1,000?
That shit didn't do nothing like 3 years ago.
Probably 2016, 2017.
2016, 2017. So what was the distinction between Bitcoin going from $1 to 20 to 100 to 1,000? What was the difference?
Every 4 years, there's something called a halving period where they cut the supply of the Bitcoin. Every 4 years, they have a half period, so the supply is cut every 4 years. So if they were mining, listen, I'm answering your question. Though I'm answering your question. If in 2010 the supply is they're minting 100 coins, if they're mining 100 coins, then in 4 years they cut the supply again. Then they're only mining 50. Then they cut the supply again in 25. That's why you see these market cycles every 4 years. That's why you see that. That's what you're seeing.
You keep going back to scarcity.
You're asking me how do you see
if I draw five pictures, if I draw 5 pictures, these are the only 5 pictures in existence. I drew them. They're scarce.
Okay.
These are the only 5 in existence.
Okay.
Are they valuable because these are the only 5 in existence?
If people see value in that, yeah.
No, what I asked was,
hold on. I'm gonna tell you. I get what you're saying because you just a regular
is good, man.
Damo, you just a regular person making art. I'm talking about a technology that people see value in. That's the difference, though.
Right, but that's the point, though. That's the point. The people that see the value in blockchain technology are a part of a particular sect of society. It's a tech culture thing. That's what like even Astro was like, it's revolutionary to how business operates. All of these conversations are situated within one group, within one sect, right?
I mean, country.
But what's happening?
Because less than 1%.
But what's happening is all it's doing, all crypto is doing is actually mimicking, but like just like you even said yourself, the way that all these other markets operate. But they're saying, look, we're doing it on the blockchain. That's what makes it different.
No, but that adds value to it, but that's not the thing.
How does operating on the blockchain add value to it?
Because it's transparent and people want transparency.
Okay, who gives a fuck about transparency? Like, how does transparency make it valuable?
I care about transparency.
How does it make it valuable?
How, and that's what I want to say. Ask too. How is the U.S. dollar not transparent?
I said, hold on. What I said gives it its value is the technology and the scarcity. You're saying that I'm saying the blockchain does add value. You talking about this blockchain? Yeah, that adds value to it.
But again, though, like that's what I'm saying. Like,
but I'm not saying that's the thing that gives it its value.
These are the arguments that I'm making. These are the arguments that I'm making. Scarcity does not create value, right? Value is
supply and demand. The market principles disagree with you, but okay.
But market principles in the context of other things. You're simply saying
it's its own network. It's its own monetary network.
No, bro, but that's my point. That's my point. Within that monetary network, like it's like if I ask you what makes the dollar valuable, right? If I ask you what makes the dollar, what makes the yen valuable, what makes the franc valuable,
it's a medium of exchange.
It's a medium of exchange, but that's not no. It is a medium of exchange, but that's not what makes it valuable. What makes the dollar valuable is I can go into a store, look at something that costs $1, give that to the clerk, and they give me that product.
That's a medium of exchange.
That's a medium of exchange. No, bro. But it's not the medium itself. The medium of exchange itself does not make the medium exchange valuable. It's what that medium.
It's a call option on anything you want.
Literally, Monopoly, the money is a medium. Disney dollars is a medium of exchange,
right? But people don't want a Disney dollar for a house. People want a house for the U.S. currency. That's what I'm saying. That's what gives it its value to me because it is a strong medium of exchange.
Right. So
why you disagree with that when I said it?
No, bro, because
maybe I'm coming into it. Hold on, let me step out of debate. I just got out of a debate, so let me step out of debate.
Yeah.
Maybe we could just have a conversation. Maybe
no.
Maybe I'm unnecessarily challenging what you're saying when it sounds like we agree with what you agree with what I just said. But go ahead. I got to step out of debate mode. Let me go ahead, bro.
No, hold on, real quick.
Man, Astro was in the building. He stepped out.
Yeah, y'all can bring Astro back in, man. Y'all can get some other opinions on here. I don't know everything. But yeah, either way, I think the people do need to hear the conversation because if anybody picking up anything that's being put down, then everybody's winning. But I don't know everything. Bring Astro back on, man. Maybe he could chime in.
Let me not even beat around the bush no more. Cryptocurrency is the newest neoliberal project.
What you mean by that?
It's the newest way in which the same systems of capitalism are really replicating themselves, but giving itself like the way whiteness changed what it looks like in order to maintain its power. Capitalism does the same thing, but with neoliberalism, it tells you that we can change the world with these systems of capital. Because like
go ahead.
What's up? No, I mean because essentially the argument that decentralized this idea of decentralized currency can undermine fiat currency or undermine the ability for the dollar to have be as effective.
They can coexist.
But see that's not what people say though. Like the way that they push crypto is it's going to take over. Like money is.
No, those are people who are being extreme. That's extremism, Damo. Like I'm having to from a moderate stance. These can coexist. I mean, I took a more.
But that's why I brought it to like a stock.
Yeah. Like I took a more solidified stance during the debate. I got to stay farther over there. But both of these systems can coexist. You can have fiat and crypto can coexist peacefully together. You don't have to have one or the other.
Question, it's symbiotic. It's symbiotic. Like currency.
It can be.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like currency, if we just look at it, like if we look at it generally, like currency is established by what we decide. Period. Like if you took motherfucking monopoly money into a store, if that store took monopoly money,
That would be
Niggas would,
jiggy.
you know what I'm saying, get they
A belief
stack
system.
yeah,
Belief
you know what I'm
system.
saying? Niggas
Yeah.
would stack
But
them
fiat can exist without crypto. Crypto can't exist without fiat.
That's not true. That's
If
not
we
true.
if you had to solely
No, it
depend
can.
on cryptocurrency right now, you would be complaining because you have to wait for that value of the crypto to go back up. Like it's all down right now.
Not
So
true.
niggas can't even go to the store right now.
Yes, you can.
No, I'm saying you wouldn't. If you have $500 in cryptocurrency, woke up, it dropped down to 300. I'm not spending that. I'm waiting till it get back to 500.
Now, if you was really thinking, you wouldn't spend it at 500 anyway because you know its true value
No,
is much
I would
more
need
coming
to
out.
because we got to eat every day. I wouldn't have no choice. It's the only currency I have to eat every day.
Then this is what it does to fix the market. Since you know that, and this Bitcoin's very valuable to me, you're going to be very cautious about who you spend it with. You're going to want the best service. You're going to want the best things, and then that's going to have
Have you fainting on the side of the street, deciding
going to
whether
have to
you should
upgrade
eat?
them because they know, hey, I need that Bitcoin. I want that Bitcoin that you have, and you only gonna go for the best. So maybe you won't go to a
But
fast
you
food
have to
restaurant.
eat. So if all restaurants say, I don't give a fuck about class, the best restaurant in town serves steaks off the curb. You have to eat. You're spending that Bitcoin and you're eating off the curb. You're not gonna not eat because they don't offer you better quality.
You don't think that you shop around and go somewhere with better quality?
Yeah, we're
You not?
privileged now, but I'm talking about in this
That's what I'm saying.
society.
You're saying these extreme, like dystopian examples.
No. Because
But even within
remember,
that, crypto can exist by itself.
Yeah, but within crypto, and you brought that caveat out. All I'm saying in crypto, you wouldn't be spending money right now because you would be losing money
You'd be
if you
more
spent it right now.
cautious with your money. That's what you would be. You'd be more cautious, which isn't a bad thing. That's not a bad thing.
Sure,
to save, if I have the option, if saving my money is better than going out and buying something, I'm going to save. But right now, savers are losing.
Drop like right. Okay, the Bitcoin reached 63,000.
That means nothing. That means nothing to me telling me Bitcoin drop. I'm buying more. I bought some this morning. That means nothing.
Of course, because you have fiat currency to eat off of every day.
Yeah, so they're giving it away for free. Yeah.
Yeah. So
they're giving away the Bitcoin for free.
The Bitcoin made it up to 63,000. It's at half that right now.
Right.
So
what's your point?
If you had $500 in Bitcoin, and then you woke up and it was at 250, you can't use that Bitcoin to eat.
This is again why y'all let me strip it back for you. Bitcoin, I would not use it to buy food and buy stuff with. It's a 4-year hold minimum. What I would say,
we're talking about. No, sorry, but
let me make my point. Let me make my point.
That's real life. That's important.
I know.
But remember, the scenario is in the only crypto.
Can I make my point? I'm gonna give it to you. Give me 30 seconds. Buying Bitcoin is a 4-year investment at minimum. It isn't very good if you want to interact day to day buying stuff. If you want to use crypto buying stuff day to day, you can use a stable coin which stays at $1. It doesn't move. Tether, USDC, S.V.D.L, they stay at $1. That's a stable coin. You want to go buy different things? Use that. That's still a crypto. It's a stable coin.
That's
I wouldn't
why
buy
I was
bread with
stop
Bitcoin.
you.
I would use I would use USDC.
The context of the situation was that the crypto can't exist by itself. You don't have the option.
It is. USDC is crypto. It's a stable coin. Swap. Google stable coin.
It's a digital currency.
Yes, that's what crypto is.
Okay, the crypto is the decentralized one.
Some cryptos are decentralized. Not all of them are.
Okay, well, we're talking about the decentralized one.
Why?
Because that's the aspect.
Why?
Because that's the caveat that you said it's better by, because it's not centralized and it represents.
No, Bitcoin is one. Suave. Bitcoin is one of thousands of cryptos. There are cryptos that do things like exchanging everyday goods. They do that better than Bitcoin. That's a stable coin. It's still crypto. They're all under the umbrella of crypto. You're focusing on one. I'm saying step out of that box of just looking at one and say, hey, what other cryptos are here that we can analyze? And that's a stable coin.
I'm talking about, you're so off right now. This is weird. I'm talking about all decentralized cryptocurrency because that's what you were standing on. The fact that it was decentralized, it's sovereign. It's economic sovereign.
Right. So and it's more important than money. Yes.
Okay. So now in a scenario where you only have decentralized digital currency, you have to eat day to day. You can't wait for it to rise back up to 500 when it dropped down to 250. That's a horrible life. It can't exist on its own. You have to have a fiat currency.
Again, what you're saying is not true. You got a whole basket of cryptocurrencies that you can use. All of them. You can convert your Bitcoin to any other coin. You can convert them. That's what crypto is. You can convert your crypto. So if you want to interact and buy stuff, you can do that. But since it's
Yes.
decentralized, listen, since it's decentralized, Bitcoin I don't use as a medium of exchange. Why you think I said it's for your grandkids?
I
The
agree
Bitcoin's
with you.
not
You're
for you.
stepping back into reality. I agree with you.
Then what's your point?
I'm talking about the scenario where
That's
you're only.
right. But why would somebody say I'm only going to use Bitcoin when you got a whole
I didn't
basket of crypto
say.
to
I
use?
said all. I said all thousands, all the
Yeah,
thousands of
yeah.
decentralized cryptocurrencies.
There's not thousands of decentralized crypto. It's not.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I used all of the numerous different decentralized cryptocurrencies.
They're not.
If they drop, what's wrong? What happened? What I say wrong?
Crypto is the big umbrella.
Yes, we're
Some
talking
that are
about decentralized
decentralized,
crypto.
some of them that are decentralized are a fraction, small fraction.
hmm
There are other ones that are centralized. There are other ones that you can interact with day to day that don't move, that don't drop up and down. They stay at $1. They stay at
They
the price.
depend. They depend on based off the fiat currency.
No,
No, what is it? What is that dollar get its currency its value off of?
you can look into it, but they're backed by bonds. They're backed by the bond market,
Uh huh. Yeah, that's what the
international and
U.S. does.
domestic bonds.
Yeah, but that's still based off the currency of the Federal Reserve, like the
It's
balance of.
based off of a bond. You said it's not based off the currency. It's based off the bond market.
No, yeah, I'm saying, but what determines the value?
Buying and selling. Me and you interacting with these goods. Do you think that this water bottle is worth $5? I think it's worth $7, or somebody thinks it's worth $3. We're interacting, we're exchanging with this money.
Uh huh. Yeah, the cryptocurrency can't exist without the fiat. Man. You are not gonna be willing to live in a fully decentralized monetary system. You're not.
Well, what I'll say
Nah,
is this. I'm not even trying to
exist.
convince you of that. I'm saying my position, my true position, is that they can coexist. I don't have no problem with fiat existing.
Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah, yeah,
can both
yeah.
exist, and that's
Yeah,
Yes.
fine.
it can exist. It's just it's whenever we talk about the reason why I was saying like neoliberalism and capitalism was the problem is because whenever we talk about privatizing certain things, I think we get so caught up in the fact that we black people living in a white supremacist like society with a government that's ran by white supremacists that we look at like government as an entity as an issue when outside, like if we look at government theoretically outside of the system that we've been fucked under, you feel me? It's a lot of necessary functions that the government provides. And when we talk about like what I do think was an interesting argument that Suave made, was a convincing argument that Suave made. It was in the context of if something does happen to me with my bread, like with my fiat currency, there are certain avenues that I can go through using the United States government because it's protected under its monetary laws and all of that type of shit. When crypto being private, it's a lot of or being more a more privatized avenue. It's a lot of ways that it's a lot of ways that it could be manipulated or taken advantage of and not necessarily have the same recourse. Like it's like hacking.
It's a good and a bad. It's a double-edged sword that you can have your money in the bank insured by the FDIC, but you can also have your money manipulated by inflation through them saturating the money supply and you losing 7% every year. So have it. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
it has its pros and its cons.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I think ultimately a lot of things that people like attempted like that shit on just fiat currency with is literally just the nature of the beast. Like when you're dealing with like especially when you're dealing with like certain systems of capital, it for a lot of for the highest earners, it ain't just about what's happening in the U.S. economy. It's the global economy. It ain't just it ain't about just what happening with the dollar. It's what's happening with
these are
all
global
these
assets.
Yeah, exactly. And so really niggas arguing about fiat currency is really broke nigga shit. Cause motherfuckers out like people with the amount of fiat currency to not really give a fuck about it already have assets in just a bunch of other shit.
Yeah, and only a fraction of their wealth is liquid. They don't hold on to fiat. They don't hold it. They don't have a lot of their portfolio is like maybe 3% liquid, like that they have holding it in fiat because they know all their money's in assets. They buy art, they buy houses, they buy
like
things.
shit that's just considered valuable. So it really don't matter what currency it is. If I take gold, if I take it to these motherfuckers, whatever currency they exchange it for gold, I'm gonna get that. If I take it to another group of motherfuckers.
Now where you get into now, you're gonna probably understand why I took the step to say when it's fully adopted and we can trade these digital assets for the asset itself. That's the point that we're really getting to. Measure it in fiat and cashing out for fiat, that's small fries. Being able to, you can already use your Bitcoin as collateral toward a house, but let's just say like using your Bitcoin to purchase the actual asset, trading the asset for asset. That's full adoption. That's where I want to get to. Trading it for fiat, that's small fries. That's nothing in the large scale. That's why I keep saying that's where it should go. So when you calling it, that's why I was trying to narrow it down. When y'all are saying crypto, some of them that are trying to be currency, and Bitcoin is trying to be a currency. I'm not saying it isn't, but it's much more than that because it is the actual asset. It's like trading your gold for something, trading your gold for a pair of sunglasses. Like you think, hold on, my gold is worth more than these sunglasses. I'm not going to trade it for that. My Bitcoin is worth more than the pizza. My Bitcoin is worth more than the laptop, but you might say my Bitcoin is worth me having a home for security. My Bitcoin is worth a couple firearms if that's what you want to buy, but you determine that. But it's digital. That's why I say it's literally
digital.
Just
winning right now, man. That Bitcoin ain't gonna be shit in 10 years, man. I'm telling you. That crypto
actually, it really depends.
That cryptocurrency, it's all gonna be in the metaverse.
If the metaverse, well,
the metaverse is popping off.
Well, but I'm talking about the integration of the metaverse, because I was even reading this one thread that was explaining how, and I kind of agree with this shit, is that the metaverse isn't an actual place, but it's a moment in time where like we fully. You said what?
I said, oh shit, that's what y'all trying to get around with.
It's a moment in time where that transition happens to where that like our online lives become significantly more important than like our physical lives, which is, what I'm saying? So more so that's where cryptocurrency becomes even more valuable, because how are things navigated on the metaverse? How are things regulated in the metaverse? Like how do laws apply? How does what I'm saying, that type of shit work? Because the idea is that, for example, people really go shopping in the metaverse. People really go to work in the metaverse. They really, exchange goods over. So that means that there's some type of it's some type of currency, right?
It's the same.
That's going to be required to be exchanged. You know what I mean? So like, it's like literally buying Monopoly to pay Monopoly, and you pay for every Monopoly buck. You know what I'm saying? That you got to get. You know what I mean? That's the direction.
It's the same shit. It's just a different interface of which you enter your credit information and exchange, like you go to a website now and buy.
But the difference though is that's why I use the phrase integration, because how they because we already, like I said, like even how we talking right now, this is the metaverse. We all communicating.
No, it's not.
Electronically. But the idea is that nigga, they trying to get fully integrated to where nigga we could high five.
Like, it's gonna be like Ready Player One. Somebody in the chat.
Can't high five.
But that's what I'm saying. It's actually gonna be even. It's gonna be deeper than even Ready Player One, because it's also gonna be a point where like that AI like literally becomes smarter than. Well, actually, y'all ain't ready for that.
Well, let's say no. Let's say that we already.
I ain't ready for that.
We care about our social.
I'm not ready to hear you say it.
We already have been thoroughly prepped of caring about our social life, our electronic life, more than real life. You're on your social media, like we've already been prepped. So people aren't going to have an issue transitioning and caring about their metaverse life more than their, you know, the
People
actual.
do not want to get chipped. And unless you get chipped, you're not fully integrated. As long as you got to put on gloves and sensors on your body and the helmets and the visors, until motherfuckers say, I'm waving my natural hand and all of this shit is happening, you integrating with the sidewalk and storefronts, and every sign is showing you something personally for you while other people see other things that interest them. Like, all of that is transhumanism. That's going to take, you know what I'm saying, artificial intelligence to be integrated into your actual body. But as long as it's digital and it's artificial sensors, it's not really happening. Of course, you will be seeing motherfuckers walking around up and down the street with the shit like morons. Because that's how they trying to get it. Like,
But what makes
driving.
you say that's not really happening though?
Because
What do you consider really happening?
what's really happening is I'm dressed in an electronic suit that gives me the you know, I guess sensor. What is it?
I get what you're saying. So because it's happening electronically, it's not real. So is this real?
What would you describe this as? Do you think we're all sitting in the same room talking?
No. I do think that we are doing the fundamentals of what we're trying to do, even if we was in the same room, communicating with each other. Whether we in
No,
the same room or whether it's
because
electronic.
the threat of physical violence isn't there. So you know you could get some shit off.
Yeah, but do that mean that this is any less real because somebody can't punch you in the mouth?
Yeah, it is. I mean, and what's
No.
really happening is we're all sitting at our individual homes, communicating through a device that
Right.
links us together on the platform. Like, you know, but when people say, I'm in the room with you, you're not really in the room with me. You know?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. But that's the verbiage that we're gonna go into. So it's like, yeah, man, me and what's the name went to a party together. You know? Like, no, y'all didn't. That's not what happened in real life. But people, man. They want to be more powerful.
But what's good, Cold Wicked?
Shit, working as usual. Vibing out, just don't know, see what y'all fellas up to, man.
Shit, just got done that debate. Shit, what's your thoughts on crypto, man? Go ahead. Why you in here?
What's that?
I said, what's your thoughts on crypto, man? Why you in here?
Really, I ain't thinking too much on it. It's really been, I mean, it's old shit, really. This shit been, it wasn't popular back when it was, you know, first in the process, but now that everybody know about it, it's just really just trying to convert to being more used in paper money so they can actually eliminate paper money in the first place. So it's really,
Okay.
I mean, it's just something that, you know, I see is another way of them trying to be able to control how money is used and things like that. And I don't know. I just think we need to come. We can actually create our own currency, bro. To be honest.
Yeah. We have been doing that. Shit. But the you know, Akon got his own digital currency, Acoin. So, you know, it's happening. It's in the works. Guap coin. So, you know, we try and put something together, try and see what it's like. And Astro, I wanted to see you jump back on, man. We could probably chop it up about some stuff. Let me see if Astro gonna get on. But if not, man, I'm gonna let y'all, you know what I'm saying, do your thing. Rock out on here. You know, congrats to Suave. But yeah, man, I'll just jump back on if y'all want to talk some crypto or talk about the debate, anything like that. So this my post debate interview.
I mean, what are you what are your thoughts on pretty much on building crypto anyway?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of potential there, man. I think it's, way undervalued, underrated. People don't really understand what it is or how it works, and it's not fully adopted. I think it's less than 1% of people on Earth even own any type of digital assets, crypto in general. So I think it has a lot of room for potential, even if only 5% of the globe ends up getting into crypto. People who are there at 1% going to see a extreme gain. So I always say, I think about it this way: technology is a one-way street. This digital assets being here, starting out, being integrated into the monetary system, it's not going to go back. They're not just going to one day, this stuff is garbage, you're going to throw it. No, it's already integrated. They already using it because it solves a problem. If it solves problems, it's green, it's good for the environment, is energy efficient, and people use it and have value for it, it's going to
But
stick
it's
around.
not
So
energy efficient. You saw me show that shit burning more than countries trying to mine for cryptocurrency. That
yeah,
shit is real.
right, but you're not. Why wouldn't you focus on El Salvador that's using volcanic energy? Why would you focus on the ones that are, using mismanaging energy when you can
That's
focus on ones that are using natural resources?
okay. Well, you're denying the existence of the ones that's burning resources.
Because I'll say this:
You're telling me look
Bitcoin.
over here. I'm saying look at this problem. You say, well, look over here.
No,
No,
Bitcoin's one. Mostly every other crypto project is green. XRP, Cardano, they're carbon
no,
neutral.
not just crypto, but I'm saying just the crypto mining. People are
Yeah,
setting up
he's
But
talking about the
large.
niggas
that's
that
what I
mine
said.
it.
That's what I said. Not a lot of crypto is being a lot of coins are pre-mined. The carbon neutral ones are pre-mined. They're not mined. They're not continuing to mine them. The only ones that are mining are using the proof of work algorithm, which is a small few. Most other ones are using
That
proof of
is using a whole bunch of energy. So
again.
my only thing is that it's not energy efficient because we see the
Right.
energy that
You
is
got
being,
a whole umbrella of them, and you talking
and
about
only 1% of the earth. You said now think about 5% of the earth, and you
okay.
have 5% more people crypto mining in that way. Like that's horrible.
Well,
And the
Bitcoin's only
crypto
going to be
is
mined.
only,
It's
huh?
only going to be mined for another 100 years anyway. The last Bitcoin going to be mined in like 21 something. So only got
Yeah,
about
you
100
got that
years left.
power. Yeah, you
Huh?
definitely got that power. But I
Yeah. So
said it,
when
and
it's
the
done, it's
only
done.
reason
Then
crypto is
the
the
power.
answer is because you're complaining about the fiat currency you're under. If the fiat currency was gone, you would just be complaining about the crypto. You're only
No, that's not
the
true.
the value of the crypto is the people discouraged by the government, the
Again,
fiat.
that's not true.
Yes, it is because that's what you're comparing it to.
No, people that
That's,
want to utilize technology, can
and you
use it. People
digital
that want stuff that's fast and efficient can
and
utilize it.
use digital U.S. currency.
That's what crypto is.
Crypto is
Digital,
the
the federal digital
decentralized
dollar is
crypto.
cryptocurrency, Suave.
The who?
A federal digital dollar, a CBDC, a central bank digital currency, is
Mhm.
cryptocurrency.
And it's a fiat currency.
No, it is not.
It's a digital fiat currency,
No, it is not. It's a stable coin.
but it's backed by securities of the feds.
That's not what makes it fiat.
What makes it fiat?
That it's not backed by anything.
But it's backed by the securities
No,
of the
you
Fed.
made that up, Swab. The US dollar is not backed by no goddamn securities. You
Yes,
made
it
that up in the
is.
debate.
The
No, it's
U.S.
not.
dollar. The
The US
U.S.
dollar is
dollar.
backed up by tanks and guns and
No,
imperialism.
it's
And the
not.
fact
The
that they were
bond
stealing.
we print, the Treasury print bonds
Hey
based
man,
off of our
is it anything
securities
more
and
convincing in the
deposits
tank?
in
Is there
China.
anything more
No,
convincing in the tank?
the
I mean,
But
U.S.
let's be
let's be
honest
Treasury,
real.
about it. It's
the
imperialism that
U.S.
By
backed
the
the dollar.
Treasury
military
prints bonds.
is stronger to being backed by gold.
The U.S. Treasury
Yeah.
prints bonds based off our securities and trade them with the Feds for
And
Federal Reserve, though.
who's buying up a lot of these bonds, Suave?
The Federal Reserve. China? Shit.
That's a Ponzi scheme. That's a Ponzi scheme. That is a Ponzi scheme. The Federal Reserve, that's a Ponzi scheme that you're describing. Come on, man. And it's not backed by anything, it's backed by a promise. Now, they will fulfill on that promise. They will. They will roll them tanks up, them planes and drones. They will fulfill on that promise because it's backed by military might. It's backed by imperialism. That's what's backing your dollar, not a commodity, not a hard asset. But I'll leave it at that. What would you What was you about to say? Damo and Astro on here. What's up with y'all?
Listen, Astro. Let me say this: a lot of these crypto niggas is in a cult. Crypto's a cult. Forex is a cult. Like a lot of this shit is very cult-like behavior. Like you can always tell niggas in different type of financial, even like really stock. Like to be honest, stocks and shit is a cult too. But because it's a popular one, it's like Christianity. People okay with it. You know what I mean? Because it's like shit. We've been doing it, so you know what I mean. That's
Hey, you know what?
I
I don't
mean,
got a problem with that because I do. It's a lot of projects that I do believe in that I think that they're undervalued, and I believe that they're going to go up in value. Yeah, it's a belief system. So yeah,
right,
maybe it is
nah,
a cult. Maybe it is a
and that's what
cult.
I'm saying. Like, and I get that, right? That's why I don't really. You know what I mean, I let niggas do their thing. You feel me? But I do think it's always a level where niggas take it too far. You know what I
And what
mean?
would
And
you
it's
say
like
taking it too far is?
I think niggas over. I think niggas overvalue the revolutionary potential of blockchain technology. I think it has. I think it has some. I think it has some usage. Yeah, but I think it has usage in a certain in a certain niche. I think it's very useful for uh tech nerds in that
Let's say
industry.
this, Damo.
Like
Let's say it.
Silicon Valley is becoming a culture now. It's not just you know what I mean, just a profession. You know what I mean? So like especially with the explosion of NFTs and then everybody trying to get in on it, it's like it's not even video games are trying to make NFTs now, which is fucking ridiculous. Like in-game video game content being considered NFTs. But
That's what all the V
That's
Bucks
an
and all. I mean,
amazing
that stuff
idea
exists. That's
right
the
but no,
there.
V
no, no.
Bucks and
But
all that stuff.
not
Very
even. I'm talking
crypto.
about like we talking about like
Even art.
serialized
That's
stuff.
like buying an outfit on your digital avatar. Yeah, I get it.
No,
But
no. I'm talking about serialized. Like so, for example, like you buy. I forget the game, but if you buy like a mask
It's
for
like I
your
could sell you my Grand Theft Auto character. I could
but that
actually sell
Exactly.
you my car,
Exactly.
and
but
that
that
car
character
be
is serialized though. So it's like
yeah.
it's your it's you. You know what I'm saying? It's unique, right? It has its own. You know what I'm saying? Like identity, all of that other shit. But it's still it's valueless. It's really. You know what I mean? Just like, and it's really I mean, to be for real, a lot of this
Nah.
NFT
Let
shit
me
is
let me
get rich quick. Go
let me
ahead.
say something. Demo. I want to cut you off, right? But Suave, you make music, right? So
Yeah.
let's say imagine you make a song, right? And you know you can't. You're not signing like that. You make a song. Every time that song is sold, you get a portion of that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If you're an artist and you create an NFT, you can write a smart contract within that so that when that NFT is sold, you get a portion of that. And then if that individual sells that, you have nothing to do with it. You get a portion of that.
Hey,
Like for
actually, if
like
y'all want to learn more
niggas,
about this, go check out the Chop Up Show on YouTube. We got an episode, The Big Chop, with my homie Raul, actually breaking down smart contracts, and how niggas
see,
get
you
paid
already
off of that
know,
shit.
Domo.
Yeah, I like, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not new to this.
So
Seen it
when
in the
you
market.
ask, so when you ask what gives a crypto its utility, the smart contract in the blockchain, it depends on what your individual business is. Like
No,
some
right. No,
businesses,
that's what I'm saying. I do think that it has utility, like right, like for like I said, artists specifically in creative spaces, it does. But outside of that, when niggas start talking again, I know Strap said that he ain't really a part of that. He just his conversation is more about how it balances, you know what I'm saying, levels the playing field, and he also believes in the future of the technology. But there is a neoliberal lean to it, where capitalism is able to disguise itself as anarchy, able to disguise itself as anti-establishment. You know what I mean, and that's what the tech industry does with cryptocurrency, in order to distance itself from being a part of the establishment. But it all it's
I
doing
mean, you know
is
what? I'll be honest with you. That like that aspect may be true, but like I don't invest in it for that. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
because it is
I
venture
no.
capitalists behind some of it. Yeah.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
Mhm.
Regardless, like the blockchain technology, anybody who sees like I've been like buried balls deep in this cryptocurrency thing for a year, and I've been watching the wave that it's taking. And regardless what you think about it, there's too much mainstream money going into crypto right now. For you to say that it's not real or it's a joke or it's, I mean,
That's more so
Well,
you
that's-
making
that
my
would be
point.
proving
Go
his
ahead.
That would be
like,
proving his
like
point.
I ain't gonna lie, I got my son sitting here and I'm faded right now. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really get.
No, you good, but that proves his point though, because you do have venture capitalists
That
behind.
nigga said I'm getting faded with my
Hey.
son.
No.
But
God,
that
y'all
doesn't
crazy.
delegitimize its utility though.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. It's like people invest in this crypto and people see it. There's too many things that it is.
But
It's
not
too new right
revolutionary.
now, and
It's a lot.
it is
but it's not
revolutionary, bro.
revolutionary.
It is
Bitcoin is.
revolutionary. Like
It's
what,
no,
like
it's
what,
innovative.
what you are
Bitcoin is.
what you are about to see happening in the world with this cryptocurrency, like
Hold
this
on, tell me.
metaverse stuff is just the beginning. Do you know what Ethereum is?
Give me an example. No.
Do you know?
Fuck that.
I'm
Fuck
asking
that. Because here niggas go.
Bro,
go.
I'm about to
Bring
give you an
the
example.
world. Give me an
I'm
example of
about to
what?
give you an example, but I need to know. Do you know what Ethereum is?
Yes, I know what the fuck Ethereum is.
Okay, so what you should know is that Ethereum within itself is like an entire ecosystem. It offers
How?
that platform offers it offers.
No.
And that's what
I'm saying
You're
like
saying
an
how?
entire
You're saying how, bro? Listen, and you stop
Because you
stop
could
cutting me
build on
off. But
layer
listen,
2.
exactly, bro, and it offers
okay,
whatever.
but
What I'm
hold
saying,
on,
what
hold
I'm
on,
saying.
time out,
Listen
time out,
to
time
me,
out.
Domo.
Let's
What I
move-
am saying.
Let's move. Hold on. Real quick. Let's move away
The
from the jargon.
consensus algorithm is proof of stake.
When I say how, I'm talking about materially.
Okay, now let me answer that.
Okay.
Depending on what your business is, if you are a bank, there are protocols that can be written on Ethereum where now you're dealing with faster transactions. You were dealing with the amount of transactions that you can get handled in a day. You feel what I'm saying?
The whole point was to undermine banks. That's the whole point.
Ethereum's not going to undermine
what you're getting into it for. That's what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm saying to you. There are too many different aspects.
How
If
is
you're
that
getting into it with
banking more efficient?
If you are getting into it for banking, you're making banking more efficient. If you're saying like, this is what I'm saying, dude. There are too many different avenues that blockchain offers.
Yes, but the avenues that you've explained are all traditional capitalist institutions.
That's because this is the thing, Domo. I'm not a person who invested. I don't get into cryptocurrency to get away from the American dollar. I don't get into cryptocurrency because I think it's going to destroy the American dollar. I see a use for both of them. So it's like that's what I'm saying. I see the reality of the future of where this is going.
That's the selling point. Even the rhetoric that I guess the difference. What's happening right now is you're marketing cryptocurrency.
Because I know what it is. Because I know what it is.
Bitcoin is
hold on. But so when I hear you say things like revolutionizing things and all of that, I'm thinking you're talking about how things are actually done in the material world. You're literally
do you see what's happening in the material world? The material world is moving into the metaverse. The material world is moving into the metaverse.
Like that makes no sense. That makes the material.
Well, obviously, we're seeing things on two different levels.
Hold on. No, bro. Like that's what I'm saying.
Like Adidas. You have stores like Adidas, which is a physical store, creating. They're literally spending thousands, millions of dollars to create.
That means
studios in the metaverse. So it means the physical world is moving into the metaverse. Obviously, not physically.
How many times I can go? I can go to the website and buy some Adidas right now, right?
Yeah,
without having to do all the extra
line already. I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
let me deal with you a little bit, Damo.
These things have already existed because we're getting more. Like, I could play Mario on Super Nintendo and have fun, or I could play Mario on a Switch and have fun.
Hey, Damo,
I'm playing fucking Mario.
Yeah, but you can't.
Bitcoin revolution is revolutionary, not Ethereum, but Bitcoin is.
Okay, again, how?
It eliminates the need for a bank. You can unbank yourself.
And there are many things on Ethereum as well. That's what I'm saying.
But hold on.
Bro. I don't give a fuck about no bank.
Do this. Hold on, Astro. This
like niggas put my shoebox. It eliminated
it's more than banking, bro. It's banking. It's gaming. It's information. It's dog. I'm just sticking on banking because that's easy to see, dog. There's way more than that.
Listen,
Which
I
real
agree.
fast,
I
which is
think we
one
have
of the
so the
biggest
conversations that we have, right?
use
Like I get,
cases
yeah.
of it.
Dreaming, fucking.
Oh yeah, pro. My
Jesus.
bad, pro black. Go ahead.
Now, I'll
Speak
just
up.
point that one
I don't
thing
get
out.
smoked.
You was asking what gives it value, like that
Yes.
what they saying about banking. That's one utility of it that makes it value. That's what gives cryptocurrency
Right. No.
value.
No. Yeah, I get that. But you talking about the block? That's what make the blockchain technology valuable, right?
No, the crypto lives on the blockchain. So
Right. But when we talk about making banking more efficient with blockchain technology, that's what you said makes banking more efficient. Crypto doesn't make banking more efficient.
no, crypto
blockchain
has
technology.
value. Crypto has value because of the use case. One of the
And
use cases
it,
is banking.
it makes banking more efficient because of the international remittance market of transferring your US dollar to peso or peso to the dinar or to the yen to the dollar.
Right.
All of that
Right.
friction.
So as that.
No. All of that friction, crypto eliminates that friction between the two. So it does. It can revolutionize banking, but it can also destabilize banking.
But that's what I'm saying. It creates another avenue. It doesn't. When we talk about revolutionizing,
So stop
I'm
saying
thinking
crypto as a whole.
about
Identify
changing
a
the
project
market,
that you're talking
making
about.
the market more efficient, or making the avenues more efficient, or creating better ways to do things that are already done. That's what we talk about. Something.
Let's
different.
specify the conversation.
I guess I'm not pushing back against. Like, to be clear though, I guess I'm not pushing back against stat.
It sounds like you're pushing back against the fact that I used the word revolutionary. So let me take that back.
Not even necessarily that word. It's just more so the conversation associated with cryptocurrency and blockchain technology actually undermining. You know what I'm saying? U.S. economies, banking, and overtaking.
That's why let's get into the weeds of it. When you say crypto is general as that, it could go either way. But when we talk about Bitcoin specifically, yes, Bitcoin has the power to replace the global reserve currency. It's already legal tender in a sovereign nation. And if people did fully adopt it, you would have no need for a bank because it's a true peer-to-peer transaction. So that cryptocurrency could destabilize the financial institution, the legacy system. Other ones are there to help them. So that's why I say, get specific of which one you're talking about. Then we can progress the conversation.
No. I'm talking about like what you just said, peer-to-peer transactions.
Right.
That's exactly okay. That's where we run into the issue of privatization. Because
what you mean by
because
that?
Regulating peer-to-peer transactions, right? That's the purpose of.
Hey, Damo, why you think the blockchain exists? That's what it's there for, to regulate our peer-to-peer transactions because it's trustless. I don't know if you're going to double spend.
But how is it? But if it's decentralized, how is it regulated?
Through the blockchain. The blockchain is the verification. No. Damo, the blockchain is the verification that shows every transaction that's happened on the network. That's the verification. That's the point of truth that we have.
Let's talk about disputes, though. Let's talk about disputes. Let's talk about.
Then that block isn't mined. It's not a part of the hash. It doesn't get included in the hash function if there is a discrepancy.
But see, again, the conversation that I'm having is the material conversation, though. Like I'm talking about not just what's happening in the blockchain, like what's happening on a technical level, but the material usage, the everyday because that's what it would require to replace the currency as we use it today. Right, it's the ability to like do those direct exchanges, right, in like both materially and electronically, because like that's what we do now, right? So if I want to buy a game, I can go into the store, hand them money. I can go to the store, hand them a card, or I could just go online, enter card information, and do all of that the same way, right? Now
that's what happens when you're using a crypto debit card, Damo. That the time, if you have one Bitcoin, the time of the transaction, that's the price that it'll sell at in your account. The same thing happens.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. When you say it can replace, it can.
What I said was a federal,
Yeah. I see how when you say it can replace the dollar. I understand what you're saying with that, right? What I'm saying is
it can replace the dollar as a Federal Reserve currency.
It has the potential. It has the potential. Its function has the potential, right? Its function
right.
as
It's
potential.
Yes. Yes, that's
Okay,
what I'm saying.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I won't even fight that. I won't
No
even
problem.
fight that. I'll give you that. Its function does have the
disagree?
potential to do that.
Huh?
No, I was saying I would agree with its function having the potential to replace currency.
Yeah, and that's why I said that's revolutionary. That's revolutionary. You don't think that is replacing the global reserve currency? You don't think that's revolutionary?
I mean, but having the potential to, I mean, any like, you know,
I think it has a realistic chance.
I'll
say this, Damo. Once a sovereign nation adopted it and made it legal tender, that's the first domino, honestly.
Bro, but that's the thing, though. What like the countries that determine who gets considered sovereign or not, right? Like it don't matter.
I just say a country. Leave the word sovereign out. A country has adopted it as legal tender.
Okay, but that's what I mean, though. So like that's cool for internally for that country, right? But when we're talking about we're talking about like global powers and how like the U.S. economy and you know what I'm saying the European economy,
you'd of course have a smaller market that would adopt it first. You'd have it in El Salvador adopt it before China. You know, obviously.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. So it's like I don't think that I don't think that even though it has the potential in terms of its utility to do it, because of like, and this is why I keep talking about the function of government. Like niggas is so caught up in like saying like, you know, are you Strap? Let me ask you this: are you libertarian, bro?
I wouldn't necessarily put myself in that box, but with some, as far as Bitcoin is concerned, if you're saying that, you know, if I do adopt this and that makes me libertarian, I do agree with some of the principles.
Well, no, I mean, I'm asking just more so in terms of your views because
some of them, some.
I mean, I get Suave's argument in terms of the securities portion being and well, not even necessarily like being backed by coal and all that shit, but more so being incentivized by the U.S. government, right? Like having that mediation behind the currency. I trust that more so, even with not fucking with the government, than I do the blockchain. Primarily because the laws exist for a reason. I think that's what people forget, right? Like I remember, like in some of my political science classes, like one of my teachers was breaking down how like there's a law in the books in Norman, Oklahoma, that you can't walk an alligator on Sundays. Right, you can't walk an alligator on Sundays in Norman, Oklahoma. Somebody had to try to do that in order for that law to get put on the books. So the reason why monetary policy is created is to make sure that like that the avenues and the ways in which these exchanges are taking place are protected. And if there are disputes, right, it's not who has more. Well, ideally, it's not who's more.
I got you. But here's my issue where it comes in. Here's where the libertarian piece comes in, and where I think that the laws are overstepping their boundary. Something like money, which should be able to interact with you, but in a trusting system where we have to trust financial institutions, they then have the power to seize and coerce or forfeit the very same money that should be under my ownership. The benefit of having, you know, cryptocurrency and digital assets, it's censor proof. They can't, like Julian Assange, for example, you know, a political prisoner, or the Black Panther parties, you pick one. If they're doing things that the government deems as illegal,
did you just put Julian Assange on the same? Did you put Julian Assange on the same level as the Black Panthers, bro?
No, I'm not. I'm just using that to a point to say somebody in political exile. Whether you agree with what he did, political exile. I'm just saying that. If you agree with their message and you want to send them cash to finance some type of revolution, you can't do that with cash, because you don't truly own it. Now, if you wanted to do that with cryptocurrency, because I can interact with you peer to peer, we now have that ability because it's censor proof. And I don't think that any financial institution should be in charge of telling me who I can and can't interact with. So that part, libertarian, yeah, I am financially, because I should be able to make that decision.
I mean, yeah, that's the nature of the beast of government. Like, what's up, Black Son? It's the nature of the beast of government. I mean, but the people in control, kind of push those, you know, push that conversation. I think that though, ultimately, you just end up seeing, like, I know it's a project right now. Like cryptocurrency is something that's is new and it's innovative, but ultimately, what you're gonna see is the same kind of forms of control being replicated, but not by governments, but by individual actors, by privatized actors. Like, by
in which
by
ways? Can you give me an example of that?
I mean, just like we said, like even when we talk about the accessibility of blockchain, like what's required, right? Like like for example, there'll be a lot of people like if you say that that this technology, say it becomes widespread usage, it's gonna be a lot of people using it that don't know shit about it. They don't know how blockchain function. They don't know like all the necessary.
Well, do you have to though? Do you have to know how the internet works to use the internet?
But that's exactly how people. But that's the point.
Like that's what I'm saying. If it has a functionality,
I hate to agree. I got to agree with Domo though, and I think looking at this crash right now is a part of that happening. I do. I think crypto stands for something, but I think what we're seeing is these major corporations using their usual trading tactics to shake people out of this crypto industry, and that's what we're seeing with this crash right now. And I think that's how what Domo's talking about is going to happen.
Right. I mean, because the fact, like I said, the fact that Elon Musk could fuck up the markets, like the stock markets with a tweet, and crypto with a tweet, both reflect that Elon Musk
doesn't have
has
that power anymore. He don't have that power no more though.
Well, I mean, like that's the point I'm making. Like because it's about speculation. So you see Elon Musk, who's a big player in the tech game, make a particular statement, it's gonna influence how other people look at like what's happening, right? Like when, for example, when Xbox bought Activision for however many $1 billion, Sony lost $20 billion fucking dollars in his market value just because it was like, damn, what the fuck y'all gonna do? Based off speculation.
I think the only reason it has such an effect on the crypto market is because the crypto market hasn't separated itself like the stock market has. You have a lot of different sectors in the stock market, and then the crypto market, Bitcoin pretty much rules everything. You know what I'm saying?
But see, I don't think the crypto market's ever going to decouple because it's a global asset. So it'll move in unison with the stock market. But the difference is you're going to get in real time what the actual value of Bitcoin is. When it drops, it ain't no stop gaps. It ain't no stop losses like they do with the stock market, like they do. Stock market, it dropped 5%. Hold up, we done traded for the day. Y'all stop. They have stop gaps in to where it can't tank. The crypto market can, but that's what gives you the genuine price reflection of what the market says it's worth. And right now, the market says that one Bitcoin is worth 39K.
Do you know the market share? Like, in terms of Bitcoin, like, do y'all know who controls, like, who has, like, where most of Bitcoin is locked up with?
A lot of some of it is in cold wallets. And some of it is still being mined. So, a majority has already been mined, like 19, million out of the 21 million have already been mined. Many of them, if you do look at the on-chain metrics, many of the wallets that hold 10,000 plus Bitcoin, the large whales, have held it for over 7 or 8 years, and they haven't even sold one. So people with on-chain metrics say
China.
People with less than one Bitcoin, frequent action. They're the ones that are, doing constant change. But the whales and the coin metrics, reflect this, that they're not selling. And I know why they're not, because they know the value of what they have. And they know it ain't worth $38,000. And it ain't worth $70,000. This is built to be $1 million asset. They know what they hold.
China's been mining Bitcoin since the beginning, man. I think they're still holding most of it.
They might be. Yeah, anybody anywhere can have some of it. They might be.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, bro, I'm willing to take some of this crypto smoke, man. I think cryptocurrency and blockchain technology is the latest neoliberal project to obfuscate the way capitalism works, to kind of contain wealth and value in select circles. I mean, I don't think crypto does anything to move away from that. I think it requires.
Can we get specific on that? Because I think we do disagree there. Can we get specific? Like, I think that a project like Ethereum that has a lot of venture capitalists that were early investors and they hold like 60% of the tokens. Yeah, that is true. Venture capitalists, they're going to manipulate that. But I would say all of the layer 3 solutions, all of the Web3 projects like Cardano, like Polkadot, like Chainlink, some that are, decentralized, those do not lend themselves to be manipulated, or when you're saying about still controlled through capitalism, or rewired, or reintroduce capitalism, I definitely don't think Bitcoin fits into that description. If you want to do that one, we could. Like, if you got a specific one that you're saying, but I'll say the layer 3 projects, they aren't.
No, I mean, let's even that's what I'm saying. Even with Bitcoin, like, what are you saying about Bitcoin now?
Well, just so I have you right, it was your point that cryptocurrency lends itself to be manipulated by a new version of capitalism, in which power is still going to be maintained within the hands of people who already have said monetary power. Is that like essentially what you said?
What I said is that cryptocurrency wants you to believe in a new form of capitalism when it's actually an older form of capitalism, using the neoliberal perspective of allowing the markets to dictate society and how society functions. And within that value system, the same shit that we see in the capitalist systems that we currently deal with will be replicated in systems that even prioritize cryptocurrency.
Because it is truly a free market at its core, I do think that it does have some elements of capitalism. But whether or not we see that manifest, but here's my point though, whether or not we see that manifest depends on whether or not people accept it and adopt it. So let's say, for example, all the black people in your city, you from LA or Kansas City, let's say every black person just in let's just say your family put $10 in Bitcoin 20 years ago, like what that does, just for you and your family. Let's expand it to your city.
Thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
I appreciate it, bro. What that would do for your city, just black people just in your city, how that would change it, and how that wouldn't mirror the same things that are happening now to black people, because it is truly a free market that everybody in the developed world has access to.
Hello?
Yo.
Oh,
but yeah, Black Son, you could jump in there, man. I'm taking up a lot of airtime, man. Y'all, you go ahead, you do your thing, bro. Or whoever.
Oh, no, appreciate that, Strap, man. Good to meet you, brother. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you as well, bro.
Peace, Black, and peace.
Hey, what's going on, brothers? What's going on, man? Is Suave here by any chance?
Hey, I gotta drop off real quick. I'm gonna hop back on in a little bit though.
Yeah, do you think?
All right, no problem.
Yeah.
Peace.
But no, he might have dipped out and did something real quick.
Okay, that's cool. Hey, when's your next debate, Strap? Shoot. I
don't know, man. I got to get 5 in by April, so excuse me. So I at least got trying to set something up. You got something you want to debate about?
Sure. I got one because the guy I was supposed to debate, I just found out he quit. I'm like, oh wow. Orthodox Moore.
Moore quit? I didn't even know he was back. And what was y'all going to debate? Maybe I could take his place.
Okay. Herbivores. Are we herbivores or omnivores?
I say omnivores.
Oh, perfect. I got the perfect debate for you, Strap. Oh shit. How long do you need, brother?
Let me think. Make sure I ain't setting myself up to walk off a cliff.
Well, you just said we omnivores. You said it was.
Yeah, no, I do say that. Now, here's my next question in my mind. Can I prove that in the debate? Okay. Are we just so I have clear?
One. Okay.
So are you saying, when you said, are we like supposed to be omnivores? Is that what you? Are we supposed to be herbivores or omnivores? Is that what you're saying?
Or which one is better? You want to
word
it? Okay, no. What I'm saying is that we are herbivores. We're not omnivores. We have.
You say we're not designed to be omnivores.
No, sir. No, sir.
All right, hold on. Let me check something real quick.
Okay. Oh, I'm glad you're typing that up, brother. I got something for that too. I'm so glad you're doing that.
What you think I'm typing up?
Something that relates to the USDA and our educational system, because they control all that.
Not at all, man.
I'm giving myself away. Oh, okay.
No, not me. You want me to tell you what I just looked up?
Uh-oh.
Because I got 2 points. Let me see.
Okay. I got some
I,
points too, man. I think this is a good introduction. Strapping Black Son. This is man, I love it already, brother. I love this.
yeah, I think that's interesting too. Okay, it's out of my lane a little bit, but hey, let's do it, man. That's interesting. I like that. Let me see. So
Okay.
are we supposed? Well, not are we supposed to be? How did you and him have it worded? What was your exact wording?
Mine was just straightforward. Are we omnivores or herbivores? But however you wanna label it, I'm open to that, brother. Whatever
But I don't
you
want to
feel
take the
comfortable
easy
with.
way. I don't want to take the easy way and show like we're clearly omnivores. Like people are eating meat, like a small fraction of people are herbivores. So like, are we? That don't really get to the root of what we're talking about.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like people clearly
Right.
eat meat, so we can do both. But you're saying that the life of an of a herbivore is better for us. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Well, see, I would lose. Ooh, see, I don't want to give too much away. So you
Look, this is my first time hearing
said
about it, man. You
because we
probably
eat
already got
meat.
your presentation and everything. I'm coming at it blind.
Okay.
And,
Right.
and, and what,
But you're at an advantage because we do. Because a lot of us we've been conditioned to eat meat. So actually, I'm at the disadvantage, Strap.
well, I mean, for the health benefit wise, you're definitely an advantage. I mean, you're arguing. I'm really on there arguing for behalf of,
Yeah, but right, you
say that again.
arguing for grandmama, grandpapa, you arguing for grandmama, grandpapa, you arguing for all that. You arguing for the way black people get been conditioned. You're arguing for the USDA educational system. You're arguing for the big corporations. So you're the David. I'm sorry. I'm the David. You're the Goliath in this damn
Yeah,
debate.
I wouldn't use none of that type of stuff in my debate. I wouldn't stand on none of that. About what the
Okay, got you.
USDA
That fair enough.
says, yeah, I wouldn't stand on
Ooh,
none of that.
yeah.
I mean, that's
Ooh,
all
damn.
manipulated. And I mean, if we are following the USDA, like we're in the worst health position that we've ever been in. So clearly, following their advice hasn't helped us. So
Ooh,
let me
god
see.
damn. God dang it. Ah.
But yeah, let me.
Dang.
Yeah, you know what? Let's
Oh,
lock
you
it in.
good, Strap. You good, Strap.
Oh yeah, the best I'm not gonna go down the usual paths. I haven't done no research on it. I'm coming at it, you know, strictly blind. But this is an interesting topic. This will give me, a reason to research something
Right.
different and talk about something different. That's good. So we
I
can
already
figure
know.
out.
Yeah, I already know it's gonna be right. I already know it's gonna be a tough debate because you're not jumping in it like Morris did. He came from a position of tradition, and we're already doing it. So hey, I can debate you on that, Black Sun, but you're really careful with this thing. I like it. I
Yeah,
like it
I was,
already.
make sure I ain't walking myself off a cliff, because you already got your gun loaded up. You got everything loaded up and ready to go. So I want to do that. We can figure
Right,
out the
right.
exact. We can really make it as simple as omnivore versus herbivore.
Okay.
And I really did. I cut out a lot of meat out of my diet, man. It's a lot of health benefits to cutting meat out of your diet. So yeah, I mean, I do
Okay.
agree with your position, but I'll still take the other side. We could debate it. I think it'll be a good one.
Okay, and the reason why you hadn't cut how 100% would be a good part in that debate too,
Say
because
that again.
you're still holding on. I said for the simple fact you're still holding on, you ain't cut it out 100% shows that you'll be strong in the debate because whatever is keeping you there will give you that strength and that pushback during the debate.
Yeah,
Because I
but
always try to
really,
find
it's
out what is keeping you there. What is keeping you there?
lack of discipline. knowing, knowing,
Oh,
knowing how good a steak tastes, and every once in a while wanting a big steak. That's what's really it. Lack of
ooh,
discipline,
I got
not
some.
any, not granted anything help, but don't let that confuse you, brother. I'm gonna still come in with something. I had something.
Oh, I know you're gonna come swinging. I know you're gonna come with guns blazing, Strap. I already know it, bro. You know what I'm saying? And congratulations on your score, man. At 136. Hey, that was nice, brother. You definitely ain't got no rust on your, cobwebs on your joints there. So
No, I
I
felt a
already know
little
I'm gonna be in a
rusty,
fight.
man. Yeah, we gonna have a good one. I felt a little like some of the rules or the specifics of when you can share, when you can't. I had too much information. Really, I think I should cut some stuff down. But just first one back in there. I ain't debating in like 2 years, so it's good to be back in there. But yeah, we can lock that one in. We can talk the solo off air about getting a date for it. But I like that topic, bro.
Okay, okay, I like it too. Okay, well, just man, let's let's set up a day, brother. I like that,
Cool.
man. I like that because that's what I'm not gonna lie, bro. I was waiting for you to just jump in there because most guys just jump in there because, like I said, we've been eating meat. So what's the big deal, right? But you were like, oh, wait a minute, no, 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 no. So yeah,
Right.
you already were cautious with the basics like the USDA, that you just like me. It's not necessarily that you need. So yeah, oh man, oh shit, this is gonna be tough. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
yeah,
tough
we're
now.
gonna do it, man. We're gonna do it. But what you was about to say something else. I think I cut in to say what was your debate topic with him and all that. But you was about to say something else in the beginning.
Um, no, basically I was just saying that the way he just basically, because he was like, he's kind of like you, Strap. He was like, well, I don't eat meat, I just eat fish. I said, oh, well, you eat fish. He said, well, yeah, but we need fish. We need some type of protein. I said, oh, he said the P word. Oh shit, it's gonna be an easy ass debate, you
Hmm.
know. And yeah, Orthodox more just kind of jumped out there because he used the number one no word in the veganism world, which is protein. You know, which that's easy to debunk. I'm hoping he wasn't. I mean, I had a feeling he was going to use the canines debate. I'm like, I'm gonna kill that. It's just so many, man. Oh man.
Hold up.
Well,
Maybe I shouldn't get
like
in
I
this
was
debate
told.
with you, dog.
Oh shit! Did I? Oh Lord! What did I say? Oh, what did I say?
Yo, I was thinking because I did. I was like, yo, we do have canine. Okay, then maybe this is a part where I can learn something. So why do we have canine teeth? Because that's what I thought it was for. So why do we have canine teeth?
Say that again. I'm sorry, man. I was in a bad area. Sorry. Say that again, Strap.
No, you good. I said so that I was going to use that as a part of the argument. So why do we have canine teeth?
No, Strap.
Yo, I could probably learn.
No,
No,
you
that's what I'm
want?
saying. I could probably learn. I don't know. Why do we have canines then? I don't know.
Oh God, Strap. Come on, man. Come on.
Tell me, bro. I don't know
Come
everything.
on,
I
baby.
can still learn. Yo, I can still learn. What is? I don't know. Tell me. Why else do we have
Oh,
canines other than to, we got these
oh,
sharp teeth for a reason.
Strap.
Bro, I'm telling you, I don't know. Let me know. What is
Oh
it?
God. Oh, Strap. No, you didn't
Come
just
on,
tell me
man.
your canines are sharp. Please, brother. You own a dog.
Huh?
I'm sorry. Do you own a dog?
Nah.
Oh, you don't own a dog. Okay, I was just going to tell you. Look at. Okay, but you seen the dental work of a dog, right?
Right.
All his teeth are sharp. See, people just look at the canines, like the front teeth, the
Right. But
back
then what?
teeth, their
But
molars.
but let's.
Right.
But a cow, which is an herbivore, has no need for
Yes.
canines. It doesn't have any canines. They're all like the flat grinders because that's better for meat. You can grind it off. Your canines do nothing are useless as far as eating plants. That's what I'm saying. You might be able to teach me something. I don't know. Why else do we have the canine other than to be able to rip and tear into things?
See, that's where we step into evolution.
Okay, which says
Okay, so you know, chimpanzees. Well, orangutans. Because I don't even use chimpanzees because sometimes they eat birds and shit. But what I'm saying is that most of your primates have canines,
okay,
but you got some primates that are pure frutivores, meaning they don't touch no type of meat whatsoever, but they have canines also.
okay.
So that's why I'm saying the whole now and okay. So another thing I want to add to that is that our
So we've been
I
evolved to have something that we don't need. Is that your point?
yes, yes, that's why they shrunk down.
Do you have proof of that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. So my proof of that. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna get pseudo on you. I'm gonna just get pseudo on you.
let's hear it, man.
Why
This is
is
time
it
for it.
okay? So omnivores, the real omnivores, their canines are protruded. Why are ours flat and short and dull? But you say they sharp
Um,
though.
Well, really, the core of the argument would be why we have them at all, not necessarily what direction they're facing or whether they're protruding out. The real argument would be why do we even have them?
But see, then we had to get into now I would go into the conversation of evolution.
Right.
Because
So,
we
right,
have a lot of
evolution by
things in
natural
our
selection. What does it do for traits that are useless? Do they continue or do they not continue?
No,
If it's not useful for us to have an eye in the middle of our forehead, and when somebody was born with that deformity, are they going to be able to pass that deformity on? No. So if we have something that is beneficial and everybody continue to have it, even through our, what you said, our evolutionary ancestors, primates, you want to go there, if they have it and it's continued to be passed down, what does that tell you about the utility of it?
Well, you can make that same argument or that same concept towards, we have what they call the spine bifida, which is a short version of a tail.
Okay.
We do have that, so I can make the same argument. Like, well, why do we have the spine bifida? Like, why is that still there? It's not like protruding, but it's there. If you do an X-ray, you see a slight where basically you can now, like I said, it goes back to evolution. You can see where it devolved because you can see where a start of a tail was there. And actually, yeah, we did have tails when we were swimming as sperms, but that's a whole nother conversation.
So are you, when you saying herbivores, you just saying plants? Okay.
Yes. Well, not only plants, but okay, so you got any children?
Yes.
Okay. So daughter, son?
I got a little girl.
Sharing? Little girl. Okay. So when you held your little girl, her eyes were open, right? Weren't they open when she was born? She might have been squinting, but her eyes were open.
Yeah, I think so. From what I remember.
I think so. Fair enough. Okay, so would you say, okay, after a day,
I can't say for sure. I don't remember. Go ahead.
So, okay, would you say within 3 days her eyes were open?
I'm not saying that yet. She could open her eyes, but they don't really keep their eyes like open, like wide open. They might open them from time to time, but they still sleep like 80% of the day.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So what I'm saying in this argument or this conversation that we're having is most humans, if not all humans, are born with their eyes open. Okay. Now, I'm not going to use this in a debate, but I'm just using it as an example. All omnivores are born with their eyes closed. Their eyes stay closed for like a couple of weeks. But if you look at a horse or a cow, they're born with their eyes open. Deer, they're born with eyes open. Okay.
So your assumption is that the child is omnivore?
No, sir. I'm saying that the child is similar. The birth process is similar to that of a herbivore than an omnivore. Omnivores are born with their eyes closed. They stay closed and shut for 2 weeks.
So because they're born with their eyes closed, that's evidence that they're a herbivore?
That's just one evidence. I mean, I can really.
No, we don't gotta go. I just try to see. I just wanted to see where you. Okay, I see where you're going with that. That because
that's just one example. I would use that. I get you. Okay.
It's all new information to me, brother. I'm be honest with you. It's all new to me. I get you.
Okay.
There's a lot of health benefits to eating just plants. I'm with you on that, and that is true.
I take it a step further. I'm gonna take it a step further, Strap. God damn it. You know what? I'm gonna put it out there. God damn, fuck this. I'm gonna put it out there. So I've had people come at me and say, well, Black son, vegans, they still get cancer. They still get cancer, really? Okay, so one thing we need to understand is that, and please disagree with me, please jump in, is that cancer, heart disease, high blood pressure is a rich man's disease.
From where we are in the world, we are comparatively rich as far as the least the quote unquote undeveloped world. Yeah, we are rich in comparison to them. So yeah, we do have access to a lot more than people who don't develop those diseases have. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, now would you agree that you have to feed cancer? Do you agree to that?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay, damn. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to debate somebody else on that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure about
So,
it. I don't know.
okay. So it's been scientifically proven, Strap, that we all have what we call uncle genes. Okay, uncle genes after a certain point, when our leucine levels go up, meaning you only need a certain amount of protein to feed yourself. In fact, after you become, I don't know, past age 4, no, after you stop breastfeeding from your mama, you don't need that protein no more. You follow me?
I don't know if I agree with that, but go ahead.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. Okay, so, and a lot of people, mostly Americans, don't agree with that. And that's why we have the highest cases of cancer, because the leucine, we only need about, I'm about to get biblical on you. We only need about 666 grams of leucine in our body, period. After that, you go past 666, you start feeding your uncle genes. You activate your uncle genes. Your uncle genes are what activate cancer.
Okay, that might be true. I
So,
never heard that before, man. You teaching me something new. I'm not sure about that.
yeah, uncle genes are in all human beings. They're dormant. But like I said, because we feed, like I said, the excessive proteins feed the uncle genes, and because when you activate them, that's where you get your cancers.
Okay, let me ask you this, brother. What other topics are you passionate about that you know a lot about? You seem very knowledgeable um, about this particular field. Is anything else you interested in?
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to. Well, I know Suave wanted to debate me on a theocracy. He also wanted to debate me on nepotism. Let's see. So structures of governments. That black
Okay.
people. Living here in America, we living all good. We're playing PlayStations, and we just throw shit out there. Oh, what's wrong with theocracy? What's wrong with nepotism? And they've never been to these countries that I've been to, like Yemen. I've been to Saudi Arabia. I've been to Qatar. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these niggas will not. That shit will not fly. There's some of the stuff they do
Hmm.
that they be
So
talking.
so
So
your
that's
so your position is that black people in America are comfortable.
black people in America are in the best position worldwide. Meaning, yeah, they're comfortable in a sense.
In
We do
comparison to who?
complain about, comparison to Saudi Arabia,
Okay.
comparison to Nigeria, comparison to the Philippines, which used to be a democratic nation. Now they're a theocratic nation. Um, pick anywhere in the world. Pick anywhere in the world. And
Yeah.
because, now I know there's a lot of school of thoughts in this conscious community. Um, One thing that we did introduce that a lot of people, like especially black people, don't know is that their ancestors introduced what they call a democratic democracy. That came from us. That came from black people. All this goddamn kings and central authority, like theocracies, that didn't come from us. Most of us came from the egalitarian societies,
Okay.
meaning that the majority basically rule. Majority rules. That's
Hmm.
it. And that's where the whole concept comes from us. And that's why I look at black people and I'm just like, yo, y'all don't even know. Most of y'all come from descendants that came up with that concept.
And
And
what's your
the white
outlook?
man,
So like
oh,
you
go ahead.
heavy in this is back in like the health and fitness lane a little bit. What's your
Okay.
outlook on semen retention?
Say that again.
We're men withholding your seed, men not spreading your seed,
Spreading our seed. I'm
being deliberate
lost.
about where you spread your seed at.
Oh,
Semen
about
retention.
children.
Yeah.
Oh, about children. Oh.
No, not that,
Oh
but
God.
part of that, but being deliberate about when we do it, where we do it at, who we do it with.
See, that's more of a religious
No, I'm not religious
topic
at all, bro. I
there.
promise you. I
No, I
know
know you're
you.
not. I know you're not. But that concept comes from a religious concept because if you look at Nigeria, and I'm no opponent of Nigeria, but you got the 3 tribes. You got the Hausa Fulani, you got the Yoruba, and you got the Igbo. One practices Christianity, one practices a form of Islam, one practices a form of it's kind of similar to the Hebrew Israelites, and they all of them have incorporated what they call polygamy as part of their culture. So they can go to the Quran, they can go to the Bible, because their society has adapted that. So because, in Nigeria, and in fact, in most places around the world, and I'm not saying I'm an advocate, the women outnumber the men.
So do you
Just
think
here
that
in Georgia?
Then let's cut down to it.
Okay.
Do you think that men should be with multiple women?
If they can afford it. Women gonna hate me for this shit. If they can afford it. If they can afford it, yes, I would say.
I'm with you on that.
And if the women agree with it, yeah. Because first of all, in order for you to have any type of polygamous anything, the women have to agree to that.
Yeah, of course. Now, see, that's kind of where I want to push the lane as far as where conversations going at, as far as how men and women dealing with each other. So you do think men should be be able to have multiple women? As far as dealing with women and approaching them, what would you say is probably the most effective or the best way to approach them, being direct or being indirect?
Ooh, you mean as far as polygamy? Ooh, see, that's
Not
tough.
even any type of relationship that you're looking to pursue with a woman.
Again, Strap, if you were in Nigeria, you would probably have an easier time because a lot of those families have been passed down. So not only does a woman accept it, but their families and their grandparents and their generation before that accept it. Like it's the norm. No matter if you're a Muslim or a Christian, it's acceptable. So you're talking about a society which here in America, where it's like, if you marry another woman, it's considered bigamy against the law. So we have been conditioned, our generations, whatever part of Africa we came here and we learned that, okay, one wife, one man, one woman, this and that, blah, 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 right? So you're talking about a re-educational process there. It's just like me telling everybody, stop eating meat. Everybody gonna look at me like, fool, what you talking about? We've been eating meat. So if I tell damn women here in America, have, go into polygamous relationships, because number one, the women outnumber the men. Number two, you know what I'm saying, that man, he can provide for you. You know what I'm saying? You just got to get along with the other women. They're going to look at you crazy, bro.
Yeah.
So it's just all about.
Do you think that they are accepting multiple women being with one man because they don't have the ability to take care of themselves or to stand on their own? Do you believe if they had more of an ability to stand on their own that they would still want that? I'm not saying all, but do you think there would be a dynamic change?
Strap, you want to get that?
I thought that was to you. What wasn't you more so?
Oh, that's for me. Oh, my bad. I didn't know. Oh, I'm sorry.
Was that who you was directing that to? Nobody.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Black Son.
Okay, so again, like I said from the beginning, sister, the polygamy is really, if you study in Nigeria, a lot of Nigerian cultures, it's not only the women but their families that accept it. And then so now in Nigeria, you can't really, I guess, compare it to the United States. So to answer your question, I'm gonna try not to ramble. It comes down, it's up to the woman. Because at the end of the day, we got to convince y'all, like, yo, you know what I'm saying?
No, I understand it's up to the woman, but I'm saying if I don't know exactly what area you're talking about.
Nairobi. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You talking about in Nigeria or
Yeah, in Nigeria, you were
I
talking
said
about how
Nairobi.
women.
Goddamn. Oh, go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
You were talking about how women in Nigeria, it's a social norm for multiple women to be with one dude, right?
Well, no. Okay. Well, can I rephrase that,
Mm-hmm.
please? Okay. Rich men. Let me be specific. Let me not beat around the bush. It's not uncommon for a tycoon to have multiple wives. Let's just keep it real.
Yeah, that
My
makes sense.
apologies, sis. Yeah.
I could see that
It's
happening
that,
in
yeah, they
America.
don't question it. Yeah. If I'm a tycoon, well, you're right. I'm glad you said that. If I'm a tycoon, 9 times out of 10, them women ain't question it.
Right.
What you mad for, girl? I buy you Lamborghini. You happy now? Are you happy? You're not happy. Do you want another house with another pool? What do you want, girl?
I guess I was just more so standing against it's not just socialization, it's also the
Uh-huh.
ability for us to stand on our own. Like if our ability, like even if polygamy is a social norm in one location, the conditions of
Right.
that location matter. Like, so if it was that way
I
and
agree.
both places are equal, they both give women the same amount of respect, the same amount of money. If women have the
I
same
agree.
options and they still choose polygamy, then we know for sure it's not about the condition.
Okay, so I like the
I
way
feel like they
I
don't
like
have
where you're
as
going
much
with
choice
this.
as us, if
Peace.
that makes sense.
Nobody in the building. Black Sun in the building. It's her in the building.
Um, Sister, I think you answering your own question. Basically, if you have the power, you have your money, right? And you can take care of yourself. So it's not even a question of finances. It's a question of, okay, so
Ability.
again,
It's the question of
ability,
access
right?
of ability. Yes. Like
Okay,
someone
so
who's
okay,
in
so
a religious place and it's like one of those overbearing religious places. So it's a social
right,
norm for women to cover themselves up. But if they had
right.
the freedom to choose, there'd be a lot more people who walk around how they want to walk around, and there would still be some who decide to cover themselves up. So I think it's about ability to do what you want to do.
Hmm.
I okay, and I'm saying I agree with you, but I want to break down
Oh,
like,
okay. I was
and I
just debunking the
okay.
first thing you said.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't hear the.
No, that
I'm
was
so
it.
sorry.
That was the wrap up of because the first thing you said was a little different. Now you agree with me.
No, I agree with it because at the end of the day, if I decide I'm a tycoon and I come to you and I'm like, girl, I want to marry you. It's up to you. I take you back home and I got 2 other women here. You're gonna look at me like, what's going on here? Well, I brought you here to meet my other wives. I can
No, if
provide
you
a good life for you. I know you
Hey.
got
no,
plenty of
if
money.
you talking to
Right.
me like
So,
that from jump,
okay,
I'm
what you
not
say?
going with you. No matter how much money you have to be
I
nice to
got
me.
you.
I don't
Right,
just care
right.
about the money.
And that goes, and that's your choice, is what I'm trying to tell you. That's your choice.
Yeah, women
So
Yeah, but
never
instead
I'm
of,
avoided
saying a lot of
choice.
women would also make that choice if they have the ability. If a woman is in a rougher situation, if I wasn't in a normal situation and I needed that money, okay, yeah, I'm gonna take you for your money. You could talk to me how you want to talk to me because I'm gonna come up and put myself in the place where I don't have to do those things, where I
But
can
you're
do what I
choosing to
want to do.
compromise your morals.
right. And I was being a
I
little,
wasn't even
look,
speaking about morals.
But that's what
So
you're
you
doing.
went left.
but no, sister, what I'm saying to you is that I was being cartoonish when I was saying that. But what I'm saying is that if I'm a tycoon and I see you, you're working, you're doing okay, right? But I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I want you to be a part of my life. And so it's up to you. I'll take you back to my mansion. There's 2 other women there cooking and cleaning. I'm saying, look, I will provide for you whatever you want. I love you, girl.
And
I
what
love
I'm
you. I give
saying
you
is,
right.
you can only make that choice. You can only say it's up to that woman if the situation isn't forcing her to do so. Like, if, okay, that's like saying a dude
Okay,
walks
I
up to
agree.
you and has a knife at you, and he's like, hey, will you have sex with me? You're
Whoa.
more likely to say yes because there's a knife on you. Like, her
Hold on. What is the
situation.
knife in the other
The
scenario?
the knife is comparison to her situation, whether she's in poverty, whether she's in a religious, like something is putting pressure on her to make
Right.
a decision that elsewise she might not have made.
So
So
if a
you can
woman
only
isn't
say that
financially
that woman made
security,
the choice when the choice was really hers.
so if a
And I
woman
don't want to,
isn't
my
financially,
bad, Suave, to cut you off. I'm just say
go
real
ahead.
quick. I appreciate y'all having me on. I'm gonna go ahead and step
I
out, man.
appreciate
You know, I
you, man.
got some stuff to
Trap
take
in the
care of, man.
building,
Good
man.
debate.
Good job,
Shout out
man.
to
Where
you,
your next
Suave.
debate,
Congratulations.
bro?
Probably gonna be me and Black Son. We was just talking about something. So, you know, I got till April to get a couple more in. So, you know, I'll be back in at least, you know, a couple weeks. So I'll be back in there. Congrats
Fire.
on the win. And I appreciate everybody in the audience. Thanks for listening. I appreciate y'all. Respect to y'all. Peace.
For sure, big
Man,
dog.
appreciate that,
Props to
Strap.
you.
Yeah.
Solving the race problem in the building. So you saying if a woman isn't financially secure, that her decisions are made off of that pressure? Anytime money
Not
is involved?
necessarily. More like impoverished, like because he was previously speaking on like other areas, like globally. So
Mhm.
I was saying if her financial situation is more like dramatic, then it's no, she doesn't have as much of a choice. It's kind of the same as like drinking. I kind of, you know what I mean?
Now, sister, can I say this? And please correct me if I'm incorrect. I want you to jump in if I come incorrect. It sounds like you not down with polygamy because you have been educated to look at that as something evil and bad. The women in Nigeria, they've been doing this for generations. So it's not a question of, it's part of their culture. So you're looking at it as like, well, how dare he come to me, this
No,
and
it's
that. So
not
you're
like
looking at it
that.
as,
I'm
okay,
questioning if the ladies in Nigeria, I don't know the area. I've never been. I don't know what the how money flows in that area, but I'm saying, is it easily accessible? Like, do they have a choice the same way we have a choice? Like, are they getting with these men not only because it's a social norm and a family norm, but also because without a husband you can't buy property. Without a husband you can't do that. Like, is the environment affecting their decision? Would as many of them be doing it? Would it be
right.
a family tradition, a social norm, if they didn't have to?
Now that's a good question, sis. You know what? I mean, the way you putting it down,
Thank
I
you,
mean,
call it
damn, that you're
TurboTax.
right.
This is
This
Strong speaking. Who am I speaking with?
what? Oh, that was Suave. Okay, yeah. I mean, sis, every point that you made, I agree with because, like I said, it really ends up to you making that decision.
Okay.
So I can't sit up here and debate you and say, no, you're wrong, sister, because the choice is yours at the end of the day. So no matter what the
Okay.
financial
What is the name
situation,
again?
and I know you're saying, America's different from Nigeria because maybe they can't buy land and this and that. I'm not disagreeing with you, sis. I'm not disagreeing with you. You know,
Okay. And
um, it's just something that I
is the
threw out
email
there
and
that
phone
I've been
number you supposed
observing,
to take out?
just between the cultures, like I said, because they're Christians and Muslims over there too, but they just have something that has adapted more to their way of life, their practices. So I don't know. It's just something I threw out there, sis. But
Okay.
but at the end of the day,
So you don't
it's a
have the
woman's
email or the
choice.
phone number associated with the account?
I guess my
Hey, you
stance was
live
really
handling your
just,
business, Suave. You might want to mute all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
my stance was more
Did
that
you know
yes,
the
religion
username associated?
and tradition
Oh,
and
Yeah.
social norms do play large parts. But I also think the ability, like if you're in the position that you can say yes and no, that
Right.
your decisions would change. Like it, despite social norms, despite religion, despite if you have the ability, if a group of people have the ability, I feel like they would, that a good amount of them would do something different. I don't know if it'd be a majority or a large minority, but I do think there would be different outcomes. I do, if they had the freedom.
Now,
If
sis, can I?
anybody,
yes.
if
I'm
we can
trying to
speak
look
about
to see if
anybody
there's a way we can get that
openly,
information
whether
for you to
it's
get into that
globally or
account.
whether you're
If
talking
you don't
about
have the phone
here in
number
America as
associated with
well.
the email or the username, which I'm not
Okay.
seeing
So let
that
me. Can I add this
username,
in, sister?
then uh,
Oh shit! I can't hear the. Okay, sister, you still there?
no, that wouldn't be a problem.
I mean,
It's just for
Okay. So
verification of the
what about?
account
Okay,
within
so
the.
a lot of these countries, there's a lot of pressure from the families to get married. So
then all
I
I would
mean,
do would be question why the pressure exists. Is it because of their environment? Is it because without their daughter marrying somebody, she can't do X, Y, and Z? Is it because you would
right,
be considered a whore or something to be 30 and
right.
unmarried, and then you'd be treated different? I feel like the environment really affects family
I agree.
traditions, values, etc.
I agree. I agree. I agree. I mean, we're living it. So we live here in America, and it's totally different from what I've seen in Nigeria. So yeah, I can't argue with you on that. Sis. I mean, I agree with you. Because at the end of the day, you still have to make a decision as a woman. It's not up to the man. It's up to the woman if she wants to fall into that. But like you said, yeah, I would agree that 100% that the environment plays a big part. I mean, that's evident from where we're living and how they're living in the Kalakuta of Nigeria or in Lagos or any part of Nigeria where they still well, I'm gonna say majority of the tycoons still practice that tradition. But again, that goes to your argument because it's funny how all
What
the
was that
rich
phone
guys
number
can
again,
do it with
sir?
no problem, but the people who are like working class, they're really not doing it like that. So, but you made the argument, hell, the tycoons here in America are doing it. Did you not say that?
Yeah, no, yeah, I definitely believe people here are doing it. And to Easy Raw, they said women overpopulate men. That's one. It's financial, I guess, beneficial as well for the
Oh,
whole
well,
household.
with the
Those
source.
women take care of each other's children. They have family stability, and I get all of that. My point is,
It will be the phone
if
number,
it's their
email,
choice for real,
username,
or if
or
their environment leads them
email.
to do something that they may not do,
Yeah,
like it's really just about breaking down whether it was a choice made out of necessity or a choice made sincerely.
okay, one
Now,
second.
sis, I can make the argument saying that you're
One
against it
second.
because you're traditionally not. Your background is that's not a. You don't look at it as viable, and you're looking at, like I said, the environments.
No, I definitely think it's viable. It's extremely helpful
What
for
was that
those
email
in
again?
the situation that need it. It's like that's why we were getting down to choice. Like if that wasn't a, how do I say it? If it wasn't a necessity, okay, if it's not a necessity for you to get married to a man who already has other wives, would you do
Right.
it? Some people, yes, they would still do it because that's what they like. And other people do it because that's what's normal. That's what they need to do. That's what they're supposed
Right.
to do, not because that's what they want to do. So it's just about making sure people who are making choices are actually making those choices and not doing what they got to do.
So you're saying as long as that woman's not pressured, then the her wanting to do it is questionable. That's what
No,
I'm getting at.
no, as long as she's not pressured, baby, do you. Do you and be happy. Do you and be happy. And don't let nobody tell you shit.
What if it's not right though?
Okay. I think I might have found it. What was
If
that
it's
phone
if
number?
it's not right, as in like you are one of these people who want to do some crazy shit to animals, little babies, or that's different because then we're we're
I found it.
we're on a whole new topic.
So
Right,
So
right.
what I
you
mean
don't
by
have access
what if
to
it's
that
not right?
email.
Meaning, what if it's not something that you can
You
find
don't have access to that number.
as far as they laws, as far as they
Okay.
culture go, but it's something that they picked up along the way from something
Okay.
else
Well,
and a whole
yeah,
nother
I
group of
think you
people.
lost that account
Like,
because
I'm
you would
sorry.
have to
Can
get
you say
access
it
to
all?
that email to
Can
even
you say it all over
reset it.
again?
Yeah,
I didn't hear you well.
You would need
yeah.
either the email
Suave.
or
yeah.
the phone number in
So
order to
what I'm
receive the
saying is
reset.
basically this: if
No,
we
you
can
would
look
have
at
to do
their
that once you get into
so-called ancient history,
that same
and
thing.
you don't see it coming from none of their ancestors, right? Uh, from
You
let's
need
just say
to try to see if you can
the
find
start
a
of their
way to
so-called
cover
tribe.
that
Let's just
email.
deal with the Bantu, for example, the Bantu migration. So if I start where the Bantus
But a
actually
phone
start,
number is
I go
all
back to that
or
particular
not
area
your number anymore.
and I
So
look into their
you
history,
wouldn't be able to
and it
receive
don't
that
show
text.
me anything about
But if you could
polygamy.
find a way to
But
recover
now
that
in modern
so
time,
most go to
we can
Gmail,
see the
then
actions
you
and the
can go through the
practice.
steps of
Do we say that
resetting the
it's
account
something
from the mobile
that's
app
right
or your desktop.
according to the ancestors, or we just say it's right according to how we feel today in this time?
I think everything would have to be based on each time
Oh, I
period
definitely could
because
receive
some things would be right because of the environment in one time period, then now it's not right. I
that.
mean it is, I guess, basically evolution. I mean evolution isn't just physical. We've
Okay.
evolved we've evolved and devolved
There's no
multiple times throughout the fucking centuries.
Oh,
So I do think it'd
Hey,
be based on what time period you're in.
Gmail.
Hmm.
Okay.
So basically, what you're saying is it's all right for each generation to change the foundation of the family.
If the environment doesn't sustain, or if it's no longer beneficial, then yeah, I think it'd be right. Like if our environment changed each generation, then yeah, we'd have to change with the times. If it's not beneficial.
Okay.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. And shout out to Yara because I'm gonna give you a good example of Nigeria.
Tequila,
Niger-
you're so beautiful. I've never seen you. I'm sorry. Wow, you're so beautiful.
Thank you, my dear.
You better work, queen.
Little bitty
Yes.
I didn't
voice,
even know my camera was on. That's why I was like, oh, let me cut this off.
little bitty voice you got over there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man. My bad, Blackson.
oh no, you're good, you're good. So I'm gonna use Nigeria as an example. They've been doing this since the 70s. When they were colonized by Britain, a lot of the laws have been imposed on them about polygamy, but the Muslims, the goddamn Christians, the Igbo, the Fulani Hausa, they all bucked on it. All the government officials bucked on it. They like, oh yeah, it's in the law books, but we ignore that shit basically. And so the only ones that were disadvantaged by these new laws that nobody really imposed because everybody's doing it were, I would say, just the working class. But the like again, the tycoons or the ones, that's why you
But
say
I
the ones
guess
who can afford it. Oh,
from
go
a
ahead, sis.
colonizing position, off of what you
Yes.
said, from a colonizing viewpoint, it would make sense to establish these laws because I'm changing their system. I'm changing their system to a way that having one man supporting multiple women will not work. I have changed their system. So now I'm making a law to say, don't do this because then you're going to need government help and I don't want to help you. So I get from a colonizer position, I can understand why they put those laws there. And that's also why you're saying people in the middle class who still are doing like polygamy are struggling, because the system that's in place that's been colonized upon them is not set up for that.
Well,
Well, see,
sister, I would have to make. Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
when
go
you
ahead, sis.
think
Go
like
ahead, go
that,
ahead.
it's
Can
like
I jump in right quick? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, what I was going to say is in Nigeria, it is in the law books where you can have multiple wives. And
That's true. Yeah.
it's definitely based off income. If you can support however many wives you can support, you can have it. I do know that certain women, they advocate for it still in those countries because they do want to marry up, and they also maybe they saw the benefits of polygamy um
Right.
because they grew up in it. They may have
Right.
come from it
Right.
themselves.
Absolutely. We're talking about generations. But go ahead, sis. Keep rolling. Go ahead.
But what I will say though, just like there are women that in that country that is for it, there are men that are of means that aren't for it, and they've come from a polygamy family. I can speak from experience. I dated a guy from Nigeria, and he did come from a polygamous family, but he didn't want polygamy. He saw the headache that it was of trying to appease more than one woman.
Multiple women's. I get that. Yeah, I get that, sis.
man. I mean, even okay. So let's just be honest. Like these so-called players, pimps, whatever. That shit ain't easy. That shit is not mentally, emotionally easy for they ass. That's why they be so quick to put their hands on women, so quick to disrespect them and talk shit because
Uh-huh.
they want the control. They're losing that control. So when they lose that control, here come all of the funny, weird acting shit. So having multiple women is not something that's it's not even for the rich. Because even the person that got all the money that can buy all of these places and all these things, you still got to spread yourself so fucking thin. Excuse my language, but that's the fact.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? We talking about energy. We talking about attention. We talking about building with the family. Not
Mm-hmm.
not leaving. You know what I'm saying? Because your kids say, "Oh, well, dad, he went to go be with the other family." Like, what the fuck is you talking about? That's confusion to the kids. Like, you got to look at the big picture. This is why it was
Absolutely.
set a certain particular type of way. That's why I fixed my question the way I asked it initially, because I like to look at things from the foundation of who we are. Because if we stood on that foundation, we'd still be on top of things. But because we chose to manipulate, want to be like others, it started to break our foundation down. You see what I'm saying? My understanding. I ain't saying that's what y'all got to accept.
Oh, you're saying black people were not polygamous and they turned polygamous. Okay.
Polygamy. You're gonna be the death of me. I don't want
I
to,
mean,
but I need to.
I
I
do know,
love you.
like I was just saying that he did come from a polygamous family, and he said, "Nah, it's too much of a headache." He says sometimes you can see how the women may not get along, and how thing you do have to spread yourself. So
How
I
did they
mean,
get married if they didn't get along?
no, he's talking about that's the family that he came from. He grew up like
Because your wives are supposed to accept your wives. Like,
right,
Exactly.
and I mean, and in
You're
that
right.
culture, but I know for a fact in those cultures that also you really do have to have your money straight because you have to pay a dowry for each wife.
It
Agreed.
ain't cheap.
Right.
You have to pay a dowry for
niggas
each
gonna be
wife.
having her pay half of it. You
And
ain't
see,
gonna pay half the dowry.
that's the thing, though, Suave. Like, right when it come down to us saying Israelites, people be like, "Oh, nigga, you paying for the pussy," and all. Like, hold on, slow
Uh,
down, player. We ain't. It's not a Western mindset when you're
That's
talking
right.
about doing things according to tradition.
mm,
So it's not us paying for anything, because it's, even though finances might be paid, but majority of the times it's it's a gesture of saying that I can take care of your daughter. I can
yeah.
do
Right.
for her the things
Like
that
when a nigga walk up to you and give you $50 to buy you and your girl a drink. Like, nigga.
well, you gotta take
You
that.
trying to get your bitch.
You see what I'm saying? So
And in our
This
culture
my
in
girl.
America, most in our culture in America, men aren't brought up to do those things to think, okay, I'm going to show this family that I can take care of your daughter. We're not socialized to do that. We're
Agreed.
socialized to ask if we have your respect, but not to show that we can do it. If that makes sense.
I
it's the
think that's more specific towards our culture. I think
Right.
because we've
That's what I was
lost the value. Yeah, then I totally agree with you. Yep.
Yeah,
We've lost the
polygamy.
value of our family, so we don't respect them enough to prove that they'll take care of your daughters and XYZ.
But
But
right.
see,
if I got
this is
your
it
daughter,
goes it goes
shit.
both ways, because for one, it's me not teaching my son, but then it's the young lady and her family not demanding that, being accepting of
Mhm.
me not teaching my son he need to be able to support and take care of her before he call himself committing to her. If we're not working together and somebody let that shit go, here we go. The
I
same
mean,
shit.
but if you think about it, that boils down to the same argument we always have on YouTube, like the fathers, the enforcers, the ones that would bring the quote unquote fear are usually not there. So it would really just be a bunch of smoke. I mean,
No,
not saying
it's
that us ladies won't take care of our daughters, but I think y'all know what I mean.
but see, you thinking because I'm saying me raising my son, but the wife is there. You thinking me saying the young lady and her family? No, the whole family is there, mother and father.
Yes, that's
So
what I was
what
saying.
I'm
But
saying
the
is,
majority of us are not exactly that way. A lot of us don't have one or the other. So to for it to be both ways, like the expectation that, oh, you better treat my daughter right, Like nowadays, they're like, or what? What you finna do?
Or
Who's
or
there
you're
to
not,
back
or you're
you?
not gonna be able to see nor date nor be around my daughter. It's just that simple. But again, we're not doing that as a collective.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
ain't this because the thing I hear black people say it's the economic thing.
Right.
Can,
Right.
can,
That's what I
can
was
I
getting at, Suave.
can I chime in on this right
Yes.
just real quick?
Tangent, please. Please, Tangent, please.
Oh, first let me say greetings to the family on the panel and on the chat.
Peace. Peace, Tangent, peace.
Hey.
I want to say something that's very important that I think we're missing. Follow me here. I'm going somewhere with this. Uh, all this before the integrated thing started kicking in. Uh, Parents were in charge of their children. Their children were very obedient. And during the time of the dating aisle and things like that, sons worked hard to borrow their father's cars to take a young lady out to go meet the young lady's parents. If he earned that right to use his father's car at the age of 15, 16 to go meet the young lady and her family, that was an honor. And that was in the black culture. But see, when you started integrating and you start going to these white schools, it started to trickle in on their mindset. These children get a certain age, such as me as a mother, trying to tell my daughter, hey, I can't have you talk. I need to talk to this young man and this guy who thinks he likes you. And all I get is a pushback as, Mom, this is not about you.
Right.
See? So you have to realize kids is not going to listen to the parents anymore because white folks was in our children's ear and because we are over here making excuses why they need to be in these white schools. It's a good school. And you put your babies with the wolves and see down they lost the tradition and they erase what the tradition you're supposed to have. Now, let's fast forward. Let's get into the polygamy situation. Okay?
Okay.
Dudes wasn't even doing all that until they learned that there was African men. I remember back in early 19, I think it was 1992. It was
Oh, excuse me.
one, and you guys can probably look this up. It
Tangent.
may be on, posted on an article. Could be way before this internet stuff started kicking in. They was on the news talking about how the richest man in Africa was 7 wives. These women were all dressed up and so nice. Well, anyway, he was the one that had the most babies. The whole point of the polygamy relationships back in those days were to have the tribes to own things. Excuse me, hold on one second. To own things. They pass the legacy. If you have 32 children, you passing your legacy, and these 32 children, out of those 32 children, you're supposed to own something and be in charge of something. Now these dudes today that's in America want they own some other stuff, and it's the sickening thing ever. Okay, they don't want no damn polygamy. They want to simp for panties. They need different women just in case one female don't work. He gonna hop to the next female, or she's so fine that for some reason I got her pregnant while I'm with the other female who stuck by me, who bailed me out of jail, and yet I'm over here messing with another female, and I'm messing with this other female, and she finna hook me up and give me this cable or give me this food stamp card, and this is the mindset they're on, and they're talking about polygamy. Oh man, ain't nothing wrong with having a polygamy. No, but you're not gonna take care of neither one of them. You want them to take care of you. That's that simp shit we're talking about. Excuse my French, but that's what we're talking about. That's the problem. They can't follow what the Africans do over there. The Africans take care of their wives. They got money to do so. See, and brothers over here, they gonna use the white man as an excuse to shame you, make you feel like you less than, and that you just gonna have to let them go sleep with different women. It ain't no marriage involved and none of that stuff. Now, see, back in the days, the mama and the father used to question the young man that wants to date the daughter. The daughter was very obedient. The mother used to tell the daughter, and the father used to tell the daughter, if he do A, B, C, D, and E, that's when you get out. All right, don't you date no dude that do date no guy that do A B C D E. And she, yes sir, yes sir. Mama said, "Now I want you to be beautiful. I want you to keep yourself a ladylike. I need you to do this. I need you to do that. Yes, mama. Okay." And the boy would come in. They would sit, and I don't know if you guys seen some of the old videos, how the daughters and the sons would come over. They would flirt with each other. But when he comes to visit the family house, that was tradition. You would sit, the parents would sit right between the boy and the girl. Ain't no going into the room and closing no damn door. You sat in between the parents and you're questioning what he gonna be. And sometimes the father had to talk to the young man and ask him, "Well, what you gonna be? How you gonna take care of my daughter? How you gonna take care of my daughter? What you gonna be when you get out of school? What you gonna be?" And he had to know that answer. If he didn't know the answer, you not dating my daughter. Come back when you got a career. Okay, so that's what it used to be. But see, we go about what we can't do no more. How we can't teach our kids no more. How we can't do this anymore because we feel defeated because you let your babies go integrate with the white schools. Where if you do protect your kids, your sons, your daughters, and tell them certain things, they go back and tell the counselor, and CPS get involved. So my question to you guys: how can we bring that back from when it was tradition? Because my first answer will be when letting your kids integrate with these damn white kids. Y'all need to stop being mentally lazy. And Ziax Institute is open. We could build other schools that deal with our own black children, so we can bring that tradition back. So it won't be no damn. Well, we can have polygamy, and the woman got to take care of her man. All that stupid stuff. Like for real, it should be more. We need to be more professional with our babies and with our kids a little bit better. And we failed at it when we start putting them in them damn white schools. I'm just telling you that right there. Because as they get older, they don't got to listen to a goddamn thing you say. They sleep with whoever the hell they want to sleep with. They do whatever the hell they want to do. That's why they in jail right now. That's why they this and that's why they that. Because they are told, you don't realize when you at work and at them damn free white schools, them public schools, they are told they're being introduced to sex education where they're just being taught they can just sleep and have sex profusely. And I think it's very illegal to me. It's illegal to be teaching these kids how to have sex when it shouldn't be in their curriculum at all. I think it's against. I think it's disrespectful.
So to address what you're saying, it starts with the thought process. It's not a shot at you, nobody. But when we say that we need to move with the times, we are the times. Like we are what dictates and what establishes each and every era when you think about all the different eras that came and went. So that foundation, right? That I'm always in. Again, y'all don't have to follow what I'm saying. It's just me talking. I always go back to our foundation because I don't see nothing wrong with the foundation. I only see something wrong with us having a different thought process from that foundation, right? And that's allowing us now to start venturing off and doing things that we was never thinking about. So now we got to adjust to how the world is moving, right? To in order to fit in, so to say. Well, if we stand on our shit, you know what I'm saying, and don't worry about what other motherfuckers is doing, we don't have to worry about changing and adjusting to what other fucks are doing. You see what I'm saying? That's just how I see it. That thought process is the start, Tajan, from my understanding, to your question that you asked.
I actually don't. I actually don't feel like we could completely bring the tradition back like widespread, simply because the ability to do what you want, the current times is greater, and not listening. I'm not saying it's not dangerous for Black people anymore, because it's definitely dangerous, and it's still dangerous for Black kids. But I'm saying it's not the same immediate death sentence to not listen to your parents. You have more of a choice to explore, and so like the weight parents used to hold isn't as heavy anymore. So I feel like there will be a lot of people who um, do things different or don't do it like that. But I don't think that we shape the times, but I feel like we can impact them, and I feel like you can withstand them. Like Mormons refuse to move with the times, and that's beneficial to them. So it all just depends.
Well,
But
let
no,
me ask
I don't think we can make widespread change to where we all just bring that back. I think a lot of us could do it for sure.
well, let me ask you this. Are you a mom?
Yeah.
Your mom? When you, I'm presuming you have small children. You have small children.
Yes.
Okay. And when I had my daughter, I wasn't thinking all these things. Like the thought pattern started kicking in until she started getting older. And when she started getting older, I started to hear and see things that I never thought I would see, like racism. I put her in a private school, and I put her in all private white school after she was being targeted at a school of interracial, different types of kids. She went to a public school temporarily, and I put her in Woodland School in Portola Valley. And it was just as bad as the girls that wanted to wait till she after school to want to jump my daughter because she was smart and they were not, and she's pretty. And the parents never told their children they loved them. So I say this: as she started getting older, again, they always want to tell our children what they have the right to do. I think it's pretty dangerous to do that. You won't feel that until they start turning teenage years, because you start like, wait a minute, I don't believe in this shit. Who the hell told my daughter this, or who told my son this? And they don't want to take it. They want to protect that enemy, and it's just that's just a mental thing. I still never know who that counselor was that told my daughter she can do whatever the hell she want to do. It's not my place to say what is what. I don't want to find that white bitch. Excuse my French. And I want to tell her off because my daughter knew I was going to tear that woman head off. I don't care how short I was. Okay? Because you don't get to tell somebody else's kids how to handle their parents. It became terrible. And CPS got involved. And I'm saying this to you to say, if we would have kept our kids with our own, and all this, we're not talking about enslaving our babies. We're talking about teaching them morals. Because right now, they don't have any morals. Right now, integrating with these schools, they have no morals. When children get older, you're going to find out. If you continue to do what you do with your babies, they just say, hey, everything is cool. My babies, they good. And you find out there's some dark secrets going on. And you want to question them babies. That's where it's going to be a problem. Because you're going to find out it was just too many people in your baby's ear. Trying to pass them quick, trying to get rid of them real quick, and all this stuff, instead of you saying, you know what, this is what I'm not going to tolerate. If your teacher tells you this, you come and talk to me. And if that don't work out, get them out of that school. And I'm just saying this. It's the most simple. It's not simple. It's the most problematic thing ever when it comes to our kids. When they get older, you got some parents who did very well. Based on their experience, they didn't want their kids experiencing what they experienced. So they changed certain things, like certain schools. I went to public school. I got treated a certain way because of my race. My brother got treated a certain way because of our race. But as I got older and I had my daughter, I said, well, my daughter is not going to a public school. She's going to a private school. So she went to a Chinese private school. Difference between the Chinese private school and the white private school. And they both had their same little issues. But Chinese private school, if you learn their language and you learn to write like them, they treat you like you're one of them. You get to the white schools, they treat you like, ew. You're not supposed to be this smart. You're supposed to have an 8-hour sleep. It's all these little, and the white women are the most sneakiest women ever when it comes to your children, boy or girl, when your children is black. So I'm saying to you, you're saying this right now. When your babies get older, it's going to be a whole different attitude because you're going to say, well, hey, I'm a good ass mom. I took care of you. I fed you. I did this. Or pops. You know what I'm saying? Hey, shit, black man. Look, my brother going through it right now with his teenage daughters. Okay, they again integrate with them damn white schools. They come home, they say shit. I'm like, shit, man, you figure it out, then. My brother ain't got no time for that shit. He ain't gonna be man with a mom. Mom was like, f that. Who's telling you this? Mom, you don't need to know. I'm not telling you. I don't have to tell you. Okay, well, fine. Girl, just what do her husband say? Her husband say, hey, let our daughters figure it out. Let them figure it out. Yet, one of them almost committed suicide. So I'm just saying, these are just things where you gotta take accountability. If I believe in a tradition, I do believe that if if your son want to meet my daughter, and they should meet, he should want to meet my daughter, but you need to know what type of house she's coming from. Okay, and when you come to speak to my daughter, you're not going to no damn room. You're not going to come to my house smelling like no damn weed. You're gonna sit down. We're gonna have dinner, and we don't know where you come from, where your mind is at with my daughter, because she get one time. This is why we have issues right now with this. Okay, I want when you're 11 years old, you get a period. You already went. If you can have a baby, we got. That's how bad we've gotten all the way down to there, where you got grown ass old 40-year-old, especially little girls, and then turn around and say she ain't shit. She ain't this. She been spoiled. She got kids. She got a lot of kids. You know what I'm saying? And we ain't really went back to the tradition, and I think we should start back with the tradition.
So I completely agree with you that our educational system is a major problem that needs to be addressed, whether collectively or individually in the Black community. However, what I was standing on was more along the lines of just changing the education, the way we educate Black children will not be the only thing that needs to be done in order to have a full shift. Like, to get back to tradition, we just need to change the educational system. That would solve half the problem. But as I was saying earlier, it's the environment. It is where we are. We'll have to do more than just educational changing to be able to withstand or impact or go against the current environment.
I agree with the environment situation. I don't think we should go and integrate in a nice ass home with a whole bunch of white folks, but I think we need to start again. We need to start investing in creating an environment that's going to work for us. You know, we got to work at it. We can't just keep talking about, owning some land and nobody's on this panel say, hey, I got 15 acres right now. Let's go build a community. I'll get y'all shit and move on over. We want to raise our kids different. We want to build a house. I know someone who's a construction worker. You know what I'm saying? So they can have their own schools. We can have our own hospitals. We can have our own money making town, city, private area where it's privately owned by us. You see what I'm
Agreed.
saying? And I think it's better for our children because our babies will grow up with morals. Our kids will understand and be grateful that they get to walk home without somebody harassing them, without being shot by the police and stuff, because they in their own private area. They in their own private area. So yeah, I agree. Oh, and I got $800 right now that I put to the side for my house, for my land. Now I'm gonna buy some more land. I'm about to my goal is $2,000. That's all I need is $2,000. I hope someone else can join me so we get the land. Since she talking about environment, it's like I'm all for it. We need
For the person in the comment, I halfway agree, but like not totally. It says no, your household would solve half the problem. If your household did right in the household, the environment would be different. It would take a large collection of households, not just in our community, to change the environment. The environment is shaped by everyone in America, if we're speaking about America. But the household would starting at the household would also solve a lot of problems as well. So that's why I halfway agree.
Yeah, because just because you raise your children right and you focus, like I said, you can raise your kids right and do all the stuff. But here we go with 4 or 5 other families that don't raise their kids the same way you do. Okay, some parents think they babies by the time they turn 9 or 10, they're gonna give them a beer. Let them start drinking beer already at an early age. You know what I'm saying?
Tanjan, you hit.
I just certain type of moral. Like some people think if you expose them to something all bad, that they just gonna see it, don't like it, get older and do good. And that's not even the case. So you may have one child, and this is why I told people I wanted 5, 6, 7 kids because I wanted them to stay with them amongst themselves. You can't trust my only son if he by himself wants somebody to play with. He go to somebody's house and then my son is gone. You see what I'm saying? Because somebody did something to my son or somebody did something to my daughter. You know what I'm saying? And I can't figure out why y'all hurt and harm my baby. And you know, my son thought y'all was nice. My daughter thought y'all was good people. You need to see what I'm saying? Because I decided I just want one child. Nah, fuck that. Have 4 or 5 of them goddamn babies. So when they get home, Mom, can I go to so house? No, you can't. You gotta be young. Keep your sisters and brothers company. You know what I'm saying? Y'all stick together.
No.
Different strokes for different folks. I tell you that. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Tequila in the building, Tanjan in the building, nobody in the building.
Hey,
Commander, your Shar, Black Sun Peace.
I definitely agree with you about the more than one kid, but it's stressful. That's all I would say. It's stressful having all them kids. So um but I am extremely, when I say extremely strict when it comes to my children. First of all, because they're girls. And second of all, because I mean, even if they were boys, I think I would still be the same way. But this world, it is pretty evil and pretty wicked. So I share with them what's out there in the world, but I also explain to them, this is why you shouldn't choose these behaviors. And this is why you shouldn't want to do this or do that, because this can happen if you do that. These are the consequences if you choose to do this or if you do that. And I also agree with what you were saying, Tanjan, about you can raise your child up right, but if 5 of the families that's near you not doing it, I mean, they could fall they could fall and succumb to what's going on in the culture, and in the culture of America right now. We just don't have that morals.
Man, I say this because I don't think people ready to admit it. Like you just gotta realize which one of your kids has it, which ones don't, and accept their place. You know, if some of your kids just not gonna have it, no matter what school you put them in, what social circle, they gonna be the ones that just decide to do wrong, decide to go against. So if we was able to just do that and disconnect ourselves that way, I think we
Suave. Are you
I
saying
think we
that
could get
some
a
of
lot
our
more
kids
handle.
are just inherently bad?
Some of them just inherently are gonna be attracted to doing what everybody else that's doing right is not gonna do. That's just a piece of society. Like some people, like I looked at everybody who wore Jordans and I didn't want to wear Jordans. And then you know, I grew in that way where if it was popular, that was just my gauge. Like these motherfuckers stupid. If they all doing it, I know not to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm talking to these people. Like the majority of these people, they weird. So it's like, why would I sit up here and so in that fashion, somebody who's like it's always the church's daughter, right? The pastor daughter. It's always that. I know that's a myth for stereotype, but there's truth there. There's truth there. Like some people are just gonna say, you know what? I want to be. I don't, not. I don't know, rebel or sovereign. I said like strap. They want to be sovereign. You know
Yeah,
what
they did.
I'm saying?
And
But look,
I'm sorry, that
so
was my baby on the other line, so I had to click off right quick. But I do want to say I totally agree because um like I think I might have shared with you all once before. My mom was a little bit, she was the rowdy one out of my grandmother's children. The rest of them are extremely conservative. Like my uncle, he's been a pastor for about 30 years. So majority of my life he's been a pastor of a church. Um and my other aunt's just as conservative. But my mother, she was a little rowdy. She was a so she went the opposite way than her siblings, and she's the baby.
real. That shit is
So
real.
yeah.
Well, you sound like listen, my grandmother, she had 9 kids. One died mysteriously. They said they found my uncle in a garbage can in Valencia Gardens projects. And that really broke my grandmother big time. But
Mhm.
she had a big family, okay? She wanted a big family because she was not a loner, okay? But it was always that one brother. He think he run everybody. Like he's like the older brother. He runs everybody and stuff. Then my mother was the one that don't want to. She's the type that when you went to school, she's always fighting. She's always fighting. You had another one. He's determined to become something great. So he wanted to be a lawyer. He went to the army, things like that. Now my grandmother's uncle, my grandmother was a part of a big family too. Uh, but she had her daddy was a pro Indian. They had 4 daughters and 5 sons. Uh,
Mhm.
and the thing is, my Uncle Henry, he was a pastor at first, but he at that time he stepped down as pastor because he committed adultery, and because he committed adultery, he felt like his faith wasn't. You can't practice what you preach if you commit adultery. So he stepped down as pastor and become a real estate homeowner. He owned Valencia Gardens Project. He did, and he moved a lot of families that was related to us in those projects, right? Uh,
Mhm.
and and I must say, when my grandmother had all those kids in a 3 bedroom project, she had 7 of them in that 3 bedroom project. So I'm gonna tell you something. They stuck together for the most part. And what cracks me up is funny that you said that. But the rowdy one is always when somebody is messing with a sister or a brother, they go get Punkin, go get Punkin, go get Tony. Them the two worst ones in the family. It
Mhm.
was always go get Punkin or go get Tony. Cause they both were some fighters. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Where communities was like, hey, Mr. Henry, you're gonna have to find a way to tell that family they gotta move out of the projects, or you gotta tell these two here they gotta leave. And they had to put my daughter, not my daughter, my mom and my uncle, they had to go to a program. My mother went to East Palo Alto, California. She went to, at that time before it became a real bad place, she went to an all girl program where she had to stay there for 6 months for rehabilitation because she was an angry child. She was an angry child. Tony was getting into stuff and committing arson and everything. Like Grandmama Daisy couldn't take care of those kids because Grandpa left the home and got him another lady and still would come back and pay her some money to pay the rent and stuff for the kids. But cause she was a self-made grandmother. She didn't my grandfather didn't stay in the house, you know what I'm saying? He left on his own. And she didn't get no damn welfare. She was scared of them white folks. She didn't want them in her business. So somebody came and told my grandmother, hey, I will pay you to watch my kids. So she made money on watching people's kids while they go to work in the projects. Okay, because grandmama was self-fed. She pressed hair real good. She cooked real good. And she watched people's kids, took care
Real
of them,
good.
fed them. So I get it. You know what I'm saying? With the big family situation, I think that's what I'm lacking. That's what I would like. I would like a big family, but the difference is I'm educated. I got a degree. I got the diploma. I graduated high school. You know, you know what I'm saying? I believe in speaking different languages. I can teach children. They'll learn how to speak amongst themselves when it comes to playing chess with life. So that's why I said I wanted to do it. But, I yield my mic. I'm rambling.
But I always thought your avatar was a shrimp. I don't know what the fuck I've been looking at, man. I thought that was like a colossal shrimp or something.
That's a lion. That's my son's logo brand. That's a lion, and then there's 4 wolves on the side because that's my son's name. It's the same as Chief. Oh gosh, what is his name? I can check that JaVale means Warriors of the Wolves, and yeah, Warriors of the Wolves.
Yeah, my bag.
I always thought it was some type of dope ass alien. Like I thought those ball things with the eyes. I'm like, that shit is crucial.
It
All I
looked
could
like
think of was
a giant lobster or shrimp to me. Like
nah, it
they
looked
look like
like
aliens.
what's that thing? Pacific
No,
Rim.
so
You know the monsters from
it's
Pacific
a
Rim?
lion. It's a
Pacific
lion,
Rim, yeah,
and then there's an African spear
Yeah.
in the back of the
yeah. We see
lion.
it with the feathers
It's
and
a
the
it's a it's
moon.
a lion, an African spear with the lions, with the tomahawk on the side of the African spear with the feathers, and then you got your 4 wolves that's gonna help protect the lion.
Look at
So
this
when the
one.
lion ready to go to war,
Black Sun, what's that about?
the wolves is gonna side with that lion because they family.
Absolutely.
What's that about, Black Sun? Oh, he ain't even here. And he making a shake, protein shake, somewhere doing push-ups on his hands,
But that's my
upside down
son's
push-up.
That's my son's logo for his store. That's my son's clothing brand. That's his clothing line for his store for young male children.
That's hard.
That I can't even get anybody over here in America that look like me to help me build my son's clothing line. So I had to go overseas.
That's hard. That's hard. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Bring it back. Shit.
You got to
Don't
support.
send us overseas. Let us know what to do.
Right here.
No, because nobody want to support. Nobody want to support a sister when it comes to a clothing line for a black male son. Nobody. Hey, I've been talking about this for 2 years, and nobody moved a muscle. When it came to me trying to have a clothing line for male children, support our sons, let them dress better. You got again, we got with the mental laziness a mentality. Oh, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool, and it's like this envy shit. Like I didn't think about making no clothing line. Let's see how she succeed. You know what I'm saying? Because she don't know how to raise no sons. I heard that shit. I heard dudes talking about look at my clothing line. I said, well, you got sons? Yeah, I do. But how come you're not making nothing for your sons and doing a trademark for your sons? So me as a mother can be a consumer and buy my son some of them outfits and some of them nice pants and shirts and shoes that's with the logo brand of your son's name. He couldn't tell me that. But I got something coming up for my son. And I'm going to support everybody who got sons. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is I got to go the long way because I don't have the support of my people here. I don't.
I had to go overseas too. Shit.
Look,
we had to definitely go to the Arabs over there. Huh?
I said just keep advertising. You know what I'm saying? We're
get that shit cracking.
Like
I mean, because you do have to remember, COVID did impact us more than it did a lot of other, like more than it did white people, more than it did Mexicans.
How that's a good one. That's a good one because they say I got COVID. Now I believe it. So let me ask you this: how did it impact us more? Because when we looked at the data and the obituaries
back with income. So anytime like a lot of us don't work for 1 week because schools are out, that impacts us more viciously than it would with another race of people because they genuinely are basically have the ability to have more savings. Like most of America can't afford a $400 emergency. Like it would mess them up. All the stuff where you had to buy from medicines to the schools being out or daycares closing, like just stuff like that is affecting everybody's money. Some people have lost their jobs simply because their kids can't go to school.
Damn, John.
Beautiful. Hi.
Let me push back real quick. Let me push back real quick.
What you think?
Because from what I'm learning, Black people, the impact it had on Black people was a positive impact because we were making more money. We started owning businesses. White people
that's why I
were
think it
worried.
was
They were over
positive.
here
A lot
getting
of us had
unemployment.
to.
Wait a minute.
A lot of us had to make a way.
They were over here getting unemployment. Okay, they were unemployed. The white people was unemployed, getting unemployment and complaining and all the stuff. Black people wasn't saying a goddamn thing. You know why? Because it was buy black, buy black, buy black. And I'm gonna tell you something. There's companies that are thriving right now because of the pandemic. Black companies such as True and Freedom toilet paper. You think you want to go down the Safeway and get you some toilet paper? They're gonna limit you to 2. But if you go to Freedom, you can order you 98 toilet paper along with some disinfectant spray and all that good stuff for about $108. Okay, you're doing real $65 for 80 toilet paper rolls. These types of things, and it's Black owned. You know what I'm saying? True got the best washing powder detergent I've ever smelled, and it cleans so well and it's earth friendly. These are the things that maybe we're not even looking things up. You know what I'm saying? It was a whole bunch of hair care products.
I do think it has
Black.
been good for us, but I do think it also negatively affected us. Usually change happens when something bad, like impacts you, if that makes any sense. You could take that whether personal or whether you want to expand it upon like society. Like, I feel like this has been good for us. A lot of us have started business. A lot of us have got our shit together. A lot of us have really started digging within, figuring out what we believe, figuring out like just anything. I think it has been good for us, but I also do know it has set a lot of us back. Some of us have lost homes. Some of us have lost apartments. Some of us have lost our jobs. Some of us, like, it has been bad. Some of us have lost families. I think it's set, especially because you know how they treat us with the medical care. Like, let me not even get into that.
Ooh, yeah, girl.
So I agree with you. I do.
Girl. That's why I didn't go to the hospital. Girl, who you telling? Because Dr. Fauci lied. Dr. Fauci said we was the one that was the most impacted on it for us the health situation. But you had nurses, ex-nurses coming out saying how they were being treated and all the stuff in the hospital and how they was gonna leave out. They were targeting Black people. They wouldn't even help those. And you had some of our people that was nervous and panicking. When you feel one little pain, go to the doctor. For every little thing, go to the doctor instead of saying, "Nah, let me sit my ass down and take my medicine to see what's going on. I'm not going to rush to the doctors because they don't have our best interest at heart. They try to kill me 3 times with my son. When I was pregnant with my son, they try to find ways to kill me and my son.
I believe it.
They try to kill me. Okay,
but
they
I
did all
do, I
kinds of
do halfway agree though. I do think if we had access, like if everyone had full access to medical care, I do think even if you feel a little pain, you should go to the doctor. But I also don't think you should just pop anything they prescribe. Get their opinion about what they think is wrong. Do your own research. Decide what you will and will not take. Make sure it doesn't it doesn't have a reaction to any of the other medications you're taking. I do think you should go. I don't think you should just straight believe them.
Right. Like they the when I went to my job and they sat there and they tested me because they said, "Oh, you sound like you got a fever. You look like you got a fever." And they turned around and said, "Oh, you got COVID." And I said, "How I got COVID? How I got COVID? I have allergies. My daughter. Listen. So I took my son to the park. He missed the park. I took him to the park, but he seen some dogs, and I'm allergic to dogs. And he ran over there messing with them dogs. And I told him, don't be touching them dogs because the hair and everything, my face will swell up and everything. And I, from that point on, I started sneezing and everything. Throat started getting scratchy and itchy. So I got me some Zircon. And I started feeling better, but they told me I had COVID. And I was like, I don't know how. Oh, you're asymptomatic. Well, that means I ain't got shit then. If I'm asymptomatic, I ain't got shit then. Them
asymptomatic, you do still have it. It's just not making you sick. But that it just means you could pass it to someone else. You're fine, but you could still give it to someone else.
Oh well, I didn't want to be around people all of a sudden. My son don't have it. My son don't have it. But see, I partially blame myself because I didn't take my vitamins and my beta blockers and my all that stuff like I give my son every day. And I think that was my fault because I stopped taking my vitamins. I didn't take my 3Ds. I didn't take my vitamin D's. I didn't take my elderberries. I didn't take my black seed oil. Had I done that, I would have still been fine for what I was. And my body I just got too lazy because I was too busy making this money. I got doing the Instacart working. I was too busy making the money. Okay. So I didn't have time to take care of me per se like I should have. So I'm going to put this on myself. I blame myself if that's the case. I blame myself for this and the fact that was just me being lazy and I need to get my ass back on the road and stop. No. That's my son putting everything in the microwave. We in the hotel right now. No, you can't put that in the microwave. So what I'm saying to y'all is, you gotta take care of yourself. Keep them supplements going. There's a woman named True Royal. She help you get supplements. And just donate $5 to her every time. Donate $5. Donate $5 to her every now and then, like once a month, and she'll send you supplements. And email her and tell her tell her you got some health issues or whatever, and she'll email you these supplements that help you feel better and get better and everything. You know what I'm saying? She good for that. That's why I say I like Auntie True Royal. She cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm not interested in the Israelite stuff though. But she showed help supplements. They about their people. That's the only way you won't have this huge impact. You look at those obituaries. Woo! They had 28 pages of white people dying. White people died. Just died from COVID. And same thing with when it came to black people, it was like peppering in the crowd, like 3 or 4 or 5 of them within that 1 month. About 5 black people died with COVID, maybe 2 or 3 Mexicans, and the rest were white. White. I said, damn. And Asians. They was the ones dropping like flies with that COVID. They died. So I'm saying, when it comes to that impact, honey, we gotta be on our ass. And that's what I was loving about YouTube, especially Black YouTube. That even started thriving because we started telling each other. We basically bent each other's ears. What to do, what not to do. Be careful. Watch this, watch that. It's like, yeah, you're right. you so right. And I'm grateful for the Black YouTube. Even some of the bull crap, I eat some of the meat and I spit out the bones of what I don't need in my life. So I really appreciate y'all for even being here. Argument League, certain YouTube channels I follow whenever
Stop hating.
Yeah, all the YouTube channels, which ones I needed to follow, and after that I just quit following. I used to follow the Black Authority because he was into the political thing and all the stuff, and then I found out he had him a Becky. I said, oh, hell no, no wonder why he talk about black. He be getting on black women a certain kind of way. But he be on point with that. He be on point with that when it comes to Kamala Harris and stuff, because he go out and figure stuff out and he get them billboards going. So I like what he did that. I don't like Tariq Nasheed. He's a joke to me, but they cool. And I personally don't care for people like that. No. Hold on. Let me take.
No, stay off mute. Let us get this transparent. Teach us how to do this. That's that man clothing line you got on his avatar. Don't you shut him up.
No, he's over here throwing stuff in microwaves, trying to experiment in microwaves. He's throwing things in microwaves. He over here talking about. That's why when I get over there, he like, no. He's trying to figure out what else he gonna put up in that microwave so I can take it right on out that microwave, sir. No, but you gonna go over there and watch that show over there, or I'm gonna turn it off.
Hey, did you see that shit DJ Khaled posted up? He said he put up some Kanye, some Yeezys, for 10 years. He said, whatever the fuck. He said he bought them, wore them once and put them up. He said he opened them motherfuckers up and they deteriorated, they fell apart. I said, damn, that's what motherfuckers get. All that high class shit be trash, man. It be the service that's worth it. Like when you buy high fashion luggage, that shit rip and break. It's just the fact you could take that shit in and get it fixed or trade it. That shit like Bitcoin. Motherfuckers living like that to be socially acceptable, man. Niggas losing their man. Like, I don't eat.
Like they don't want you to even touch it unless you're gonna buy it, because you touch that motherfucker, it's losing value.
And I gotta say one more thing. And Michi,
don't ever use that line on us no more.
Michi X was talking about multiple streams of income and helping people open stores, and that's what I was talking about. Like I got a couple of stores that I'm trying to open up, but right now, because I got to do this 10-day quarantine thing. Right now, I can't even pay the people who's going to build my store and run me some traffic because I'm off and I gotta make this money back. See what I'm saying? So, that being said, she can show you all kinds of multiple streams of income. I think she's the most legit out of all who's charged all this money. They charge $300, $400, $500, $700. She only charged $129 or $49, depending on what you want to do. You want to do CBD drop shipping? Go ahead and do the CBD drop shipping. You know what I'm saying? Drop ship makes money. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't even know they can make money like that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said the lady who's working on my store right now is closed until February the 1st. So they should open up. My store should open up in February the 1st, and she working on my store. And I'm supposed to work with her. Oh, thank you so much. Thank y'all. That's what I'm saying. But this is for the health and supplements. I'm gonna sell the health and supplements and all kinds of teas and stuff. And
this the same site that I got, or this another one?
No, well, here's the thing. She changing the site, so we're gonna put it right back to
okay. Make sure you send it to me so I can advertise.
Okay, here, get your vitamins. Stay out this microwave.
And I mean, shit. Yo do promotional videos, cheap as shit.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying? 2 digits.
Hey, Tejan, unplug that microwave. That's all you gotta do, sis.
I did. That's exactly what I did. I unplugged the microwave because microwave. Now get them out of here. So yeah, I really agree. I really thank you guys. I'm gonna put myself on mute. But you guys, please support me on the Suns clothing line though, so we can get the boys. I'm telling you, listen, I got ideas. I got so much ideas, even all the way down to the hygiene for sons. You know how all the hair care products be for girls all the time? You barely see nothing for our sons. I think we need to start with that.
It's a patriarchal society, though.
Right.
I don't care nothing about I don't care nothing about all that. All I care about is the fact that we had a responsibility.
We can't even find no clothes for us, nigga. No, we can't even wash up in this motherfucking patriarchal society.
Right.
Patriarchal or not, we supposed to we ain't gotta live like everybody else. We gotta do us. And that's the problem. We don't know how to do us.
Soap for men.
We ain't got no choice. I
got ideas. Even deodorant for teenage boys. His first deodorant. I got ideas, man. Like if we can get this started, it's gonna be cool.
I got a diet. You ain't even gotta wear deodorant.
Yeah, but if the boys
want to be on that real shit,
you got hair up under them arms, bro. You better.
Hey, I ain't trying to hear that shit. Your dump don't even stink. And you
give them they special brush down their hair.
Say that's like, man, kids got the worst. That's how I know. Y'all ever they change them diapers? I mean, when they need that diaper change, I'm like, damn, you got me fucked up. When I get old, I'm shitting on myself and I'm calling you. Like, I fell in the bathroom. I'm getting their ass back. I fell in the bathroom. I can't get up. That's for all the months y'all had just sit there act like you can. Like every animal on earth get up and be walking the same day. It take a human to come around and be like, nah, I'm cool. Like shit, I need about a year and a half. I get to walking. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, I might talk to your ass a year, 2 years from now.
Yeah.
Baby don't give a fuck, man. Babies don't give a fuck. Every other thing that's born, get out and get right to business. Like, okay, I'm protecting myself. All right, defending myself. Okay, I know
And
where the food at.
you didn't said words about 700-800 times to 1,000 times, and they still looking at you like, what you say?
Nigga. Like what you talking about, man?
Like, man,
Man.
I don't understand what you said at all, man. But you said again. Oh, that's what you said.
Hey. I said, hell no. Nah. And then they just take off. Boom. Boom. And they smart. Another level up. Pokemon stage. And grown ass people get old. So man, this shit is real, man. Life is some shit. Life is some shit. For real. And at the end of the day, we just live and die. Just live and die. That's the only thing motherfuckers remember. Like, yeah, what the fuck was the condition before I was born or conceived? Shit, and what's gonna be that shit after your ass leave? And I got it figured out. Yeah, I see. Cause you gonna die with a group of motherfuckers. Same time you die, people all over the world gonna die, and y'all gonna find out together the truth. Like, I got it. Oh, you did. You ain't get it right. Say your ass out somewhere.
Shit. So nobody, you don't think that if kids is not paying attention to what we saying, that is not detrimental to them? I just read your private chat.
Oh, nobody?
Yeah.
I'm here. It was that was in reference to something that had been said, and I don't even think it was by you, but let me see. Oh,
So
okay,
I'll
okay.
make something out of it.
I was saying, I think it has more to do with even just school. So school alone is not the only reason that our kids do what they do. Like it's, I think they were saying tradition, like they were basing it upon tradition. So I was like, no, school wouldn't be the only thing we have to do in order to get back to tradition. I feel like because of the environment that we're in, we would have to do a lot more because kids have more options. It's not as scared. Like if a kid back in night, if a black kid back in 1960 decided not to listen to their parents and sneak out in the middle of the night, the likelihood is they're gonna die. I mean, now it's still dangerous. I'm not undermining that, but it's not as great of a chance. You have more of the ability to do these things. There's like the internet lets kids know almost anything. Like you'd really have to take many steps, more than just school, also your household, also the way your community is structured. You would have to go deep. You couldn't just change school and expect us to go back to tradition.
Yeah, it's not something that could happen overnight, and it would take the downtime, right? Like if you don't have the luxury to be able to just switch everything up for yourself and your children, and you have to do things by step. And those down times, like your weekends, when you have time to actually come together, those are the times that we come together and we start doing things in the way that we want it to be as a foundation for our future coming up under us. So now they seeing it, you know what I'm saying? When we don't have, instead of us sitting down watching TV, you know what I'm saying, watching football, basketball, you know what I'm saying, we out there doing the things that we want to see done, you know what I'm saying, before we leave this earth, right? We want to see our grandchildren being raised the same way, but even better, because now what we didn't start it, they didn't snowball it into something even greater, because now they understand the concept. They understand the motive and the mission, right?
I completely agree. I just also think it would have to be a mass collection. A lot of us would have to do it because, I mean, we could raise our kids amazing, and then the environment that they're in could completely change everything we raised them to be. So it would have to be a movement by all of us, or by a large minority of us at least.
And see what Tajan uh doing is just another means, another example of what can be done. So she said, well, fuck it. Y'all motherfuckers ain't listening. Y'all don't want to do it. I'm gonna put my little bread to the side. Right now, she had a certain amount. She looking to get to a certain amount. She gonna get there. So you got people doing it collectively with groups. You got people that's doing it individually, like what Tajan is doing. Not just as far as trying to build a community, but as far as building businesses and all.
Come help us. I definitely agree that we should be doing it individually, even if it's not happening collectively. However, I was just being really realistic to let it be known you could go through all of this extra stuff and your kid turn out the same, because not enough of us are doing it. It's not a culture yet. It's not, we haven't created it as a social norm yet. But I do agree that it should be done.
That's why we got to concentrate our numbers. Shit. Pick a project bomb and move to that motherfucker. Let's go. That's a fact. As I think we've found out. I mean, yeah, you got to see how people move face to face, man, for real. Cause this internet shit ain't gonna cut it, for real. It's too you got too many defenses on here. I don't even want to force motherfuckers to show their face and exchange numbers and shit, and they shit get caught by some weird motherfuckers. Niggas definitely got to concentrate their numbers. In the same spot. Yeah, we got that debate coming up. Don't get it twisted. Let me see. The boy Rio going up against Holly. Where Holly at? She's somewhat shaking. Holly, don't quit. And Holly, don't quit. What the hell is you doing? Quit. Yeah, man. That was a fire debate early. I appreciate that motherfucker. Shout out to Strap, man. He back in the league. Shit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely got that. Shout out to Tanzan, man. Nobody black, son. You still ain't back, man. You done went to sleep, son. He probably on a whole nother panel and shit. Talking crazy. Talking crazy. Hey, that's it. Let me get this. Oh, damn. The fucking schedule got erased. Oh, no. I had the screenshot. Okay, that's what it was. Fuck the bullshit. I keep doing that goofy shit, too. Yeah. Rio versus Holly. They trying to get that to 8 o'clock. If not, it'll be at 9. And then Rio come back tomorrow to go up against Madon. So teachers make more money than athletes. Then Lance goes up against Just Me, the Black Panther movie. And then the 25th, Yehukanan goes up against Lance. Lance comes right back. Shout out to Yehukanan, man. 26th, Yashar versus T Duck. Oh, yeah. And then the 27th, Nandy versus Suave. Suave versus Nandy. Boo! Which was worse, the era of transatlantic slave trade. So that one gonna get dirty. The dirty. All right. R. Lewis versus Yashar on the 28th. Okay. Yashar, I see you. Lance, I see you. Rio, I see you. Aratis out versus Holly. Holly coming back the week after. I see you. Damn. True Justice versus KOT. KOT been active. True Justice been active. I think that got pushed back. Yeah. Is it Nandy versus KOT tomorrow? I don't think so. I'll see though. I'll see. That might be another double header. Yeah, man. All right. MJ in the building. Y'all already know, man. I appreciate y'all presence. All that.
Have you guys ever thought about like, look,
I'm affiliated.
I'm a battle squad.
I'm affiliated.
I'm sorry, what you threatened me with? What you threatened me with, Tajan? Yeah, what day is good for you?
Okay. I can't do the 19th. I gotta do like the 26th or the 27th.
Okay, let me see.
Of February. And the debate.
Okay.
As far as battling with Disney, it's bad for children. But it's funny that I said that because my son watching HBO Happily Ever After. And it's supposed to like redo like some of the stuff that Disney. Leave that alone. It's supposed to redo some of the stuff that Disney had posted on their original cartoon and fairy tales and all that stuff. Happily Ever After is supposed to kind of change that or redo. And I'm looking at some of the stuff. Like, that's hilarious how they have this one show called White Snow. I mean, it says Snow White, but then a little girl name is White Snow. Supposed to be a Native American version of Snow White. But I actually like how they did it. Let me mute. I gotta take care of my boy.
Gotta take care of my boy. Okay, let me see. The 26, 27. You said February.
I said, come here. Get up here. Right now.
Yeah, we can get it in. You already know, man. I'll be down. You already know I'll be down. That's hard, man. Yep. It's the lead. Rio, Holly, show up. Promo. What? What if the F is? What if the fuck is? Man. Slave trade. Transatlantic versus the Arab. Yeah, that one might be it. I already know. Man, shout out to you, Mule, man. I appreciate it. I do. Y'all already know. Shout out to Angel. Shout out to the family. Yeah, man. It was a good one today, man. I like that debate. Let me go back to the ones today. Well, it might book when I download it. Hey, that was hard. That was hard. Shout out to Strap, man. Holding it down. Blah, blah.
Okay, all my son wanted was kung fu. That's all. He wanted me to do some kung fu with him because he liked kung fu.
Yeah.
We've been watching. Hey, you know the old kung fu movies, with the drunken master and the fierce Asian women with the hair pieces that they take out their head to kill folks and take that you want to die.
Yeah.
Hey, son be into them kung fu movies. I be sitting up here watching some of them old schools that I grew up watching. The 5 Deadly Venoms and all that stuff. So my son liked that kung fu stuff. That's why he was doing that, because he wanted me to do some kung fu with him. He wanted me to beat him up and slam him on the bed and all that stuff.
That's all right. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Yeah, that crypto shit dying.
He gonna take my son finna take capoeira next year. He taking capoeira. Yep.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, my son he finna break dance with tomahawks in his hand and everything. Boom, knock your ass out with the tomahawk. Finish you off with the spear. Sha. Shaka. Yeah, we ready. Yeah, I'm ready. Man, I'm telling you, I think I can do it. You know, since Pops ain't in his life, shit, I just take up the slack and have fun with my son, and just let him be around y'all. I have him be around Suave, let him see, because he automatically got that. He already got the alpha boy. He straight up boy, climbing up down stuff, and getting himself hurt, and then don't want you picking him up. He cool. Eat up everything. But I know what y'all sons be doing when y'all little. Y'all try to manipulate mama on everything.
Is that what be happening?
Yeah, y'all be manipulating mama. See, y'all be walking up here trying to pretend like y'all really want, yeah, like you really love us, but you see that all you want is that damn cookie. All you want is some potato chips. After that, it ain't later for you, mama. I'm eating you chips. But yeah, he loved music. So I do put on a little Cuban music for him. I let him listen to the African music. All kinds of African music, man. It's beautiful. I got so much selections. But he loved doo-wop. I'm telling you that right now. He loved doo-wop. He gonna know doo-wop before y'all know doo-wop.
I know. I'm not doo-wop.
You're not?
I do have whoa.
Okay, he called it the whoa-whoa. Okay.
Whoa.
Because that's what people do on the doo-wop. They talking about whoa-whoa. They be singing whoa-whoa. So, yeah, he listens to the 5 Keys, the Flamingos, the Dells, doo-wop. Did you know George Clinton in the Parliament did the doo-wop too? They was doo-wopping back then.
Is that what they did?
Yeah, George Clinton in the Parliament was doo-wopping back then. Before they became, that's before they transitioned into funk. Yeah, they was doing
I'm sorry.
You sorry? Okay, so you're not sorry. You're supposed to say you apologize, sir.
I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Oh, he trying to be sarcastic right now. He's talking about sorry about that.
Sorry about that. I just understand that.
Anyway. Yeah, we listen to all that stuff. Duke Ellington. Sometimes he don't do nothing but talk. Duke Ellington. And did you know rap music started way back in the 30s?
Mommy,
Yeah, I imagine before then.
In the 1930s?
Yeah, I imagine before then.
Really?
Yeah.
Because when they was
It just
doing the
got
swing,
popularized around in Brooklyn and shit. But yeah.
when they was doing the swing dancing and stuff, right? Because I was looking at one that happened in 1936, and the guy was teaching him he was rhyming his ass off too, telling him, okay, you go play that banjo, some, and that dude played the banjo, and he said, you go play that piano, da 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 da, and he's sitting up here doing all this stuff, right? And I was like, wow, they got rhymes for different instruments that people go together. Then when he tell everybody to bring the music together, and they take all the instruments that he was calling out, as soon as he do that, everybody start getting up dancing. And they dance real fast too, throwing each other around under what they was doing. They was people ain't gonna do that today. Like the Smith brothers. The Smith brothers was flipping up, not flipping, but they was doing splits on stairs, running up walls. Like who can run up a goddamn wall?
Oh
That was
yeah. We got dumbed down for real.
I was looking at that like, dude, we was talented back then. Someone who could run up a wall and do a flip. Somebody could do the splits on each stairs, jump up and do the splits on each stairs. I mean, I don't like their asses now since I found out what this brother did to Dorothy Dandridge. That wasn't cool. You know what I'm saying? Shoot. What else was tight? I mean, I listen to all kind of old school music. I think I'm stuck on old school music because they knew how to sing. They had flavor. They had originality to their songs. And then people would say, "Well, I never heard." They said, "I never heard of this group before. I've never heard of this person before." Like, I said, "Well, Lynn Collins versus whoever, right?" And I said, "I'm gonna side with Lynn Collins. I like Lynn Collins, right? I think she gonna win, right?" And someone said, "Well, who's Lynn Collins? I never heard her song before." I said, "Yeah, you may not know who she is, but you heard her song before. Believe me, her song was popular." You know what I'm saying? And then James Brown managed her. James Brown managed her. Mommy. And did you know Tammy Terrell?
How are you?
You being jealous. That's what you're doing. You know Tammy Terrell did the song All I Do way before Stevie Wonder. And did you know Stevie Wonder was singing at the age of 12?
Yeah,
Stevie Wonder had hits back in the 12, and his top hits wasn't even his top hits wasn't really even the one where he did the harmonica dance. The harmonica, that wasn't the hit. His hit was Sunset, the song called Sunset. That was the hit. That was his first heartbreak song. And he was like 11 or 12 years old. He sung like a grown person on that song. Even though he had a voice of a child, he sung that song like a grown person. And I was listening to the song. I started feeling everything he was saying. Like, whoa, Stevie Wonder was talented way back then. But the reason why they put the part where he was doing a harmonica, got the people saying, yeah, it's because he was on a white show, on a white talented show. And they was having several people, dozens of people getting up on there doing their I guess it was supposed to be like a concert. And that's mainly it. That's why that became popular. It's because he was on a white show. But when he did the song Sunset, that's where he one of his greatest hits as a child, and getting at women at an early age. I was tripping off that, like, damn. He's over here talking about Mommy, he calling for women on his songs and stuff. Get over there though. Just the 6th section. Get over there. No. Not get out. Nope. Get out. No.
That's definitely how it goes.
So I figure if I'm a challenge somebody on your email, I'm gonna say Stevie Wonder versus who should I say? Stevie Wonder versus I say Stevie Wonder's younger years. Well, tear up somebody. Who I think? I don't know who to call out. They all good. Marvin Gaye. I put Marvin Gaye again. Oh yeah, someone else got Marvin Gaye. I was getting ready to say Jasmine. Jasmine got Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye
gonna die with Marvin Gaye.
Cause see,
Al Green gonna beat the fuck out of Marvin Gaye, man. I can't believe
Al Green ain't got nothing on Marvin Gaye. I'm telling you,
y'all some rebellious little people.
Especially if you put the younger Marvin Gaye versus Al Green, Al Green don't stand a chance.
The younger Marvin Gaye versus Al Green.
Yep. Because the Marvin Gaye y'all mostly used to is the one that Jay play on the radio. Mommy. You might have probably bought an album and a couple of songs that one play on the radio was on there. You thought it was cool. He got songs that they didn't play on the radio. That's hardcore. And that was like back in the 50s. And then there's another one in the 60s. And then there was 2 in the 70s. There's like 2 albums in the 70s that they didn't play on the radio. But if you listen to it, man, hardcore. I get out.
Yeah,
get over there. That's what you get out. Get out over there. You keep. I want to sock you up, little boy. He said kung fu. He don't say kung fu. He said kung fu. Get on out of here.
Oh, the debate topic for the night. Hold on. What is that debate topic? Should black people separate from the U.S. for liberation? Brother Moses in the building. Shout out to Brother Moses. Yeah, they trying to get it pushed up to 8:00. I think it's scheduled for 9. We gonna see what happens. We gonna see what's happening. We gonna be all right. Let me cut that feezy off. Yeah, man. That would go be dope. Holly and Rio, man. Holly on her first round. She been studying like a mug. That's all she been talking about. I'm in the hospital with my baby. I'm practicing for the debate. She been asking questions and getting answers. And Rio is tested. Veteran status, very clean, knows his information. And this is, well, I you know what? This debate has the potential for the rhetoric and the information. Because I would say this is a rhetoric debate. Should black people separate from the motherfuckers be like, yes. Like you ain't gotta prove shit. Tonight is the night where Rio and Holly try to convince your ass to either repatriate somewhere. I don't know. I don't know. You know, it's not a in my eyes. In my eyes, I don't want to undermine nobody studying, but um, yeah, this is a convince contest. It's like because of this information. I don't know. I don't. That sound like a fun one. Though. It sound like a fun one. I don't even got the premises. I should be bothering Solar for the premises too. Man, hey, I need the premises sent to me as the players rep. I'm bullshitting. I need to do that for. I had a. Get it, get it. I didn't get the standings. He's supposed to updating the standings and sending them to me. So let me send it to Soda. Uh, damn. African American Nationalist Party is in a building, losing a mind already. We're definitely establishing separate autonomous land reservations specifically for African American descendants of U.S. chattel slaves. Ain't nobody can talk that goddamn good, type that okay, doing nothing. Ain't nobody can type that good, man, doing nothing. How many times did you look over that? Not to get none of that wrong. You on the desktop? Hell no, that's what's up, man. You stay maniacally after your goal, man. Hold it down on your side of town. That's all I can tell you. Shout out to the AAMP, the AMP, AMP. What AMP? Okay, let me say. Oh shit.
Solar Vision Debate League presents Season 4, The Year of the Woman, Emancipation Proclamation.
Did the NOI have an impact on Public Enemy?
Of course they had an impact on Public Enemy, but does that make it right?
Does Public Enemy represent the black community?
No, they don't.
What?
Sister Nandy, First Lady of the Solar Vision Debate League.
Back then were privately owned.
Randy, listen to what I'm saying.
Government
prior to this act being passed, were black people allowed to go and sit anywhere? Yes or no?
They're still not allowed to go and sit anywhere
yes
now.
Or no, Nandy?
You want me to sum that up in 30 seconds?
So where's the members from Public Enemy from? Where are they from?
Chuck D somewhere being a motherfucking communist and a sellout. Professor Griffith's here in that.
I asked you as kids.
You asked me where were the members. Then you just asked me where were the members. Did you not just ask me where were the members? So you gonna let me answer the question or you gonna answer it for me?
No, where they from?
And Flavor Flav somewhere on a damn show calling it the Flavor of Love, trying to get some wisdom from white people.
Listen.
Nandy with the smooth jab and dip.
They issue a public apology.
I don't care what they issue publicly.
So that means, you know what that means? That means that they don't stand on segregation. That's what that means. You're a liar.
All white restaurant.
And if you don't get it together and drop these macho attitudes, you are never gonna have anybody bringing you anything, anywhere, any place, anytime, ever.
Still not down, and they still not down.
Did you say no? Okay, cool.
You said were they able to
time out. Woo, I'm trying my best. In the name of Jesus, you're gonna make the minister come back out. Girl, listen. After the civil rights movement,
you don't need to think of Jesus
no, you got all type of thing going on with you right now.
You finna be nailed to your cross.
Forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Have you ever heard of the Million Man March?
I don't care anything about that plagiarized crowd.
It don't matter if you. I don't care if you like it or not.
Yes, I've heard about it. I've actually been to the marches. I've actually participated in the Million Woman March.
Okay, so was it?
And it was all for publicity. Don't ask me no question. Then I can't.
Hold on.
What benefits did the Million Man March do? And I'll tell you. What benefit?
Knowledge of self. Do for self.
Knowledge of self. Walking down the street, getting dogs and billy clubs and water hoses across your head. That's knowledge of self.
Sister Nandy is coming with a boatload of haymakers. Oh, caught Madon connect with the main left hook. It's going to be hard for Madon to recover from that punch.
You are
a liar.
I apologize a lot, but what has changed?
Yes, you can go to the Arby's. That's what changed. You can go to the Arby's. That's what changed.
Judicial system still segregated. Convict leasing still going on. What do we give a what do we care about their apology?
That shit's 2-piece by Sister Nandy.
You have to answer the question with
private owners were not included in that. So if I'm a white person and I have a restaurant and I want to not let somebody eat about my restaurant, I still have that right.
In the context of the debate.
Operation Emancipation Proclamation, Season 4, The Year of the Woman.
Did it freeze? Or it's just me?
It's not true. It froze.
Oh, okay. I was about to say,
Hi.
oh, and my phone tripping.
Squad probably put that on there and got up and went to the bathroom or something.
Hi, Jay.
My son said, "Hi, MJ."
Oh, he sounds so adorable.
Yeah, it's your time. I just
I know
Too
you
much.
know you adorable.
Say, how you doing, Queen?
How you doing, Queen? You.
I am well, sweetheart. How are you?
Ready? I got that.
What?
Where did Tyrone?
Tyrone ain't over here. Big cousin Tyrone ain't over here. You want to see big cousin Tyrone?
No,
Yeah.
Jack.
That's one thing about my cousin Tyrone. Tyrone love to feed the kids. He got 5 of his own.
Ah, you feed me in the night.
Oh, that's lovely.
He love to feed the kids all the time. He think kids, if they say they hungry, and we tell him they not hungry. They just see food and want to eat it. Stop it.
But you gotta feed them.
Ain't nothing wrong with these babies. They already had them a ramen noodles in a juicy. And 5 minutes later, can I have a donut?
They're growing.
Where did it come from?
Yeah, they got them growth spurts, but I just think when they see stuff, that's including his kids. When they see stuff, they don't give themselves a chance to be hungry. They just want to eat.
No,
that is true.
I know I just tomorrow.
I tell them quit spoiling our kids like that.
No.
Because they think but
That's right.
he said, I'll let them kids eat. They grow up out of it. I hope so.
No, they will. They will. So, well, I would say some.
I'll be well. I know I just
Right. He just want to be. He jealous. He just want to be in the conversation. He want to be. He want
Shout
to
out
talk
to
to you.
MJ. Appreciate y'all holding it
going
down.
on?
MJ.
You want to know that?
It's all right. The babies love me. They always want to have conversations.
Right. He don't want me talking to you. He want to talk to you.
So
you want them to
Suave.
talk, and then you don't want them to talk. You can't stop them from talking once they get going.
Right.
Oh man, that was the same thing with my son. Like before, he was so quiet. Now it's so, mommy. I want to ask you this question. Why do this happen like this? And why do they say this? And why is this word spelled like this? It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, oh my God, I don't know.
Yeah, you can't.
I'm gonna make. I think I'm a mean mom. I'll make them use their brain. One time, my daughter, because she was in 3rd grade, and they were doing algebra. They was in intermediate algebra in 3rd grade. She went to Cornerstone Academy in San Francisco, and they learned 3 times the grade of their actual normal peers in public school, which I didn't know, but it was pretty cool to know. So she doing algebra, and I'm in college doing algebra, the same algebra she doing, which was sort of embarrassing because how the hell you know what I know, right? So anyway, she said, "Mom, here, Mom, I'm done with my homework." So I looked at some of the homework, and it was called the elimination. She had to do elimination and substitution. So the elimination part, I saw 2 wrong. I said, "Well, you got 2 of them wrong." She goes, "Which one, Mom?" I said, "You got to figure that out yourself. Correct your homework now." I don't tell her which one she got wrong. I'll let you figure that shit out. Go take that paper and figure out the 2 that you got wrong.
No, that's what I did. I know I said how we love it.
What was you asking, MJ?
I came up in regards of the topic for tonight. Shout out to both debaters. I hope they do a very good job. I'm sure it's going to be very exciting. So the topic, what was the topic again? You said it should Black Americans separate from the U.S. government?
For liberation, yes. Should we separate? Should Black people separate from the U.S. for liberation? Yeah.
So, like, what type of liberation are they talking about?
Well, I'm guessing the kind that people would say is global, but I guess the white supremacy of the United States, get from up under the thumb of the man, you out in the building.
But white supremacy is global.
Exactly. That's what they will say. I think that's that's the level that the conversation is at. People say, "Man, I'm gonna go
That's
liberate."
why it would be good if they would send you the premise, because then we can like dissect it. Because
Yeah,
I'm
we can really
interested
do
to know
that.
what type of liberations are they talking about.
You got this, Suave, but is that the debate for tonight?
Yeah, that's the debate for the night. That's not my debate. That's Rio and Holly.
Oh.
Rio and Holly.
I
Liberation
think Holly.
on.
Which one is Holly? Affirmative or negative?
I believe she's the negative.
Shout out to Nobody and
But she
Butterfly
could
70. Peace,
very
Yes,
well
shout
be
sisters.
out
the
How
to
you
my
affirmative.
girl
doing?
Nobody.
Yeah. She could be the affirmative.
Tay
My
John, what about
debate
them
is with
49ers?
Suave.
What about them 49ers, Tay John?
Look at y'all
Yeah,
participating in
I'm
the
not finna
selling
go all
out
the
of
way,
our
baby.
warrior class men into
I'm not finna
playing
go
ball.
all
I
the
know.
way,
My
baby.
sister is a fan. My sister is a diehard fan. She just left here. So it's just like,
I can't
I'm
believe.
yeah, so I just I be supporting her little hobby. I know Tajon be keeping me up on T.
Yeah,
Melanated
I said
goddess in the building. What up, sis?
It's the guy.
Melanated
right,
goddess.
melanated goddess. What's up, melanated goddess? Yes, I'm telling you right now. I had to sing the blues to a few people on the Cowboy, where a Cowboy fan said, "Fuck them Cowboys." Ain't that something? If you can sit there, he
But
said
look,
this is why he stopped watching, because whatever this dude name, I almost said Tony Romo. We used to call him Tony Homo.
yeah,
But the
bad.
other dude, I guess his name is I forgot his name, but they say he always mess up when it comes to the playoffs. They don't never make it in the playoffs. And I say, well, y'all need to keep staying where y'all at, stagnated.
It's just
And
like
the
Suave.
beautiful Miss Lima, Mu University. How you doing,
Yes.
sister?
504 in the building. I'm representing that uptown, and I'm representing that West Bank across the river. You know what it is.
What it is.
I'm looking forward to this debate. I really would like to know how they're going to spin this narrative, because, like, since white supremacy is global and technically under US law, they would say that we have been liberated for quite some time. I would want to know how they will spin. What type of liberation are they talking about? Are they talking about US policies or what?
And you said it was Rio versus who?
Holly.
YouTube streets.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be interesting, because I don't know. Rio doesn't appear to have a religious. Neither one of them appear to have a diehard religious frame of mind.
Correct. So that's good. That would be interesting, because now it won't go to a religious state of mind. So now it would be like, would it be like race loyal? What is better for the race in general? Like something that has to do as a collective per se, as a particular subgroup. Because us in the Black community, we're not a monolith. We have all different types of subgroups. So I would love to see who's going to take on the collective aspect and who's going to take on the more subgroup category.
Yeah, but let me tell you who I would appreciate against either one of them in the debate, because I know we would learn. Because like, I feel that our problem is that we don't know enough about American history, American law, and American politics. So I would really appreciate it if Domo was to take on this conversation with either one of them, because then I know that we would get some gems along the way. Now I'm hoping, because like, I know Rio, like I saw Rio's work when he debated Sister Nandy, and I did appreciate it. And I'm hoping that and then Holly seems that this is the first time I've heard Holly do a real political debate. And we always gonna try to back our sisters, you know what I'm saying? So I'm hoping that and y'all say Holly is negative, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah.
she took the negative. Now
I
this
don't,
is
I
going to
don't,
be
I don't.
very interesting.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I just guess. She could be the affirmative. I'm kind of thinking that. I don't know. Because I'm thinking, will Rio take leaving the man? Because I never heard him talk like that.
No,
So,
Rio is about
the
progress.
negative.
No, like from what I gather, because like I've been sitting back and I've been analyzing, and stuff like that, analyzing, debaters and the debate league and all of that. And from what I gather about Rio, is the fact that he's about progress. Progress. He's not about running. He's not about moving to Africa.
Yeah.
He's about like, let's sit here and let's do because what a lot of people don't know is that some of the people in our civil rights during the civil rights actually were putting in work and doing us some good. But because of a lot of the propaganda that, we have received within the last decade, like a lot of people are, what can we say, miseducated, misled. And we don't know that we should be appreciating the work that they put in, because let's look at it. Let's be honest. Unless there's a vacant land somewhere, there's no such thing as separation.
But there's vacant
Well, see,
land.
it's a different level to separation because, if I don't know, Q, I see you over there on Taz's channel when he educates us.
Yeah.
As long as we're on this land, we're going to be integrated in some type of way.
Facts.
We can be separated as in regards of how we conduct ourselves and how far we want to be in society. So we're going to have to just decide. Right, exactly.
Just like we were before, we don't realize that when we thought we were segregated, we were really segregated. We were integrated into the same government. However, we operated as our own people, our own force, our own tribe.
Correct. So that's where we're gonna have to make a decision. It's gonna be a hard one because we have generations beyond generations who have gotten comfortable with being fully integrated into society. In fact, we promote and push the society that is around us. We're an important part of it. So that's going to be hard to try to separate. And then on top of it, like how?
Yeah, let me break some down to some people, because it's like the ignorance be killing me sometimes, right? I am I never say I'm a scholar. I'm never gonna say, but I research a lot. I just got finished researching early. I got distracted by Taz, because something Taz comes along, he do a boom pow, and I learned stuff from what he presents, because he presents he presents the critical thinking part of what we should be looking at. Now, this guy, I know he's a guy. I know it's a guy. You can just tell by the speech. But African American Nationalist Party, right? He's saying African Americans have a right to self-govern. You cannot be sovereign. Listen to me very clearly, people. If you're not documented in history as already being a tribe on American soil, and that means in America, that means an Indian tribe or an indigenous tribe, right? Which were governments and still are governments. Then you cannot be, no individual can be sovereign. You can only be sovereign as a government, and you have to be documented in history, because you have to, first of all, everybody does not have rights to American land, just like everybody does not have rights to African land. All right. So even the people now who are so-called the government, notice I stated that they really that we're allowing them rights, but they really don't have rights to this land. Because when you start looking into the American politics and what happened in the real history, it was technology. And if we stood up, if we had more knowledge and we stood up, then we can win. Because reparations is easy. The reason why they won't entertain it is because they lose. But see, we're not asking for reparations based on the right things, because most people, whether black, white, yellow, green, purple, don't know true American history. You know, most people are believe what they've been taught in school, and that's our problem. It's like ignorance.
It's okay to believe some of the shit you was taught in school.
I
Children.
mean, some of it, but then you have to research for yourself. Like anything, you have to research for yourself. You know, don't believe like
No, I just bullshit.
I know.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, but
'Cause
the
you
thing
know they
about it
wiping
is,
slave
I'm
trade
sorry,
out the
guys.
damn school books. Talking about
The thing about it is
migrant
that
worker.
how our system runs is that they give you whatever knowledge or information that they want to provide to you in textbooks and in the classroom, and then they set you up to go straight into the workforce. When do anybody really even have the time to actually be like, all right, let me double check and double research what everything that I learned, unless they want to actually go into that career fair where they want to research and you know, be a subject expert on that matter.
And the
Most of
sad
the time
part
people
is, let me say
go
this
ahead.
right quick. Hold your thought now. But the sad part is, even in those fields, just like economics, accounting, they do not, like, you know, most people, they leave it at what they learned at school and they don't research farther. And that's why we don't grow ahead, because they're only giving you bare minimum in college. So that's why you have more business majors who end up being a manager or working for somebody else's business than actually being successful at starting their own.
Right, but yeah, but see, those are those particular type of degrees are only degrees for you to work in somebody else's conglomerate. It's not for you to be a business, a business owner, or to even start a new a line of business that haven't been thought before. They don't teach things like that. Those they do those things in think tanks. Like you can actually go and apply to certain think tanks and corporations that have you sit down and you think about new things that you might want to start, and they'll put like a little project and they'll give you a little grant to start this project if your idea is, you know, legit and it can make lucrative money or is successful in the future. But a lot of our students, especially college students, are not really told that unless they're already in a program that is like you know, associated with those think tanks. Then they don't really understand it. Like I knew this girl who was and I went to college a long, long time ago. But I knew this girl who was in a program who she went and she started to make those robots, the robots that we see out there. Like she was
Yeah,
already in this
she's into
program. Yeah, doing
artificial
IA and
intelligence.
artificial intelligence and everything. And she
And
would
that's
sit
the
home
next
and she
investment. If you're gonna invest in something, and I don't like it for real, like no black, I don't feel like any black, but see, I feel like that's our problem too. We you know, it's wrong. It's gonna put a lot of black people out of a lot of jobs because it's gonna replace labor. But at the same time, it's like just like the prison industrial stocks and stuff. If you want to get rich, you invest in that, and you know, it's a lot of people investing in that. And so we keep saying the white man, but do you know how many black people are invested in the prison industrial stocks, and how many of them have an interest in putting more black people in jail?
many.
Yes. And it's our view. Like because we don't understand stuff. That's why that's why I love Taz, because and what Taz is doing is very important, because he is pointing out a lot of things that, you know, keeps us docile. You know, like because it sounds good. But then when you do the research, it's not. So we're going against our best interest because we lack knowledge.
You know, that's why I call Taz the puzzle solver. Because what was on the outside surface, he'd go deep into it and say, nah, that's not what it was, fam. Let me
Yeah,
break it
niggas
all the
been
way down.
lazy and just
And I need you to see that.
accepting the popular narrative, you know,
Right.
because it felt good. Like, oh, I was included. Okay. Oh, we fought. Okay. Oh, okay. And then you look and it's like, nigga, we was sold and undermined every time.
And then that makes
Yeah.
us look more and more ignorant, more and more weak. And then a lot of the pro-blacks, you know, and see Suave. I'm black progressive. I don't say pro-black no more. I'm for my people. You know what I'm saying? All day, every day. But I no longer subscribe to pro-black, because it has its own connotation. You even find some people who are black that want to ridicule pro-blacks because they know a lot of the stuff that pro-blacks say is ignorant. They'll say, the woke, the so-called woke. It's like, because they're not, the so-called pro-blacks are not coming, they're coming with some the same thing that white supremacy comes with. And so that's why I say I'm a black progressive now, because I don't want to be under that umbrella or that title, but I'm for my people. And so
Congratulations.
but so like I'm divested, as Taz say. I'm divested from that frame of thinking and more on a realistic frame of thinking, because I really care for my people and I really want us to see us progress. And I know that in our progress, we have to work out our issues. We can't continue to ignore them, make excuses for them, blah, 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 because nobody else is going to save us but us.
Can I ask you a question too? Because I hear a lot of times, and not trying to deflect from what you guys are talking about. This thing is pretty dope what you guys are talking about. But you guys mentioned robots and invest in robots and, in artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'm kind of disturbed a little bit by that, because
I am too. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you definitely are going to get rich. But I'm like me, I have not done it. I will. I can't do it. It's because I know it's going to hurt people.
Yeah, no, but my thing is, as just white dude, and I don't believe white supremacists exist anymore. I just think they done died down, watered down, they done cracked out, methed out.
It's money, it's power supremacy or whatever. We can give it some other supremacy, but it's not just a certain race group supremacy anymore.
Well, no, but see, here's the thing. My thing with artificial intelligence is totally different. Their focus is basically getting rid of black people, period. And if you can use artificial intelligence to kill off black folks, and that's just my thing. Like, my thing is, I don't care if they're black or white, if they can use artificial intelligence to go, because I was watching this thing on YouTube, Suave, you can pull that up. It's called The 10 Deadliest Robots on the Planet. And all of it is geared towards dealing with killing off humans.
See, K. John, I don't necessarily think it's just for killing off black people. I just think that those AI and artificial intelligent robots are going to be a new wave of how we do war. And this is for somebody who went to war, who still goes to war. It's for war. It's a way to not make the army or their personnel suffer. They could just send out robots to do attacks, or just like how they started with the drones. It started with the drones 10 years ago, and now they could just blow up a whole country from a drone, and nobody even know where it comes from, because you can't track the airspace that it's coming from. So yeah, I think that's what they're really meant for, and they are going to take over some of the workforce. We can see it now in McDonald's. We can see it now in movie theaters. There's certain things that used to be done by humans that are now being done by machines. So yeah, that's where it's going.
They did they have been, how we like order Instacart and all that stuff. Well, they've been sending drones out to, they've been like sampling or testing the drones on delivery items and stuff.
Well,
so it
I
will
know about that part.
Let me make first. This is our problem too. It's like, our problem as black people is that we have to become more knowledgeable. So if we okay. Yes, they are killing off humans, right? Because I don't know if y'all have heard about natural selection. A lot of these things that they're using does come from us. But I hate to say that, because we're not operating as us, and we haven't operated as us as a long time. But it's still like a lot of things that's within our DNA. And I'm just going to put that way. All right. And then at the same token, it's like, do are we at a point where we have to keep up with time? What I mean is, should we go ahead and invest? And I don't mean invest by like money, because everybody think investment means money. No, investment means learning. See, our problem is we're 5 steps, 10 steps behind. We have to hire them to do our DNA. We have to hire, because we're not going into those fields of studies like science. We have to become, and that's our ancestral stuff. You know, like our ancestors were the scientists. They were the astronomers and different things like that. And we've fallen behind, we've fallen behind the ball. And so we have to get more invested in science and math and a lot of these natural, sacred, ancient sciences in order to be able to even be in the game. But we're so far behind, but it's not to say that we can't catch up, but it's just like our focus is elsewhere. Just like they invest in stocks, invest in this. I'm sorry, but you're investing in some other race or some other corporation other than yourself. So even though you might personally get a little money, it doesn't give us leverage as people, because it doesn't
I think we have to do both, QI. We have to be progressive and we have to understand the system that we're in, because there is no country that does not play a part in the world economics. They're all playing with each other. They're all buying and bartering with each other, whether it's money, machines, gold, silver, resources. They're all doing that. So we have to do both.
Right.
Simultaneously.
And you're right. And let me add this point on what you just said. We got to stop saying white supremacists, because all white people are not friends to one another. It's like,
first of all, white people hate each other. Like, this is what I don't understand.
You got Italians.
White people have been killing each other, and they still killing each other today. Look what they did to Syria. Look what they did to Afghanistan. Like, these people, if you really go by their genetics, they're under the Caucasus. They're under the Caucasian. They're killing their own people every fucking day. They're not just killing black folks, because they don't care.
It's tribe.
They really don't care.
It's tribe versus tribe. It is tribe versus tribe, and and we generalize it, and that's why we don't know who our enemies are. That's why we can't apply for reparations, because who owes you reparations? Now, I know in my area, the British and the Canadian French owe me reparations. And, so you start looking at the founders or the original British and French in my area, and I know exactly which families to target. But the average person is not looking at things that way. They're looking at things from a general standpoint, which is causing us to lose.
I mean, if you think about it, we're still tribal even here.
Absolutely. We're totally tribal. I mean, that's the whole point of the census. If we wasn't tribal, there would be no census. We will all just be like how the British call everybody a Briton.
We'll all be American.
Right. We are American, but we're put into subgroups.
Yeah.
So that's even a tribe. That's tribes within a country. That's why there is different treatment, and people are not looked as the same, especially in our medical system. Like, I really wish that we had more African American, Black people in general in the medical field. They have a whole tool that is specifically designed just for African American or people that they deem Black in America. That's called the fact rule. The fact rule, they actually say that with Black Americans or people who are perceived Black, they actually measure it 1.1 inches larger than anybody else, because it's said that Black or African American descent people have higher body mass or higher muscle mass. So they can't even use the same tools as we use with other people.
And we have different genetics, and they're swapping our genetics. Like when we was talking about artificial intelligence earlier, natural selection. They're swapping our genetics for theirs. They're solving their health issues with our genetics. It's a
now in the melanated goddess, you're correct, and the British is different. But however, do you know in Britain, mixed race people are considered white or non-black? They're not considered black by DNA, by medical. They do not. They say that mixed race people are considered non-black, so they follow a different tool than as the Black Britons in Britain.
And if you study the British, if you go back and you start studying the royals and different things like that, these are the people who what is that? Who purposely
inbreed.
Inbred. Thank you. You know what you're talking about. Whoever said that. They inbred because they want to keep their race pure. You know what I'm talking about? A lot of people think that, you know, the royal family is British, but they're actually Germans. And, you know, they wanted to keep their race pure, so they would inbreed, you know, and inbreed instead of like mixing out. So like, yes, in Britain, it is different because they have a different viewpoint than we do in America. Because like they say, America is the melting pot. We're an experiment.
Well, they say that Black people have like so many different genetic codes that that really they can't go by the like when they prescribe medicine and all that other stuff. You really can't. It's not like fitting to our codes. Because I mean, white people, they only have like two codes, and we have all these different, you know.
Facts. Because like if Black people like it trips me out. People be saying they pro-Black, but all of their talking points are against pro-Black. If Black people are the original people of the earth, right? The melanated, then of course we were all over the planet. Like Dr. Khalid Muhammad stated, what do you want to do? Claim one spot? We were all over the planet. And so there are like, just within the original people, there were haplogroups and subgroups. And, you know, and so that makes a difference because, you know, like they say, eat to your blood type or whatever. You have like, just like, for instance, if we've been doing stuff for decades or centuries or whatever, then that plays a big part in, you know, how our body's going to react to stuff because that's within our DNA. You know, that's like coming from our ancestors. That's how our body is going to react to stuff coming from our ancestors. And that's why family medical history is, you know, family medical history. It's based on family because it's based on how our ancestors did things and what our bodies are accustomed to.
You know, I actually found something that tripped me the fuck out. So with what happens like with our medical history from our family, it's actually only like a small percentage. Like you have an 8% chance, a 6% chance, a 10, 12% chance of getting it because it's in your family. The rest of it has everything to do with what you eat and if what you're eating is going to trigger that the thing that your family has. If it will increase your already small percentage or not. That tripped me out because I thought, you know, if your great-great-grandpappy had diabetes, you probably gonna get it too. But no, it's not like that.
Nah, because
it's inflammation. Inflammation is one of the biggest killers.
Oh, facts.
Inflammation is QI.
Go ahead.
Inflammation is one of the biggest killers for our community. Most of the time, our bodies are inflamed. And this is why we have very negative effects when we get sick or when we have something like with like hemorrhoids or thyroid problems or enlarged heart.
Because it's just crystallized
it's inflammation. And that's a lot of because of the food.
Spit outside.
Yeah.
Just when you have a cold, go spit outside in the cold and watch how that stuff freezes up and it hardens. And it's so hard that it takes an act of Congress to loosen it up. And that's what's going on in our bodies. It's hard.
Correct.
No, for real. It's hard. It's hard. It's crystallized.
No, I believe you. That was just funny. And take an act of Congress.
Yeah. And then we have to do things daily. Like I drink lemon juice and water. Turmeric, I'm still in the air about sea moss. I'm about to, I've been off my sea moss for a minute and I'm going to start taking it again and see if it has a different, if it produces a different effect.
You have to take sea moss for a long period of time. Like, normally when you take vitamins, like any form of vitamins, you have to actually take it for a month to actually see results, like consistently for a month.
Yeah, and so we're not putting those greens, the alkaline, the stuff that breaks down the mucus, the stuff that breaks down the inflammation in our body. And then unfortunately, just like right now, people don't realize the results of radiation on inflammation and on our central nervous system.
It's the mucus. There's a lot of mucus in our body, and a lot of the food that we eat, especially when it comes down to dairy products, it creates a lot of mucus in your body.
Bleach
and
product.
There should be no reason why we're not detoxing our body daily.
Right.
We're supposed to detox our body, a slow detox, if anything. You don't have to do an extreme one with juices and cleanses that do it for like 7 days. You should actually make it like a long-term thing to detox your body.
Alkaline water.
I agree with that. They got mucus killers. They got mucus killers. They got parasitic killers. They got scram. They have all these different things that you can do to actually start your body, reset your body, so your body can be rejuvenated. And it's not that expensive at all. It really isn't. You invest in your health. You're right, MJ. I'm about to do cleansing myself because they said I got this COVID, but you know what? I say I blame myself for it. Like I said earlier, I didn't take my vitamin D's. I didn't take my black elderberry. I didn't take my black seed oil. That's my problem. I made sure my son took his vitamins and stuff. That's why he don't have it.
So, right. To add to MJ's point, most Black people are, what's it called when you're allergic to dairy? Lactose
intolerance. Yes.
And I didn't know that.
I know I am. I can't have any dairy. I never could have any dairy because once I was to take like any type of regular milk, it would turn straight into mucus in my lungs and I'll get clogged. Like I'll feel like I'm like drowning. So
and me
I have always drunk like almond milk or soy milk, or I'll make my own fresh almond milk with raw almonds. And I drink goat milk. Like goat milk has never had a problem or issue with me, but it's very expensive, goat milk.
They also say that drinking dairy, like drinking milk from a cow, is dumb because they say, mind you, I drink milk. I'm talking about myself. Drinking milk is dumb because it's the same as drinking like fucking giraffe milk. Like it would be the same as drinking like what they say, mouse or rat milk. I was like,
yeah.
Christ.
Why don't humans drink human milk?
I guess you just don't want to think about the fact that you're drinking out of somebody's titty. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't see nothing wrong with that. When I was breastfeeding my baby, I thought that was very important that my baby was nurse fed. And I'm gonna tell you something. It's funny that you say
Not
that.
Babies, I'm talking about grown people.
That's what I'm. Oh well, okay. Well, pump your breast milk. Put that shit in the refrigerator. Eat correctly, and then all the nutrients and stuff goes to that milk, and pump that baby and put it in the refrigerator. There you go. You got you some good, wholesome, organic breast
For real,
milk.
women are bogus for letting her pay for milk right now, though. I ain't gonna hold you up. Y'all know it's a pandemic. Like real talk. If y'all want to help the economy, that is one way. Stop acting like y'all not making breast milk.
Are you asking for titty milk?
Remember Dave Chappelle?
I'm trying to save my people.
They had those breast farms back in colonial slavery time where they used to have our women feeding these white kids our breast milk, so I'm good on that. I'm not gonna be selling my breast milk to
You reminded me. They did that somewhere else
remember
too.
Dave Chappelle?
If anybody has any more knowledge on this, can you
Remember
please
Dave
tell me? But
Chappelle
there
when
was
he
during some war, like the land got burnt. You know how they be when they trying to conquer someplace, they be burning the land so you can't farm on it. They
Right.
were low on crops, like everything. So the women were like breastfeeding the soldiers to keep them alive.
Yeah, it was a part of that breast farm situation kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's what you brought to my head. I was like, that was a savage story. Once again, women coming through as we always do.
Hey, hold it down. Shit. What the fuck?
No,
For
it
real,
would
y'all
make
be acting like we need y'all. Y'all know y'all need us. Y'all would have been perished. Get
it
out of
would make
here.
sense for us, humans to drink, human milk, but it's not, it's
Yeah.
not accepted society wise after a certain age. And then on top of that, they can control what they give a cow versus what they give a human, because you don't
Yeah.
want to take breast milk from a human who's not healthy, or
And
they have
DNA,
hidden illnesses and diseases and stuff, because then it's going to be highly transferable to you.
I think they don't want to pay humans that money because they sure don't mind us giving us infected cow pus.
Hey,
Them
that's a hell
cows
of a
be
job.
sick to the
Well, it is, and it's about genetic superiority. It's about genetic man, if Black people only realized that, we would be, if things were based on who produces the resources, we would be rich.
But it's not. It's based off of who willing to boss up and take that shit. And clearly, our men ain't been fighting hard enough. Cough, cough. Hint, hint.
Well,
nobody with the shade, like a sharp sword, like swoosh, swoosh.
She said hint, hint. And y'all ain't been fighting hint, hint.
Clearly.
That's not a hint.
But I'm gonna be honest, yes, we do, like, because we're in a, and that's only because when they came over here, they made this a patriarchal society, right? So,
right.
If you're going to be patriarchal, then that means that we have expected, because men are given the leeway. They've always been there. Like, men have always been able to vote since so-called slavery. Men, so, like, there has been expectations for our Black men. However, it's like we all should do it at this point. But at the same token, it's going to have to be balanced. It's going to have.
What you mean by that?
Like, for instance, because it's not about war. Like, everybody keep thinking that fight means war, fight means physical and everything. No, if you know American politics, American law, a lot of things are sitting out there waiting on us. But the fact is, we're lost and we're ignorant to a lot of things that we should know. Just like
we just wait. QI, we just waiting for a damn Messiah and another fucking leader.
Yeah,
and that's our damn problem.
Distracting us.
Like we have to
distracting us.
We have to make moves as individuals. We supposed to be excelling as individuals as possible. Because just think about it like this: even if we cannot get all the Black people on one accord, if everybody is individually making progress and moving forward, that is a betterment for our community. Because at the end of the day, we all reside predominantly around each other.
That's why I say start with family.
You just have to just step your game up.
Right. That's why I say start with family. And I mean, like, I don't mean just, your, a man, woman, child. I mean, then let's go into our aunts and cousins and stuff like that. If we started with family, then once you have mastered the family aspect, you can move up to your immediate community. And if multiple Black people did that, then we will progress and grow. Because when you look at, like we say, unity, that's too big. That's too broad. That's too many people. That's too many different thoughts. That's too many different ideologies. But if you look at family, because to me, if you can't master generational wealth with your family, then you're not meant to be a leader. Because I always look at what does
We
your
will
family
never
look like?
master generational wealth until more of the men stay in the house, till more of the men are asking for women's hands in marriage, like till our men are working. Well, I won't say our men, black men are working more and not costing the government millions of dollars, and not being so unemployed. Like we can't do generational wealth with just half of the community,
Well,
like with just the
generational wealth,
women.
in
You know
my
what I mean?
opinion, generational wealth, in my opinion, has nothing to do with working for another. That's why I say family. If your family pulls together money for a family business, that's generations, right? And so, and that passes down to the next generation, and then the next generation.
That'll
And
only be if the men get on
no,
code. I really genuinely believe that, because if we're over here making all this money and stacking it and buying property and buying this and buying that, and our men are not on code, they might end up pushing the resources we have accumulated outside of the community, as we have
and as
seen
a person,
on multiple
right.
examples.
And as a person who deals with my family in terms of this, because we have land and we have, like, we came from entrepreneurship. My grandfather, owned his own. That's why we haven't had as much struggle as most have had. But, and he left the blueprint, and a lot of my family fell off. Okay. So we're bringing it back. But here's the thing. We don't have a lot of men born in our family. And then out of the men born in our family, they wayward. You know what I mean? Now we can try to work with them as best as possible, but then I tell my family it's just like a plant or whatever. You have to get rid of the bad leaves. You have to get rid of the bad seeds. You have to get rid of the bad fruit at times. And so that's what I look at
I
now.
completely agree. It's possible. I completely agree. I just mean, like, it's harder how do I say it? Black women, we work so much harder simply because we don't have
and we can't keep waiting.
the help. We don't have the support. Like, if it's
For
supposed to be
survival,
two parents, and there's
right.
only one parent is literally doing 200%. They
Right.
job and your job. Like,
right. And
it's just made even harder.
And for survival purposes, I'm not saying for survival purposes, you can't keep waiting. You have to get who is willing and who is willing and who can do. You know what I'm saying? You don't keep waiting.
That's facts. I'm just saying it'll be hard for us to establish this generational wealth if only I'll say all of the women, if all of us do it, because I know all of us aren't doing it, but I do believe it is the majority. Even if the minority of us that aren't doing it is a large minority, I still believe the majority of Black women are working on their own businesses, working to get their own money, to get a degree. They're working one or two jobs. I believe Black women, we be hustling. But even if all of us hustled, if we still have as many derelict men as we have in our community that are going to rob us and kill us and give away our wealth, we will not, as a collective, grow our wealth. We could do it within our own little areas, maybe but I don't see it being a widespread thing until all of us are on the same page.
That's why it's important to
know
America.
I just think that we can't even worry about being a collective at all at this point. Like, we're not there yet. We have to work on individual, and like women need to continue on progressing, and men have to continue on progressing. They have to continue to elevate. That's when we can talk about collective. At this point, there ain't no talk about collective, because like you said, the burden will only be on the one who's producing more. And if we're not both producing, it's not going to collectively affect anyone.
Okay, and let me say this. That's why it's important to know American law, because just because you're an heir or just because you're a bloodline does not mean things is going to pass on to you. Because just like a business, when you sit down, you create your mission statement, right? And then because a family is a business. So you create your mission statement and you state that this is what will go in this family and this is what won't go. Because my grandfather did it. My grandfather stated that this is who will be passed down this legacy and this is who won't. And then you have to continue that so that people who do not do their due diligence will not receive the benefits of those who do. It's legal. You have to put it in writing, and you have to file it within the courthouse.
See that by yourself.
I can finger point all day because you're talking about the millions of abortions. If you even stop, that still points right back to men. If these men were in the household helping this woman with money, if she felt secure and safe, she wouldn't have got rid of the baby.
Men
So
Don't worry, nobody. It's gonna
men
take
who
you
talk
a couple.
women into
they
getting
Nobody's
hate
pregnant or
gonna. It's
they
threaten
gonna
her
take
to
hate
you
get
a
to
few
be
more
pregnant.
days.
accountable. They hate to
Nobody.
be
It's gonna take you a
accountable.
few. It's gonna take you a few more days to know how to ignore him.
Yeah,
Girl,
You're
because
gonna have to know how to.
I
You're gonna have
really
to know
hate
how to
when
ignore
people
him.
come for Black women. I really hate when people come for I'm gonna get used
He's
to
an
it,
attract,
MJ.
but see,
No.
African
The thing
American
is,
Nationalist Party tells you all. Tells you the whole name of whatever the troll tells you everything you need to know. And if you pay attention to what he's saying, you see the agenda. This could even be a white person.
Well, I know for a fact that by yourself, work work individually by yourself. Let me tell you something. It don't work for me because I could be by myself trying to get things together and don't know A to B or B to C or don't know the
You need
direction.
a
And
team.
then if
You
I
need a
say,
team.
hey, why don't we come together and do something together? It just seems like it just seems like it's this love hate thing. Like, damn, she why she about that life and it wasn't me. So you know what I'm saying, and people got those favoritism in the family. You see, they got those favoritisms, like,
Mhm.
uh, I, I
You're only proving MJ's point though. That's another reason to do it by yourself. Google exists, or you
I
could pay
try to do
somebody
stuff by
$50 to
myself.
get
It
done
don't work
whatever
for
you need
me.
to get
I'm gonna have
done.
to be honest with y'all.
It
Ain't
don't work
nobody.
for me.
Yeah.
That's why I had to go overseas because
And
the
I'm telling you,
Negroes here are too damn mentally lazy, or they got this love hate thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? And well, shit, what I'm getting out of it, attitude. Instead of saying, oh shit, yeah, let's help build this shit. That's cool. I want to be on a, you know what I'm saying? I want to help make history, and in return, you get blessings in return. Things are going to happen in return. You may want to run a business. Okay, so now let's compare and let's fuse that together. You help me with my son's clothing line, but you trying to get a hair and spa and nails business all in one. This we're gonna make that happen too. Now we're gonna make it happen because now we're gonna try to get all the people to support us in this. You know what I'm saying? We could bring one person can bring the people, another person can bring the ideas, another person knows the legal aspects of it, but I don't know all of those things. You see what I'm saying?
In your family,
That's what makes it hard for me, and that's why stuff's been going on for years. Me trying to get things started, I have issues, and see now that I'm going overseas, it seems like it's picking up a little bit of progress, but I still need more.
Yeah, you need somebody that you got to look at somebody who's good at marketing.
Yeah.
Well, I have a degree in marketing. If you ever need any assistance, I can give you some tools. I have many degrees and certifications, but yes, one of my degrees is in marketing. So if you ever need any assistance, you could definitely reach out.
Yes, we must chat because I'm trying to get everything started so we can get us going. Even with my son's clothing line, I have ideas about buying us some land. I've been dreaming about it. I even done a vision board, and I believe it's going to happen.
I wanted to say one thing.
I own a couple of properties in Africa, so those are just like Airbnbs. So like if you want something overseas or even in seas, let me know. I know a lot of realtors and stuff like that, so I could definitely help out.
How did you do that? That's dope as fuck.
I want to let Farasha go, but then I want to ask MJ something after she finishes. But go ahead, Farasha.
I don't want to be negative, or I'm not trying to say Tajon is that way or anything like that. But I grew up watching my mom. She was a promoter back in the '80s. She promoted Alex Haley and
oh wow.
What's her name? Nikki Giovanni. I ate spaghetti dinner with her. But my mom spent like thousands of dollars. Like this one lady, because I know with the promotions and her different shows and stuff, she had this one lady helping her, and she was working the door, and she was skimming off the top, and then she took my mom to court and took money. Well, she won the case, but she was taking my mom's money at the door too. So that's why I kind of be hesitant to invest or get in with other people.
Contracts matter.
And plus, also, she spent. My mom also put invested 10 G's into this one guy's company, and he ended up taking her money and opening a business with a Mexican chick. So I just like
contracts matter and
The
documented
fucking treason. The treason.
yeah, contracts matter though. Like you see, once again, it's due to lack of. Okay, so like MJ, because you've been following Taz, and we talking about the treaties, right? Okay, so the treaties were a contract, right? And so, like, you have since 1700s, contracts matter. So you have to get everything in writing, and down to the specifics. And see, this is why, just like the music industry, a lot of these young rappers, they come out, they sign these contracts, and what they're really signing is they're signing their whole self away. So we have to become more knowledgeable of contracts, business, and things of that nature in order to make things work. Because, yes, we're talking about working together as a family, as a unit, as whatever, but you still need contracts. Because without those, because just like I'm speaking about my grandfather had a will, which is a contract, which tells us what to do for the rest of what we can do for the rest of our life. Regardless, it tells the executor over the estate, it tells the trustees over the estate what they can and cannot do. So, like, contracts matter. So you have to get it. We have to be more like, we have to be business and down to the T, and we have to become knowledgeable of what that means or how that looks.
I agree. You do have to have you have to have a certain level of business knowledge and knowing of contracts and how to write contracts, but you can also pay people to help write a contract for you in whatever business that you have. I do think that the education is definitely needed though. That was one of the reasons why a lot of our contracts that we did have back in the 1700s and 1800s were basically violated or misconstrued and became non-involved because you signed on the $9, you didn't read the fine print, or you didn't have an understanding of the fine print.
And then at the time, the release.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, you do have to have some knowledge of business in any business that you go into. And definitely when you're going into business with anybody, whether it's a friend, family member, you should have a contract. And it shouldn't be looked at as a negative way. It's just something that is a protection of yourself. Just it's also a protection for that person too.
Yeah.
So I mean, we gotta.
When you go into court, they're gonna ask you to prove it. Where are your receipts? And where are your receipts? Word of mouth is not receipts. You have to have documented proof. I mean, even in criminal cases or whatever, you have to have documented proof. So where is your proof?
Yes.
Where's your proof that this is what was negotiated? This is what I agreed to. This is I only agreed. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, Q. I apologize. So I think nobody was asking me how was I able to establish like rental homes in Africa. So I have a couple co-workers who are African men. They're from Ghana, and they're also from Gambia. And we have sat down and I have talked to them numerous of times, because what they have done is they have purchased land and created homes out there that they have rent, as well as built up their mansions and stuff for their moms and their family members and things of that sort. So I had told them, hey, I want to buy property over here because later on I probably won't be when I retire. I'm probably not going to be living in the States. So I wanted to know about that. So I went there. I went and went to look at locations. They set me up with the realtor. And the best thing about Africa is that you don't pay no property taxes, and that land stays with you until you sell it. That land stays within your family. Nobody can
Get
take
out of
that land
here.
for you.
Oh my
Nope.
God.
Nobody can
And
take
that's
that land for you. That is mine. That is mine for life. It
right.
goes straight to my son. Nobody can
So,
take that for
so
you. So
once you bought it, it's yours. No, nothing else.
that's it. That's it. No property
Oh
taxes
my
on the land. It's
God.
It
yours.
can be the same way here in America, but the problem is we're African
No,
American.
the problem is we're hyper capitalistic here in America. There's no way they're just not gonna let you
No,
pay
no,
shit,
no, no, no. I'm
even for
telling
your
you,
own
sister,
stuff.
I'm a tribal American Indian. I'm a part of the Avuelte Inza tribe.
And
so
I am, and as you know, QI, I'm also of Native American descent. So I have land down in here in this country in Georgia mainly.
Oh, you're a Creek
Yeah.
Indian. Me too. I'm a Chata, Yazoo Chata, Yazoo Chata, but we're all Creek at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yep. And so it's hard. We have a contract from like the 1700s, from when my great grandfather Lord Porter owned it. So it's hard because, like I said, they've been trying to I guess take our acres away by putting up new buildings and stuff like that. So you have to always got to go in the courts. You have to get
you have to get
involved. Yeah.
Is it divided?
Yeah.
Okay, well that stops the eminent domain. Mm-hmm. Like if it's like that's what we face, right? Like you have to divide it down. You have to divide it down. Then you also have to do contracts on those separate deeds that point back to the original will,
right.
Will. Okay, and then that gives you protection against eminent domain.
Okay, so I'm gonna definitely have to look into that more. All I know is that my family members who are down there, they just been taking care of the acres. It's very good farmland. We had it since the 1800s.
And then if you register, if you become a Indian not tax, and what an Indian not tax means is that at least one or a couple of members of your family have to go ahead, because the Creeks got it going on. So there's no stopping you now, because the Creeks are allowed to be registered as Indians, right?
Oh, that's
yeah, go look it up. The Creeks are right. Creeks have gotten back their rights, and that's a nation. Creek is our nation. See, people don't understand. Creek is our nation. It's the Mayans. Creeks are Mayans. We're originally descended from Mexico. We migrated up when the Spanish came in, and we were the first inhabitants of Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, parts of Texas, and so because the states weren't in existence. So states are what we call imaginary or newly found or made up boundaries.
So what about the Seminole? Because my grandfather on my mother's side was a Seminole.
That means mixed Indian. That means that that pretty much just look at the Seminole. That just means mixed Indian, right? So what you have to do is, that means that maybe your grandfather was one type of Indian and your grandmother was another type of Indian. So you have to trace back on their individual sides to the individual land to determine which type of Indian that they were. And they were also called the Maroons. And basically what maroon means is what they say, bad or not maroon just means, I gotta look it up. I'm gonna look it up and tell y'all specifically, but it just means that they was unruly.
Okay. Well, can I ask you this now? And as far as the Native Americans and American Indian, the indigenous people, I was always told, because I couldn't claim what I wanted to claim because my great grandfather was a Crow Indian. Okay.
Okay.
And they say you are who your mother is. It's not who your father is.
Right, because it was
it's who your mother
maternal.
is.
It was
Okay.
America was a matriarch before, you know, the colonizer. And that's why they switched it around as well, because when we're looking at these treaties were signed by women.
And they also go same thing with the Jewish. It goes by who your mother is. If your mother is Jewish, then you are Jewish. If your father is Jewish and your mother is Mexican, then you are Mexican. That's how they go about it.
But it's still your lineage. Like you said, your grandmother was Crow, right?
My grandmother's father was a Crow.
Okay. And so that means that his mama was a Crow, right?
Yeah, his mama was a Crow, but my mama was a free slave.
Yeah, and slave doesn't mean African either, but at the same time, it's nothing wrong with it if she was. But let me tell you about, you know who Khalifa is?
Yes, that's the queen over there from where the Californias, over there in the Californias a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. Now I don't know whether California are Aztecs, Incans, or or Mayans. That's like, because like when you start researching a lot of this stuff, you have to stick with your area. So I don't have the privilege of studying a lot about because it was like over 3,000 tribes.
By nobody.
It was like nations, tribes, bands, and clans. So it was a lot. Just like Choctaws are Creek, Chickasaw is really Chata and Chickasaw, but we're Creek. We migrated from Alabama, which before the state boundaries, the imaginary state boundaries, was Creek territory. And when you talking about the Yazoo land fraud, and because the Creeks had a battle, it was the Battle of the Creeks, or a war, Indian war against the Creeks. And so whoever the leader of the Creeks were, because they were defeated, they signed, over. They went and did an illegal process of it's illegal of signing over a lot of Creek land, which extended into Florida, Georgia, Mexico. Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, and Louisiana, and Alabama. So it's illegal. It's totally illegal, because it was about, because okay, keep in mind that we lived off the land, right? We grew our own everything. We lived by the day. So when war happened and they tore down and stole crops and all of that kind of stuff, we were left in destitute. So we were desperate at that point, because, we didn't have the crops to know that we were going to live another month. So I don't know if I'm painting that perfect picture. So basically, somebody who was weak, not looking at, and I don't mean weak in the sense of, I mean that they were scared, because they was like, how are we going to feed this tribe, without crops? Because, we lived by the day. We didn't have refrigerators. We didn't have, a lot of the conveniences that we have today. So, and then it's like their tools, their homes, and everything have been torn down in those wars. So that left them with the feeling of destitute. So some of the leaders in that feeling of destitute signed out, agreed with these British and Canadian French to sign over stuff that they shouldn't have signed over. But at the same time, it's still not legally, it's not still not the law. I'll put it that way. So we can still fight it. Our problem today is that most people don't even know that they're those people. So a lot of this stuff, people talking about land, buying land. A lot of y'all ain't got to buy no land, especially if you came from the South. Your family has land. You just got to go back in there and prove that that's your family's land. Trace your family trees manually. Know your grandparents'
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work because I had to trace back and find documents that was even stashed in the Library of Congress to find things about. I did find one of my ancestors who was marked as a slave, and the name, everything, and colored and all that stuff. These are really cool documents when you actually get it. You do learn a lot.
Yeah, because it teaches you a lot about the mistakes that we're making today. Because they knew more than we do today. Ancient society were much more advanced than we are today, although we have more technology as we think, because they had cell phones, they had walkie-talkies, they had plumbing, and all of this stuff back then. We just don't know it. So a lot of the stuff that these colonizers are making money off of are our things, our resources, our stuff. So they're making money off of our stuff, your ancestor stuff, your lineage, your heir property. That land is not theirs, it's yours. Why are they running your land mass? Because America is north, south, central, and all of the above. These
So
boundaries.
let me ask you this then, since we're talking about land.
Go
Remember I
ahead.
told you my great grandfather, a Crow Indian, and 4 daughters and 5 sons. Okay, now his three out of his 4 daughters, because the other one she was a young baby. The other 3 were teenage girls, beautiful, stair step babies. My grandmother and them, and some white hillbillies came over to mess with them. Try to sexually attack them and stuff. And he gave them a warning, and they didn't listen.
Kids. Pause that right quick and keep your thought. They wanted mulatto kids. You know how a lot of these treaties got signed through mulattoes as well, because they were converting America to patriarchy, and then they were also whitewashing America by coming in and mixing with the melanated women.
Okay.
Now go ahead.
So my great grandfather, they said he came out with a shotgun and his tomahawk, and he shot and killed 2 of the white boys. 2 other ones was trying to get away. He got one with a tomahawk. He threw that tomahawk and it got him in the back of his back, and then he scalped that one. The other one barely got away. They told him that he got 7, because the relatives told my great grandfather John Henry, because that's what they called him, that he had to leave before sundown. They said if he don't be back within the 3rd night of sundown, that they was gonna take his land. But if he shows up, they was gonna lynch him. So that's what I'm saying. He had to leave. He ended up in Chicago from Mississippi.
Now, that's because, okay, we as Indians, we like in America, West Indies, whatever Indians, West Indians, or whatever y'all want to, because we really West Indians, because a lot of us migrated from Mexico, and we only have migrated up. I think California was inhabited, right? And I'm not sure if y'all were Aztecs or Incans, but if you go back,
they were Aztecs.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. But it's like this. It has always been Black indigenous as well. And it's like this. If you have to trace back to the original point of origins. Now, back then, what happened was we had our own languages. They'd be like, oh, slaves didn't know how to read, and they didn't know how to read, or didn't have their own language. We had our own languages. And our languages was not the European languages. That's why a lot of places in a lot of these states are named after Indian names, like Mississippi, the mighty river.
Man, all of New York, like literally all of New York and Long Island, and nothing but and then like Manhattan, like Central Park was actually a Black town. It was called Seneca Valley, and those were Black indigenous people.
Is his name Old Dirty Bastard or something like that?
Well, Old Dirty Bastard is from Brooklyn, but
Yeah,
I'm talking about like Manhattan. Like if you know, like one of the
his
tourist
family.
places when people come is they go to Central Park. A lot of people don't know that Central Park was made by them bulldozing and destroying a African town, which was called Seneca Valley, and that was Black indigenous at that time. But a lot of people don't know that when they're walking Central Park in that big park in Manhattan, that they're walking on burial ground.
Mm-hmm. Like a lot of these buildings and stuff, a lot is built on top of burial grounds. They have, dehumanized a lot of our mounds, because mounds were a lot of things, served a lot of purpose. They're burial spots. It's a lot of ancient artifacts and stuff that are within mounds as well. They have, like, this is another thing. They have just started digging into America. They have really just started to discover America. So we're at an advantage. Just like the pyramids in Mexico and things of that nature, just like the Grand Canyon with the writings on the walls and stuff like that. They just started to dig. So, they're trying to figure out a way to erase our history and replace it with theirs, just like they did so-called Egypt or Kemet. So the fortunate thing about America is that, first of all, there were no people like of that albinos who are indigenous, like I'm trying to say it safe. But anyways, America is a Black continent. And we already know that they don't even belong here. They came from the continent of Africa, which is Asia Major, Asia Minor, a lot of different names. Because Africa, the term Africa was coined, because when I be telling people like what you call the Africa was coined, you saying you're African, you're still saying you're nobody. Because tribes within Africa don't call themselves African. They call themselves tribal. We were all tribal. So
y'all really don't fuck with Africa. You trying to get dialects right and shit.
Well, it matters. It's like people be thinking that because like this is my descendants' landmass, that I have something against Africa. No, I don't. I want them to get theirs too, just like the people in Australia, just like the original people of the original Asians are Black. Most original people are Black. And see, that's what, when we start, like, we're taking, like Dr. Khalid Muhammad, we're taking away from ourselves and we're limiting our ancestors' ability to say that they were sitting in one spot and that we only are indigenous to one landmass.
Nobody said that.
I think in what it is that we can have an understanding of all that makes up of us, but as of right now, when we're in the current times, that we can't let the past and all those subcategories to us, to who we are, stop the movement that we
But
want.
are we going to fight for reparations? And reparations, this is
see, here's the thing about the reparations. I had an argument about the reparations, I think maybe a couple of days ago. With reparations, right now, it's too broad to even tackle that unless we're going to start
specific to the land.
Right, because as of right now, anybody can claim that they're Black and get reparations because we allow everybody to be a part of our Black collective.
Let's keep it a buck. White people are African.
There's a lot of white Americans who have African blood. Yes,
they're African. And even when you want to go break down to the descendants, the children of the Moors, the Sicilians and the Italians. So you're not saying anything when you say that. Because just like we looked at Queen Nzinga's descendants. Did y'all see that video with Queen Nzinga's newfound?
And they found that one cracker that was her descendant and ignored all
that one cracker.
Yeah, like found this one. They always find a white dude and try to He related to Zulu, Shaka Zulu. Like, man,
Yeah. And so
no
that's what we
shit.
gotta.
Now y'all know they be lying. They
No, I
be
think that
lying.
they
Like
lying, but
Tina
they
Turner.
definitely picking a
Not all
sample.
the time.
They definitely picking a
Listen,
sample. Like y'all looked for the
when
white.
they
You
tell you
telling
to
me
your
you
face
did a
what they
DNA
not.
research? You did a DNA match
And you couldn't
on
prove
Queen
no
and
black people.
Zinga, and this the only motherfucker that popped up.
Yeah, you couldn't put the other black folks up. You couldn't put the black folks up.
That's a lie.
Out of everybody,
They
right,
like to
Suave?
tamper with
Out of
Put the black folks up with the white folk, and then they were KKK members.
And they did the same thing with Tina Turner. Here she got pictures of both of her Native American grandmama. You could tell they Indian. And they gonna tell her that her family come from the Jewish community. I mean, they lied. No, they didn't even say Jew. They said Italian. And she ain't got no Italian in her family. And that's what got me, Kimmy. That's what got me. Like the fact they try to lie. They did the same thing to Chris Rock. You could tell they lied because their birth certificate, the family birth certificate says Indian. Like they spelled it with an I-N-G-I-N-E, Indian. So I think they do that to make sure black folks don't get nothing. But if you want to integrate and marry out your race, that's your reparations right there.
Well,
don't ask for no reparations if you marry white.
I think that, I think what it is it's not necessarily about what is. I don't really think it's necessarily about what they trying to not give us, because at the end of the day, this is their government, this is their country. They could decide to give it whatever they want or not to at the end of the day.
Let's correct
what
that.
I think
it is, damn country.
What I think it is that when they start to pull these genetic patterns and stuff like that, it destroys their whole concept of the race construct. Right. That's what they're trying to to get away from, because at the end of the day,
they have just as much rights, because then
they created the race construct and they stole this land. This ain't even a land.
Right.
Okay.
But
they
the
live
way
in
that
the
they're doing it, the way that
they have the nerves. This is what I'm saying. All the stuff that was so-called done to us, and I mean, there is a lot of proof that a lot of innocent black people, black families lost their lives and lost their house and their land,
everything, resources, everything else,
by the hands of a white man. Okay, and all we asking for is restitution.
Say white man, because when you say white man, you got to include the Asians. Like who? The Asians, the Dutch, the British, the French.
That's why we don't need to be worried about no reparations right there.
Right, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, with the reparation, it's too broad right now. It's too broad to even have that conversation with us.
Well, it's not too broad for the LGBT movement. It ain't too broad for them to take it up the ass just to get reparations. They getting it, and they ain't worked hard for nothing.
But see that
troll in the chat.
But the LG,
nobody accepted them, and they got reparations for that shit, did they?
But the LGBTQX community, the alphabet community had the ability to already set the framework of who's a part of their community. Hence, we did not. Or if we did, we let it be too broad. There is literally white people with 20% African blood. We have Hispanic. We have Hispanic people.
I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna break it
down. We have
Hispanic.
Hold on. 1 second. We have Hispanic people who has European phenotype and features that has 20%
Mexican,
African
Latinos,
DNA in them or more. Right?
Latinos.
Latinos, everybody. So this is what I'm trying to say. Our situation when it comes down to black people or in collective is too broad right now, that if we was to talk about reparations and try to bring it to the courts, we have, and this is why we're stagnant, is because there's too many people and all these extra subgroups that they added to the census. There's too many people that can fall into that category of being black.
I'm sorry. I can't. I'm not.
Let me go.
Because when it comes to all these other different groups, they could be as broad as they want, too broad, too over the top. There's Asian people who done overdid it. Okay,
now
and I'm looking at them like I grew up around them motherfucking Chinese people. I grew up around them. I even dated one.
Yeah.
And not one time did black people attack Asian people. It was white folks all the goddamn time. I don't want to sit there and go too deep into all that.
So who? Let me ask this, and then I want to go to you, QI. Tanjan. So who? If who should get reparations specifically, Tanjan?
All they asking for, all the black people are talking about is what happened back in those times. Y'all promised 40 acres and a mule, pay that shit, right? And we'll be all right. And what white folks are saying to us, which people are failing to realize, is we gave you your freedom. We gave you Obama. What we did was a long time ago.
But you saying the people who lost the 40 acres in the mule. You saying the people who lost the 40 acres in the mule. You saying the people. You said the people who lost the 40 acres in the mule. Their descendants should get reparations.
40 acres in a damn mule. What the hell?
My thing is, if you got a slave last name, you should get reparations. Okay, that's how I look at it. If you are a Washington, a Jones, a Jefferson, a Smith,
even if you're a white Washington or a white Jones, even if you're a white Washington or white Jones,
no, just black.
So the white descendants, hold on. So the white
that's what I'm
descendants
saying.
of
They're
the
not
slaves,
going to give it to you, Tajon. They're
so
not
the
going to
white
give it to you,
descendants of the
Tajon,
slaves don't deserve reparations.
No, because they were getting it. They were getting it because we were their property.
Okay.
And when we went free,
yeah, please, y'all, give me a minute.
Go ahead,
because we going too far out the way, like we've been with the 80 stuff.
That's what we do.
Yeah, but who owes your family reparations? Because everybody ain't owed reparations by the same folks.
That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking the Jones should pay the Jones.
Tajon, you got to listen. You know, please, I love you, sis, but this gonna make sense. I'm trying to tell y'all something.
Okay.
Who owes your family reparations? That's the first question. And then, what is the reparations based upon? Because every black person wasn't a slave. We would have a better result of basing reparations off of Jim Crow than descendants of slavery. Because Jim Crow had a bigger effect if you really know American history.
I say put it all in there. Shit, I want one reparation for Jim Crow, one reparation for segregation, one reparation.
I'm breaking it down, Suave. I'm breaking it down, though, and people really need to listen because, you know, like MJ was saying, when you learn so much about Antigua and the origins of America when you're part of the Indian culture, that it's like we're trying to come out here and teach people. We're not trying to force. You ain't got to say you Indian. Just like Taz. Taz, like he know he Indian. Taz is Choctaw. Nyla is Choctaw too. But the problem is the word turned black. And see, I'm not an abo. And like I am not with that abo shit. I am and black. Black. And the reason why I like we have to say black in front of American Indian and black and not Native American, because them Mongoloids, them Asian who did come over maybe on the Bering Strait, or they were here before Columbus. But we
they are part of the European,
right.
The European of the Native Americans. The whitening of the Native Americans is a part of the Asian. If you even go by genetics, their genetics are very similar.
We were here first. They gave them rights, and this is why we're in the situation that we're in today because of them. Because they know they're not First Nation. They're not First Americans. So they taking whatever America would give they ass and selling us out in the process. That's how that goes. Okay, but what you have to do, because just like in my area, it was the French and the British. And if you're from New York, it was the Dutch.
Yes,
you
it's
have
the Dutch.
To see all of them white people not together. And you have to see which colonizers colonized the town where your ancestors were at. You have to
It's
see
definitely the Dutch.
Yeah,
Because
in
like
your area. In my
upstate New
area,
York.
it's the French and the British. The
Yeah, it's
Spanish
definitely
didn't
the
make it
Dutch
here.
in New York.
Now the Spanish made it to Florida, but the Spanish never made it to Mississippi. And the Spanish were the ones that were chattel slaves over the chattel slave system. And that's why we ended up here from Mexico, because we were running from the Yucatan and places from them Spanish people, because they were down there doing some crazy stuff that we weren't used to. So we said, okay, we finna go. So we moved on up here, and then they tried to follow. You know what I'm saying? But you have to trace down to your town. Do your family tree manually. Know your grandparents' names, because your grandparents might have invented some stuff. Just like it's a story about it's someplace in California where they took it up under eminent domain. Then the state of California took it over as a state park or something. And then the state of California decided to get the land back. That's why they be said. Somebody said it earlier where it was air property or somebody, you know, something that y'all said earlier. But so they traced down the first few descendants, and then they expanded the scope. So they gave a time frame for you to come in with your genealogy, just like you have to do in most tribes. You have to prove your genealogy. You have to prove who was your grandparent, your grandparent, your grandparent, your grandparent. You have to know their names. And that's our problem. That's why they running you to this fake DNA test, because and that fake DNA test ain't telling you your grandparents' names. So you don't know what your grandparents own. You don't know what's supposed to come back to you. You don't know like what like just like the straightening comb that belongs to the Indians. The original person that belongs to them. You have to know what is yours. Just like this lady, I can't think of a name right now, but she sued Bank of America. Now she was an African. Her family were Africans, you know, because every black person here is not an African. She sued the Bank of America and got reparations for her family because she traced back her family lineage. She traced back those white people's names, and she found that their descendants and that money and all of that stuff produced the Bank of America. And that's how she got her reparations. And that's how we're going to have to get ours. You have to trace back. You have to look at these names. That's why I appreciate what Taz is doing over there, because he's breaking it down. And it ain't, at the end of the day, I ain't worried about whether nobody want to call themselves Indian, whether nobody want to be in a tribe. It's just that it's stuff here in America that belongs to us black people, and we need to fight for it and get it. And fighting for it don't mean like no physical war or no physical fight at this time. What it means is being able to prove to them that this is my stuff. And I digress.
Reparations ain't happening.
Not on a collective basis, but for families, it will. There are people who've already gotten, a lot of black folks that have gotten reparations. But it was on an individual level. It's never going to be, because everybody had a different experience. That's what I'm saying. We think that
didn't that family in California who used to own the Brighton Beach,
right,
back in the 1800s, got their beach
right. Right. That's who I was talking about when I said they that's when I was talking about, the Brighton Beach in California. And they got their land. Y'all talking about buying land? Some of y'all family owns land. What does land mean? Land means resources. What are resources? Let me go down a list. We talking about vegetables, silver ore, gold. We talking about pine, potato, peas, turpentine, tobacco, wheat, rye, oats, barley. We talking about stuff that they're making money off of right now. And that's why they keep trying to make it seem like we have no rights to these resources, because they making money off of our resources. They stealing, because they not from over here. They from over there in Caucasus Mountains in Europe, making money off of our stuff. So they owe us money for our stuff. Oil. Now y'all can keep feeling defeated. Y'all can keep feeling, whatever. But see, that's our problem. They laid it in our hands. The ADRIP, the American Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People, gave us our rights back. The UNDRIP gave us our rights back. They've laid our rights back in our hands, but we don't know we the people. We don't know that those are our rights, because we don't know. Right. We don't know American law, politics. We don't know. We ain't researching. We following what the detractors, like that African American Nationalist Party. We following these goddamn these detractors. Because if that person went to Africa right now, they would be a fourth party citizen. Because Africa is a tribal land. So you go move over there and you can't prove you're a part of that tribe. What do you think?
I think they're gonna accept you.
No, they're not. They're gonna accept your money until it run out.
Then they're gonna accept you.
Nope, they're gonna tell you they're gonna accept you as their slave.
They're gonna tell you what? They're gonna tell you get out.
They're gonna accept you as their slave. Okay, you can continue to stay here. We're gonna feed you. We're gonna do all that. Because that's how slavery started. If you don't own land, the land, then, because back then it wasn't no such thing as rent. So if you lost your land, because back then they start, after the wars and stuff, they started doing co-ops where people started taking out loans and didn't even know they were taking out loans. Then the next thing you know, they came and said, give me my money or you got to go. And so a lot of these people had to go to their families and they became indentured servants to their families or whatever. But at the same token, it was like, land was how you ate. Land was where you lived. Land was everything. If you didn't own land, you don't own nothing. It's ownership. If you renting, leasing your car, you don't own it. If you're renting, mortgaging, leasing your home, you don't own it. The bank owns that. And that's the concept that we can't get. It's about ownership.
Yeah, I think in Africa, I tell everyone, if you want to go and start in Africa, go over in Africa. You have to come with something. Like you cannot go over there empty-handed. I mean, Africans will tell you that they're literally trying to get over here. So you going over there without no type of plan, no type of commerce, nothing to try to uplift the community and stuff like that, you're gonna be struggling. There's been many expats that has went over to Africa, and within a year or 2 years, they have been like, I'm coming back to the US. It's completely different. It's not the same. And at the end of the day, you are Black. Yes, we're all Black, but guess what? You are still a foreigner to them because you don't know their customs, you don't know their culture, you don't know their language, and some of their tribal religions. You don't know none of that. So they're not gonna be blatant disrespectful to you and anything like that. Like the people that I met in Gambia, they're very nice people, very nice, sweet people, and they're the type of people that would take their shirt off to help you. But that's not in every town. That's not in every little community. Some of them are part of especially in Gambia, they're Muslim. They're Muslim, so you have to act accord when you go to certain tribes and stuff like that. So I always just tell people, yes, definitely go and see for yourself. Know what country you want to go to. Know what area you want to reside in, get familiar with the policies and the law of that country, and you have to have a base there. You have to have a base there where you could talk to a community over there. You just cannot just jump over there and just think that it's going to be the whole kumbaya shit. No, it doesn't work that way.
And a lot of them are waiting on people to come over there with the bag and build infrastructure.
Yep.
Like build a high class so
And
they
so
can
why
work
not
for
do
you.
it in
Shit.
America? Why not do it in America?
I
And the
damn
problem
right
is,
say.
Why take it to America when we're talking about going to Africa? We're literally talking about what it takes to go to Africa.
Well, there's some Africans that I got to know. They want to come out here, and it's like I'm waiting for you because we can help build a business out here.
Yeah, I mean both can happen, but we're talking
they
about
coming over
establishing
here
ourselves in
because
Africa.
we have more liberties than they do over there.
Sure, but once we've taken advantage of the liberty and we got the bag, like we could go over there and take our money and become
But
a providing class.
if this your grandparents' land, why are you forsaking your ancestors?
I'm not forsaking anything, and talk like that is not supposed to make me feel
Don't get
sentimentally attached to
offended. It's
nothing.
not. You're right. It's not to be offended. What I'm trying to say is,
I could sue for my ancestors' land from Africa.
You can.
I'm talking about going somewhere and establishing yourself as a higher class. Like they're literally waiting for people to come over there and start businesses, build
But see,
infrastructure
why
so they can
can't we
work.
do that? My point is, like, why can't we do that here?
You can.
Facts.
But I'm just talking about going over there where they're waiting on certain things. Like you ahead of the game over there. You're ahead of the game over there. Like it's places, people waiting to lay streets, concrete, build water, and all of this stuff. Like if you got a bag and you start companies that do that type of work, that's hella helpful for whatever struggle over here, over there.
You know why the Republicans are so ready to get rid of the Latino immigrants? Because the Latinos were smart. The Latinos came here, they worked hard, and they did half and half. They built here, and then they also sent money back to their country. So that's a threat.
Well, I'm going to chime in right quick. A lot of Africans do the same exact thing. They build here, and then they send back to their home countries. But I honestly believe that Africa is the future. I'm not one of them people that's saying all black people need to move to Africa, because everybody's not going to want to move to Africa.
Heck nah, I'm not leaving my ancestral land.
But what I will say,
I still have my Choctaw allocated land.
Yeah,
but hold on, Q. I want to hear what Tequila gonna say. Hold on one second.
But what I will say is, if you don't want to leave this land, I say at least invest into Africa. At least buy some land over there, or do some kind of invest some kind of way into Africa, whether you're repatriating or I don't know, owning land. Something with Africa. I don't know what it may be, but I feel as though, like, as black people, we're about to get left behind, because everyone else is pouring into Africa but us. And that is the honest to God truth. You have every nation. You have the Russians fighting over Africa. You have the Asians fighting over Africa. We already know white people still over there and fighting over Africa. Everybody has their pot in that. In Africa,
as though Africa has the only
Tequila, you are not lying. I mean, Africa is the future, and
it is the future.
Totally in agreement with
you. It is the future, and I know that they don't have the. I understand that they don't have to QI. I understand that they're not the only place that has resources.
And can I respond?
But hold on, I just want to get my thought out, and then I'll be done. But Africa does have the most natural resources.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I mean, I'll digress.
What are some names to me from natural?
No, what continent has the most natural resources then?
There's not a such thing as a continent having more listen, please listen undiscriminatory, okay? Because like I be trying to teach, but like we have to open up our minds. You know what I'm saying? Because I've done research. So I'm not just telling you something that the way I want it to look or the way I want it to be. Because a lot of this stuff I looked into in terms of my own family. Like one day I keep saying during the day, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to show you the oil pipelines and stuff on our land, on the land that we own. And we own all of our resources because everybody who owns land don't own their resources, right? But we are documented in court as owning our resources. That means they got to pay us for it. So we get residual. Okay? It's a lot of stuff that people need to know. But America has any continent, Australia, because we so limited in our thinking that you say Africa. So because that's what they taught us. That's what they pointing us. That's all that people know. People know more about African stuff than they do about America, and they live in America, and their ancestors for decades have been born over here. A lot of y'all are indigenous, and I'm not saying every Black person are indigenous to America, but you know more about somebody else's stuff than you know about your own. There's oil here. There's silver here. They came here for the gold. They came here for the gold. What's that man, Metamucil, whatever, the Moor. This man was the richest man because he came over here and got the American gold. Corn, vanilla, chocolate, beans, silver ore, dirt, iron. Do we even know what natural? Because this is what I'm pointing out to my family as landowners, and we own a great bit on every side of my family because we're indigenous to here. We're heirs to land, so that means that 4 sides, which turns into 8 sides, that means we can look in 8 directions in terms of being heir to land, and we already have we already have 3 sides, some down. We own a lot of land. All right. And on this, a lot of land is a lot of resources, trees, dirt. All of that stuff is money. Herbs. We're taking herbs now, right? We got dandelion. We got milk thistle. We got natural garlic, natural onions, wild garlic, wild onions. We got mushrooms. Y'all just don't know what resources are. Because just like I'm trying to say, when my
Listen, the
listen,
continent of Africa got the most natural resources. Man,
They
we know
do
what
have the most
resources
natural
are.
resources.
We know what
Now, I
resources
do
are.
agree
are you
that
gonna
they
be
do.
able,
I do
like, just
agree
like,
that.
but look, what, just like what I said, you don't control those resources, and
That's
it
not the
depends
point.
on what.
That's not the
It
point.
depends on, like, my family owns the resources. Some families who own land don't own their resources. That means that companies can come in and take what they want at will, and don't have to pay them a damn thing. But my family owns our natural resources. So it's a lot that people need to know. So are you going to be able to go over there to Africa and be able to own resources or take advantage or get any benefits from the resources there?
Yes, you can buy
When
the
you
land
have
over
You
there.
definitely can.
when you have
Yes.
indigenous tribal people that's been there forever, that has rights, indigenous rights
Come
to
on,
that
man.
land.
When has that mattered in Africa? That's
But
what
it
Africa's known
doesn't.
for.
But
The
what I'm
indigenous
saying is,
people
it
get their
doesn't
land
matter
taken
because
and
they're
Is that
selling
used.
a
not
lot of their
colonization
they're
though?
selling.
Is that not colonization?
I
But
mean, you could
the way
keep
I'm
moving the
looking at it
goalposts.
is
No,
there are a
I'm
lot
just
of
trying to get us to look at stuff in a more realistic manner. I'm not
I
trying
think
to.
that QI we should do both.
It's
right. That's
fine.
what
I
That's
I
do
wanted
fine
to
with
think that
say.
me.
we
That's
need to.
fine.
I do think that we need to cook. Look up research, see what our family possibly have owned, see what our ancestors possibly have owned. Try to shake there. Have the government pay us residual income. Try to build here, but we also should be looking at Africa too. The reason why I say this is because last year, about in October, was the first annual African or what is it, AFCOM and Caribbean Calm annual event where African countries as well as Caribbean countries got on one podcast, and they were speaking with each other in ways of helping each other, and ways of distributing resources amongst each other, as ways of if anything's happening in the Caribbean countries, Africa will become the first response to send them things, medical and all the stuff like that, and vice versa. So we already have African countries and Caribbean countries coming together, working together, and instead of going to European countries for assistance. And I think that
trade. That's
I
called the
think
trade
that
agreement.
I think Black Americans have to
We just
bring
don't,
something to the table and be a part of that.
because everybody else
We
is
do,
selling our
and the
stuff.
reason why I want to say that is because
Everybody else
we
is
want.
selling our resources except us. That's why we can't bring anything to the table, because other people are selling our stuff as theirs.
But if we want, but here's the thing: if we want to, I'm not against people find like okay. Let me start over. I'm not against what MJ was saying,
I'm not
or
against
you. I definitely
anything.
think that I definitely I definitely think that most people in America, that if they were to trace their genealogy, could probably find something that would let them know that they have, I guess, this land, or their family may have owned these resources and stuff. But what I'm also am saying is the but is
keep going.
we
Keep going.
definitely got to put our hand into Africa anyway. I'm not saying you have to
That's
go
just
live
being an
there.
investor.
I'm not saying that you have to
That's no
neglect
different from what
America.
China is doing. China is putting their hands in Africa. That's no different from any other investor.
And that's what I feel like we should be doing, though.
Everybody is putting their hands in Africa right now, but we have the monopoly.
Us.
Yeah, but we have a monopoly over here that we're not taking advantage of, and that's my point. But then I want to bring this point up as well. Are there any debaters or people from the debate league in the chat? Because I have a great debate, and these are the type of debates I would love to see, because we can learn something from them. I would love to see Suave Boss take on somebody else in terms of, maybe who has the greatest resources, who has control over the resources, because you have to do research, right? So therefore we will learn. I would love to see that debate where it can be broken down to us, where we can learn. And I'm the type of person, that's why I like debates, and I like the debate leads, and I like certain types of debates, because I like to learn and I like to grow.
That's hard.
Mm-hmm. So is there any male or anybody from the debate league that want, because Suave already got his position. He says there are more resources in Africa. So is there anybody who's willing to take the negative? That would be a great debate, and we can all learn something from that, and then it don't have to be right away. It could be before April or whatever, when the ends or whatever. But it's like, I want the research to be done. I want the facts to be presented, because we have to rely on facts and not opinions, not emotions, and not speculations. Because that's part of our problem too as Black people. We believe what everybody tells us, and we don't have our documented research in our hands. We don't have the facts. Let's start having facts. Let's start debating this stuff. Let's start seeing what it is for what it is, and then we can grow. Because maybe we're all right, maybe we're all wrong, but we won't know until we challenge it.
I don't think that we're right or wrong. I think that if anything, we supposed to be tackling both simultaneously.
Right. Let's challenge it so we can get in that frame of thinking, because what wins today in terms of media is propaganda. So that's my thing. I'm anti-propaganda and pro-facts.
Now you see, Suave Boss. Now you see that. You see how women think. You see, they're not thinking with their panties. You see that?
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. They are very
Y'all
intelligent.
just better at hiding it.
You want to
Y'all gotta
debate
be
on
better.
that? You want to debate Suave? Are we thinking
We
with our
want to get
pants? You want
things
to debate
done.
on this?
Yeah, I want to debate that. Now, I'm sure I'm gonna
Do you
do
hear the
2 hours
women?
on that. Yeah.
We want to get
But
things
go
done.
ahead. Why you say that though? Why do you say that?
How
Suave.
do I say it?
Yeah, we thinking with our pandas. I want to hear your explanation.
Because you scared to leave America because you don't want no African
No,
man.
I'm not scared to leave shit. I'm staying where my shit is. I still own my shit. So why would I leave my shit, to go
Because
to
they ain't fucking
somebody
with no
else's shit?
African
I'm
man.
like cocoa butter is my product, vanilla and coca chocolate. That's my product. I'm trying to reclaim claims of that because I know I got that. So why the fuck would I leave my shit for somebody else's shit? That's all I'm saying. My
Yeah,
proven shit. Why would I leave my proven shit for somebody else's shit? Do I make sense?
yeah, you make sense.
I'm
And
still for both.
I'm just trying to tell more people that some of this shit is yours. We have to. That's why I like Taz too, because he be breaking that shit down to like a ghetto level or like a like that's like this is how we have to start teaching information. I've learned because I'm still learning how to teach people or learning how to communicate with our different multitudes of people. He breaks it down. Taz breaks stuff down to look, them Nakers was over there getting their butts towed up. He be breaking it down to where we can understand the concept from today. And that's like how we need to go back and do our history. And can y'all get that troll up out of the account? I mean, up out of the chat. It's two of them. Like I ain't on that right now. I ain't on YouTube, but it's two of them. It's 3 or E or something, and then that's that other. Please get them up out of here. But then it's like we have to break. Thank you. But we have to break this stuff down to where all of our people can understand it, and that's part of our problem. Just like even in terms of anything that will leverage us, we have to learn that our people are on different levels, and we have to be able to break it down where all of our people can understand it. And so we have to break a lot of things down into today's terms.
Right. Can I chime in right quick? I I've just read a comment where it's saying why would anyone leave when Africans come to the U.S. for American opportunities. I definitely get that. But here's the thing: they come to America for their opportunities because the American dollar carries more weight than their currency. It carries a lot. I know for a fact it carries a lot more weight than the naira. So if we're just going to just speak on Nigeria, the only reason why I thought about Nigeria was because we were talking about Nigeria earlier today when I think Blackstone had brought it up. But with that being said, their our currency carries more weight over there, so they come over here for the opportunity to send back home to build wealth. They may stay. They some of them do stay here, but then a lot of them do when it's time to retire, go back to their home countries, or they have dual citizenships where they'll be American citizens, but they'll also still be citizens of their country too. So just in case if something was to happen, they could go back home, but still have wealth, if that makes sense. So I guess that's why a lot of them
If
come
you
over
were to
here.
build a home
It's
in a
yeah,
certain
and that
country in Africa,
I was
the
about to say it's
materials to build the home
so
out there is a whole lot
cheap.
cheaper than it is in America, and you usually get it wholesale. Um, the labor is a good decent price. Like literally, you can build you a mansion in Ghana, and that house or that mansion cost about $50,000. Now that is usually somebody's down payment on a house out here in America. So like I said, there is like if you do have some some type of money, some type of savings and stuff like that, you could definitely think about starting something out there, placing something out there. You don't have to live there, but I definitely believe that we should be doing both. We should definitely be trying to grow here, and also, if you want to, navigate over there as well.
Right. An investment.
Right. Exactly. It's just an investment. Exactly. Just an investment. Because like I said, I have property over there. I have property in Ghana,
I don't see
and
no
I have
problem with
property in
that.
Gambia.
I
Those
don't see no
are
problem with
houses that I own, and I rent them out as Airbnb. Whoever wants to go there, whatever not,
Right.
and it works well for me as just an investment, a property investment. It's easier to do it because that's mine. I don't have to pay for any property taxes. I don't have to pay for none of that. All I have to do is I have a home manager who take care of my property, and I give him a little something every month, whatever not, to make sure everything is clean and all the stuff like that. And like I said, when you build up a community out there, you can, ask people, hey, listen, I'm investing. I'm creating this property. It'll be good for the community. It'll up the value of the prices around this community. Look out, blah, blah, blah. So I think that we supposed to do it on both fronts. Like you can do property investment here in America. It will be a little bit expensive, but you don't even have to start out with a home or anything. You could just start out
I don't have
a
property
room.
tax.
You could do a room, you could do a loft, you know what I'm saying? It's many
real
different
estate.
ways.
What you're doing is real estate. And
yes, in a form of
yes,
it is a form of real estate, correct.
Yeah. And see, believe it or not, my family, we don't have property tax. And like it ain't even just based on us being Indians, Black American Indians. Let me specify Black, pro-Black, Black progressive Indians. It's based on
you don't have to say that. Listen, the government has no, you don't, QI. Listen, I don't think nobody here know that you ain't Black.
Right. But no, I do, because people think that when I say, like, my boy Suave, I love him to death. Me and Moses be on him. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like when we talk about Indians, we are talking about Black people. So and we are B1. We are Black, Black first, Black progressive, but we do understand what we're entitled to. But then at the same time, and and I love Suave to death. And that's like, but we understand it. But then at the same time, it's like this. It's like I don't pay, because even it not being we have an estate, as well as the fact that the will, the air property, and all of these different laws that we knew about, that we were taught from our great grandfather. There are other things that a lot of Americans can partake in that would prevent you from paying tax. And a lot of people don't know that. Just like, for one thing, if you're a senior citizen and you own land, you don't have to pay tax. If you go under the homestead, you don't have to pay tax. And it just depends on how your land is set up. Is it all together or is it divided? Because whatever is the homestead does not have to pay tax. And then it's different tax for different things. Just like, and that's what my family, we're doing today. We're educating ourselves more on land laws, land taxes, land stuff, blah, 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 because we've always been a family business. And so, the thing is, my great grandfather, he was an Indian. So, they said he couldn't read, but at the same time, we own land because of him. Like we have knowledge of a lot of things because of him. That's because, like I said, the language was a barrier. But it's like, when we went to school, that's why I like Suave hate Carter G. Woodson. But I like Carter G. Woodson because it points out exactly what happened in my family. People went and got educations, and then instead of investing back in their homes, their family property, their family lands, because back then during segregation, we all owned stuff. We owned our own stores, our own laundromats. We owned our own stuff. So instead of investing back, we want to go and we want to do what really is integration. We want to go over where they was. And we forgot or abandoned our family or where we were. And that's where we lost. Because if we had kept developing, because if you look at Black Indian Wall Street, Black Wall Street, we was a threat because we were doing it. But then we stopped doing for self, and then we want to invest in their corporation instead of building our own. Build our own. That's what gives you leverage. Owning gives you leverage. Controlling. And I don't mean control in the sense of that narcissistic stuff. I'm saying that if you have all rights to something, that's what gives you leverage. And if you're like, we have to look at economics as leverage. We and like Suave says, that's why I don't mind saying black. Because when like if we really start like, because that's my question, and I'm gonna have to talk to my chief about that. But like if we start breaking it down tribally or clan wise, then I'm Chata, but then I'm Yazoo. So do I break it all the way down to Yazoo? And that doesn't give us a leverage collectively. So when we say black or Black Americans, it gives us a leverage collectively. So I get that. I get that. And that's all I'm saying. It's like we have to become educated to find out where our power lies. And I digress from here. Because if all your family is not going to move to Africa, if you can't uproot and move the burial grounds of your ancestors to Africa, then let's just think about that. I'm not going to tell nobody what to think. I'm just saying, let's just think about the whole picture. Don't disrespect your bloodline ancestors for somebody that you don't know that may not be your bloodline ancestors. That's all I'm saying. Because I feel like there's curses that come with that. Now, don't let me be the only one where everybody at. Why stop saying what I'm saying, then everybody gets silent? Nope, that ain't going to be how it works. Chime in, some. Change the topic or something. We ain't about to get silent. All right, then I'm going to talk. I'm going to keep talking. I'm finna talk about America versus Africa. Watch how people chime in. Where you at, MJ? Suave. I'm about to. That's a Mississippi. But, okay. I see my girl Mule, and like I said, Louisiana, Mississippi are the same. There's no such thing as state. We're the same people. A lot of us are relatives. I have a lot of relatives in Louisiana, as well as I'm sure Mule has relatives in Mississippi. We're Chatas. And like down there, they observe or recognize and love Indian history. That's why we got the Indians that march and stuff. But they have sort of indoctrinated their history as well, to the point that like people don't know the truth, the full truth about all of that. Just like we talking about Zulu down there, we have the Zulu Benevolent Club. That's the social and pleasure club. That was the original social and pleasure club. Everybody knows about the Zulus. They go to the Zulu parade and all of that. I love Louisiana because it does observe a lot of our indigenous history, although it is tainted to a little extent. But Mule University understands what I'm saying. It's like when you go down there, black people are about black people. We support black people. We support black businesses. Like you got A lot of events and stuff, and the Europeans and other different people, nationalities of people, are trying to take over because they want to make money off of our culture, off of our stuff, and they're doing it. Especially after Hurricane Katrina, they're doing it. They try to jump in the second lines. They try to jump in the second line parades, which is culture. They try to jump into the jazz funerals. Which is our culture. They're monopolizing off of our culture, and that's what we got to stop. Because it's like money is, like money and wealth is money and wealth, and we're giving away a lot of our money and wealth. Like Taz was saying, you got all these people making money off of selling our history to us and to other people. Why aren't we making money off of our own history and ourselves? Because we're too big. Like they're saying.
I was wondering the same thing.
Right. We need to make money off of ourselves. We got money in our hands, but we're not stepping up the plate and say we that's reparations. That's ours. You've been making money off of that. We want that. We need to be. Why aren't we making money off of our history? That's our history. Why are you the
Hold on, how's we slipping in the debate on? What is we doing?
The debate?
Man, Holly and Rio is going in right now, man. We slipping in on. Oh man. All right, man. We heading over to S.V.D.L right now. Let me get this link out there.
All right, we had a good conversation going.
Man, we out of here. There it is, man. Black power, peace, man. Indigenous power, peace, American power, QI power,
Black African power.
There it is. Shout out to Tequila Test, y'all, man. Black Sun, man. Peace. We'll see y'all on the other side. We out.